check around the ground to make sure. There we are. They're waving furiously over in the Spenkarma Pavilion to let us know the commentary's going out around the ground. So the good news is Mike Taylor, I'll introduce Mike in a minute. The good news is we're going out, so we've got 2 listeners, so it's worth us being here today. Yeah, so that's really good news. So very good morning to you, and before we do anything else, a very warm welcome to Mike Taylor, who's my colleague from BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR. What's the CWR stand for, Mike?
Coventry and Warwickshire Radio.
All right.
It probably stands for other things as well. I don't know how well Coventry City are doing, but yes, no, they keep changing. But yes, Coventry and Warwickshire and all points of that fine county.
Wonderful. Well, it's lovely to see you again, Mike. Probably the last time we haven't commentated on cricket for a while, but I guess we'd have bumped into each other at the old game down at the Amex when you're covering the Villa or whoever it is.
Yes, the last time I was there, it was about -3. It wouldn't for Wolves in the winter. So this is far more agreeable.
Yeah, it is,
because it's the loveliest day. I think it was nice here yesterday. It was a bit drizzly at times in Birmingham yesterday because the Test match got interrupted and the games I was at got interrupted a bit, but it finished nicely and the nice weather follows down here. So
it's glorious. Well, let's start with your good selves because Warwickshire have made a really good start to this competition.
They have. They've been in top form white ball generally because they won their T20 group under their Birmingham Bears badge for the 3rd year in a row. They won the North group, so they're through to quarter-final at the start of September. But they started this competition very well with 2 wins. This is their 3rd away game of the week. They were in Chelmsford they're not even close together. They're in Chelmsford on Wednesday and won in a big chase there. Chase 320 on. On Friday night, they rather spoiled Leicestershire's day-night game by winning it by 5:30. But at least it got them a couple of hours extra in their own bed, I imagine, on Friday night after winning at Leicester. And so they are here today with, I think, like most of the rest of the teams in this competition, a mixture of seniors and promising youngsters. So, seeing 3 or 4 of these games last year, this is the first one I've seen of this season in the One Day Cup. I thought that was a big attractive thing about it. I know people said, well, some of the counties are not at full strength because of the 100, and they're not. However, it was really innovating to see so many youngsters at all the counties coming in and showing that they can thrive at this level. So there are several in the Warwickshire team today that, certainly for Sussex watchers and listeners, we'll probably be seeing them for the first time.
And changes from that victory at Leicester, Mike?
I'm told that there are 2. So Theo Wiley, a young all-rounder who actually opened the innings in Leicester, he stands down, and Rob Yates comes back in, who he's still a young man himself, but has prospered in both red and white ball cricket in the last few seasons. Caught a lot of runs in this tournament last year. And Michael Booth, a seam bowler, replaces Craig Miles. So Yates and Booth in for Miles and Wiley from the team that won at Grace Road. Michael Booth rattles it through at a decent pace. Right arm seamer, came out of Durham University and has roots, I think, in Zimbabwe before that, but is one that they're developing. Was in the championship team right at the start of the season, had a bit of injury and now coming back.
Well, the news from the middle, Mike, is that Warwickshire have won the toss and they've decided to bowl first. I'm told the pitch is a new pitch for this game. It is a hybrid pitch, which means it's got little bits of sort of not real grass in it. But it should, yeah, mine is mainly weeds, and it should play very well. So fingers crossed, we're going to get a good game. Sussex have made the one change from the pretty heavy defeat up at Welbeck Colliery, which was a very pleasant day on Friday, with Jack Carson coming into the side for Bertie Foreman. I'm just a little surprised because I thought Bertie bowled pretty nicely up at Welbeck Colliery. He also made a few runs as well, but and he fielded well. But however, he's not in the team. I'm sure we will see him at a latter stage in the competition. But it's off spinner for off spinner, and Sussex have gone for the more experienced Jack Carson today. So that's just the one change for Sussex from the team that was beaten up at Welbeck Colliery. So they line up with Clark Haynes, Carter Hudson Prentice, Ibrahim, John Simpson the skipper, Henry Rogers, Jack Carson, Archie Lemon, Eric Avelos and Henry Crocombe. The problem Sussex had on Friday was they didn't score enough runs. It was never going to be enough, 216 in a 40-over game, and they were pretty comprehensively beaten. So they'll be looking to bounce back. And I have to say, one of my favourite cricketers, Mike, is going to open the bowling from this CM, which is Ed Barnard, who's just such a terrific player since, well, he was at Worcester, and now he is at Warwickshire as well.
And captaining the team in this competition.
And he's running away from us, coming in to bowl the first ball of the match to the left-handed Tom Clark, and he beats him outside of the off stump, not taken cleanly behind the stumps by keeper Benjamin, but he didn't get a nick on it, so it was much ado about nothing. So the first ball of the match is a dot ball. I'm told that Sussex have sold about 1,500 tickets for the game today, and I'm sure there will be walk-ups as well. So if you're listening, we are underway and we are set fair. As in comes Barnard, bowls, and Clark forces this out into the offside. There is no run. There is a, in terms of the shirts, Sussex are in their pink shirts and black trousers. Warwickshire also black trousers, but in blue shirts as well. So there's a nice bit of colour out on the field as Ed Barnard wanders back to his mark. 2 balls gone, 2 dot balls, and he wheels around. In front of us does the Warwickshire skipper, running in bowls, and Clark hammers that one away through the covers, and that's going to be the first boundary of the match. Overpitched from Barnard, and Tom Clark doesn't hang around, and he belted that one away through extra cover for 4 runs. It's a relatively short boundary on this side of the ground. When I say this side, I mean, for those of you who know Hove, it's the clock tower scoreboard side of the ground where most of the corporate hospitality usually is. So a short boundary on this side, which goes without saying, it's a longer boundary, much longer boundary out towards the Spenkama Pavilion. Barnard is now going around the wicket as he comes in and bowls to Clark, and he beats Clark outside of the off stump. The ball goes through to Benjamin, and there is no run. So the umpires today, Ben Peverell and Mohammed Wazim, out in the middle doing their bit, and the match official is Simon Hinks, former Kent player, as Barnard runs away from us in this opening over here and bowls to Clark. Looks to force that one away in the offside. It's fielded at backward point. The fielder there loses his sunglasses in so doing. That was Kai Smith, but he stops a single, and the total remains on 4 without loss. So Warwickshire 2 out of 2, and in this competition only the top 3 sides qualify for the latter stages of the competition. Barnard in bowls, and Clark eases that one off the hip. Very good stop. Backward square leg come fine leg, prevents more than a single. So 5 off the opening over from Ed Barnard. And Sussex have been asked to bat here this morning. All 5 of those runs to Tom Clark. If you'd like to get in touch with us throughout the day, please do so. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, or you can tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport, and I'll get Mike's details in a moment. Mike's just off doing an update to the listeners in the West Midlands. So Oliver Hannon-Dolby is going to open the bowling from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. Tall man. Find out from Mike how tall he is. In fact, I could probably look him up in my book, but he's certainly a tall fella, and he's going to be running down the hill. For those of you listening who don't know Hove, the ground slopes from the top end where Oliver Hannon-Dolby is bowling from down to the sea end, a drop of about 10 feet on the ground, and then the sea is about 400 yards behind us. As Hannon-Dolby is in bowls, and Clark pulls a short delivery to deep mid-wicket and picks up a single. At this stage in this particular power play, and we'll guide you through, because I always find the power play rules quite complicated, but for the first 10 overs, Warwickshire have to have, or are only allowed, I should say, 2 fielders outside of the 30-yard circle. But they've got 2 slips in place at the moment, and those 2 fielders are down at third man and deep mid-wicket, always come deep square leg. It's Hannon-Dolby is in bowls, and Clark drives nicely through the offside, and he's going to pick up a couple of runs as the ball is fielded down the deep backward point boundary. And it's a couple more runs. Sorry, just a single. I'm sorry, I thought it'd taken more than that. I do apologise. It took my eyes off those that was running. I was watching the fielder, who I think was Tazim Ali, who's down there at third man. And Sharks go to 8 without loss. And I do apologise, I'm all over the shot here. That was Tom Haynes who played that shot, and he's picked up a couple of runs, so I need to concentrate on the cricket. 8 without loss. Hannon Derby waits at the far end of the ground. 2 slips in place. And comes in, bowls to Tom Haynes, and Haynes defends down the track, fielded by Hannon Derby of his own bowling. And there is no run. So yeah, Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you'd like to send us any emails. What are your any contact details, Mike, for listeners who want to get in touch?
You can send an email to me at this address, mike.taylor-bm. That's -bm at bbc.co.uk if you want to heckle at length.
Thanks, Mike, as Hannon Derby is in down the hill and bowls, and Haynes defends to mid-off, and there is no run. I was just saying, Mike, that only the top 3 in this competition, as unlike the T20, only the top 3 go through to the latter stages. So, I mean, I reckon realistically, you can't afford to lose more than 2 matches in this, or else I think you're going to be struggling to qualify. You may sneak through with 5 wins, but
yes, I mean, things can get mixed up if you get rain-offs, and hopefully we're not going to get too many of those. The weather set fair for a while, but yeah, 5 wins I think probably get you pretty close.
Hannon Derby in bowls, and Haynes defends, ball pitching around about Midland leg, plays it to mid-on, and there is no run. And Warwickshire off to a really good start. And you were talking about that game at Leicester. I mean, I was watching the score. I just happened to flick onto the score and saw Leicestershire all out for 88, and I thought, wow.
Yeah.
Is there something wrong with the track? And then Ed Barnard was out early, but Warwickshire cruised home in the end.
They did. I mean, you can, when you're only chasing that many, you can have a bit of a dip and then change your mind later on. But yeah, I mean, Ed Barnard seemed it quite a bit at the start of the Leicester innings.
Hannon Derby in bowls, another good delivery to Haynes, pitching around middle and leg, played to mid-on, and that's a good opening over from Oliver Hannon Derby. And the Sharks are 8 without loss here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio WM, BBC CWR. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Mike Taylor on the most glorious day at Hove. There's a few high-level cotton wool clouds, but as Mike was saying, the weather forecast is good. And just a reminder for those listening around the ground, there are plenty of water stations around the ground, and Sussex also provides sun cream as well, so make use of those. And if you're thinking of coming down, if you're listening to us, £20 to get in on the gate today, or you can come to see all 4 of the home matches for £40.
Nice days, Brit. His Ed Barnard bowls starts over number 3, and the first ball is hit hard off the back foot and running away for 4 runs. It was chased by Hamza Sheikh, who, like most of the young cricketers these days, is pretty quick over the ground, but the ball running away from him towards the scoreboard, and a confident punch through the offside by Tom Clark, who's briskly up to 10. 12 for none. And Barnard wasting no time. He's heading in again to bowl round the wicket to the left-hander, who pushes firmly to mid-off. The tighter fielding restrictions in place in the early overs, so there's a deep square leg out. Jake Lintott, who's quite an effective outfielder these days in limited overs cricket. There's Ollie Hannon Derby under his wide-brimmed sun hat, tying up his bootlace at third man and waiting for Barnard to run in again away from us. And this is driven expansively through the offside by Clark. It was in the slot for driving, but he found a nice gap past Hamza Sheikh again and away through the covers for 4. And Clark's already up to 14, and he's moving through the gears nicely. Yeah, nice shot, couple of nice boundaries from Tom Clark. A lot of responsibility on these two. I mean, they're still young players, but in terms of their experience, they are really sort of senior players in this Sussex side, and neither of them really got going. The first game they played, both of them made 14, but I see Tom Clark's on 14 now, so I hope that's not a bad omen. Barnard goes wider of the crease, and Clark just adjusts here, stands up on his toes and guides it to wide of third man, where Hannon Derby moves round to his left and has the throw on the way, and they take 1, 17 for no wicket. what's the official shade of the Sussex shirt? I want to say magenta.
Oh, I'm pressed, Mike. I just call it pink.
Well, pink, yes.
But I'm sure there is. If the lads are listening on the stream or perhaps they can let us know what the official colour of the Sussex shirt is.
Yes.
It is pink, but it's probably not really pink. It's probably another colour, as Mike says.
It's very bright, picked out in the sunshine, as Barnard in his two-tone blue shirt. Slightly cramps Clark for room this time, and he inside edges the ball into his pad and out on the offside.
It's funny actually, you said there, Mike, in commentary, oh no, Ed Barnard briskly in. I mean, I like Ed Barnard as a cricketer. I think he's a terrific player. But one thing I really like, he marches back to his mark. There's no hanging around with Ed Barnard.
No, and here he is again, moving away from us to Boulder Haynes, takes him on the pad, and they're going to get a leg by. So a productive over for Sussex, adding 10 runs to a bright start, 18 for none after 3 overs, after being asked to bat first, which was interesting. You think it's a day where you'd like to bat. It was a championship game for sure. You'd be batting.
Yeah.
But the Bears chased 320 at Essex the other day, Chelmsford the other day, and perhaps they fancy another chase today.
Well, Oliver Haddon-Dolby's going to bowl the 4th over of the innings from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. He's still got those 2 slips in place, and as Mike was saying, in this opening power play of 10 overs, they're only allowed, or they have to have, I should say, 2 fielders outside of the 30-yard circle. So they're at almost a deep backward point now, and a deep mid-wicket as in comes Haddon-Dolby. Down the hill, bowls to Haynes, who's 4 plays it back down the track, and there is no run. Sadly, Mike, we don't see very much of each other over the seasons because Sussex have been playing in the 2nd division, and we don't see you in T20. So how's life at Warwickshire? Clearly good, very good in white ball cricket. What about red ball?
Yeah, I mean, they have got a little bit of a problem in the championship at the moment. They're not certain to stay in Division 1 for next season because they are yet to win a game. They've been in quite a lot of good positions. They've had promising positions to win in maybe 3 or 4 of the games.
Haddon-Dolby in bowls, and Haynes drives stylishly. Has a very good stop. Oh, there could be a run out. Well, that was all a part of a terrific bit of fielding there at short extra cover. Is that Lintott in there?
Yes.
It drilled away by Tom Haynes. It looked like there was a single, but Lintott was very quickly round at extra cover, and for a moment there looked like there was some confusion between Clark and Haynes, who are just having a little natter. Now, have I missed a no ball? Because I think the umpire is signalling this is a free hit. So, sorry, it all happened with that delivery. There was nearly a run out. I missed the fact that it was a no ball.
Yeah, score's gone up to 20, so yeah.
And so it's a free hit for Tom Haynes, who just pauses for a moment. Interestingly, Haddon-Dolby's now going to come around the wicket for this free hit. He's in and bowls, and Haynes hammers this one away. Well, he makes the most of it. The ball races away over what is a beautiful outfield here at Hove, and races away for a 4 runs. So Haynes making full use of that free hit. Nice shot through the covers for 4 runs. And Sussex go to 24 without loss, and Haynes goes to 6.
It's a very bright start. Unusual for Haddon-Dolby to overstep. In fact, unusual for very seldom see no balls these days. It's been white ball cricket. They're pretty disciplined with it.
Well, I mean, I'm sure he's played here before, but it's sometimes running down the hill. It just takes a little bit of getting used to. So possibly just overstepping. In fact, there is a change in the field now, and that slipper's come out. So there are now 4 men saving 1 on the offside as Haddon-Dolby is in bowls, and Tom Haynes glances that nicely down to fine leg for another boundary. The ball bounces over the boundary boards and just settles down beneath us here in the commentary box. But that was erring down the leg side, and a nice shot by Haynes, who didn't need to do just a little bit of bat on it. And the ball went very fine, so he goes to 10 and the Sharks to 28 without loss in the 4th.
Yes, by his very high standards, this is a little bit of an untidy start from Ollie Haddon-Dolby, who was the leading wicket taker in this tournament last year by a margin. Right. 24 wickets. You were asking about the championship. Yeah, the championship. They haven't managed to bowl anybody out. They haven't forced a win yet. And at least a couple of those games, had they got to a natural conclusion without the weather intervening, they probably would have won.
Haddon-Dolby and again bowls to Haynes, who drives more runs here for Tom Haynes, but just a single on this occasion. out to mid-off. He goes to 11, the total to 29 without loss.
So I was at Old Trafford at the end of May with a game that was quite heavily rain affected on a difficult pitch, and they were making the running for really all of that game, but the weather closed in, so they didn't get a chance to close it out. And they've had a couple of others like that. So there is a bit of pressure on in the Championship. But in white ball cricket, it's, the T20 group started well in this, so it's quite a contrast.
Hannon Dolby in bowls, and Clark looked like he was going to try and belt that through the covers here. I think he changed his mind for a moment and played it just a backward point. It's a dot ball and there is no run.
One of the slightly maddening things about it is that while not managing to bowl teams out regularly twice in the Championship, in the Blast, they were bowling teams out that had never taken so many wickets. I think on 6 occasions in the Blast, they bowled a team out completely within the 20 over.
Hannon Dolby in bowls, and Clark just lets that one go through to keeper Benjamin. There is no run. So end of the over, end of the 4th over, and Sussex are 29 without loss, with Clark on 15, Haynes on 11. Yes, in the Blast, did you bowl Nottingham out for sort of 50 odd or something?
Yes, it was a very low score. I get the exact number, but they were bowling teams out well. Worked it out in the end. From 14 group games, they took 117 wickets, which, without having done the maths, I suspect is by a long way the most they've ever taken. Because ultimately, the best way of slowing the run rate down is to bowl a team out. Ed Barnard for the 5th over, he's slightly short of a length and stroked through the offside for 4 runs. That was very elegantly played by Haynes. Just got up on top of the bounce and without hitting it hard, found a gap through extra cover again. And this is looking like quite hard work in the field, a 3-hour stretch here.
Yeah. And the outfield is very fast here, Mike. I mean, it's in beautiful condition. And once it beats the infield in this power play, the ball will race away for 4 runs.
Haynes to 15. Barnard round the wicket again to the left-hander. 2 left-handers at the crease for Sussex, and this is eased through mid-wicket. Yates moves round to field, and Haynes takes 1. 34 without loss in the 5th of 50 overs, with the weather set fair. So as Adrian says, if you are in this area, then it's a super day to come and watch the cricket. And there'll still be enough daylight afterwards to get down to the beach and get ice cream, fish and chips on the beach for your tea.
Have a swim.
Can't be back. Barnard wide of the crease to Clark, who goes back and adjusts his stroke late to push it into the offside.
A couple of ex-Sussex players who are still around, one playing in this game, Michael Burgess, who spent a season down here and then was on loan for a while. I think it was last season he was on loan for a couple of games. He played in a T20 game at the Oval, early part of the campaign.
Yes, round the wicket Barnard again, and Clark just checks his drive here and pushes it up to mid-off, and Michael Burgess does the fielding there because he's not keeping wicket today. Chris Benjamin has the gloves on. They've got 3 fully qualified wicket keepers in this 11. Kai Smith, one of the youngsters, he's also a glove man. But yeah, Burgess hasn't been in the T20 team for the last couple of years, which he's certainly capable of playing well in that form of the game, but such are their stocks. This is driven for 4 runs, and Sheikh throwing himself to his left at extra cover, but couldn't haul that one in, and another very well placed drive in what's been quite an exhibition of those so far from these 2 left-handers. It's 38 for none.
That was a good shot. Slightly over pitch, but just Sussex making use of this shorter offside boundary.
Yes, it's hard to protect. The 2 men they've got outside the circle at the moment are a deep square leg and a 3rd man. Barnard bowls, and Clark is up on his toes, pushing it to backward point. And it's the end of another busy over for Sussex with 2 more boundaries. And at the end of it, 38 for no wicket, with 19 to Clark and Haynes 16. And in a way, it's not really worth protecting, putting a man, one of the 2 outside the circle, on that offside boundary, because the way that the ball is being timed over such a short distance, unless he was hit straight to you before anyway.
Yeah. I mean, it just looks, Mike, doesn't it? I mean, the wicket looks a good wicket. I was talking to the ground staff before the game, and just to reiterate, it's a new pitch today, new for this season. First time it's been used this season, but it's a hybrid pitch, and it looks to have good bounce and good pace, and so it could be a real run fest here today. As in comes Hannon Dolby, bowls to Haynes, plays out into the offside. And sort of my feeling, even at this early stage, is with the quick outfield, the sun out, good pitch. You know, Warwickshire are a strong side. You know, I think you've got to be looking 300 here today. That's going to be, you know, it's no use scoring 216, such as Sussex did up at Welbeck on Friday. You know, 300 gets you in the game, I think.
I think in good batting conditions now, that is a par score.
No, it is.
Looks like it today.
Hannon Dolby in bowls, and Haynes drives. That didn't go where he intended. He's going to get runs down to third man, and in fact he's going to get 4 runs. He was looking to play that one through extra cover. He got a thickish edge, and the ball raced away through backward point, and nothing the fielder down here at Tazim Ali could do about cutting that one off. So 4 more to Haynes, a streaky 4.
Yeah.
He goes to 20, and the total to 42 without loss.
First false stroke really from either of these two players.
Dolby makes his way in again and bowls, and Haynes is at it again, driving this time through backward point, but this time Tazim Ali comes running in from deep backward point to field 1 more to the total, 43 without loss. And the other player we were speaking about there was Danny Briggs, who was very popular down here. Yes. Left here. I mean, the amount of wickets that he took here in T20 cricket, probably didn't bowl quite as much in the Championship as he'd have hoped, which perhaps prompted the move to Warwickshire, where he, you know, did really well.
Helped them win the championship.
Yes, yeah, left here. They didn't think he got enough wickets and went to Warwickshire and won the championship. In comes Hannon Dolby, bowls, and shouldering arms is Clark. The ball goes through to keeper Benjamin, and there is no run. And maybe just a sign here of Ed Barnard realising this is a good pitch. Already he's taken both slips out. So there are 4 men saving 1 on the offside, 3 on the leg. And just the 2 fielders which are allowed outside of the circle. Would he be playing in the 100, Mike? I don't know who's playing in all the franchises, to be honest, but I would imagine he might well be playing for one of the sides, Danny Briggs.
Yes, I think he did play a little bit of 100 cricket last year too.
And then Dolby in bowls. That looked like a slower delivery to me, and it's not. In fact, it's a bye. It was a slower delivery. It not only deceived Tom Clark, I think it deceived Chris Benjamin behind the stumps as well, and he didn't take the ball cleanly, which rather died on him as it came through. And Sussex nipped through for a bye and go to 44 without loss.
His slower delivery is really very slow, and it sort of bobbled along to Chris Benjamin. He's a clever bowler, Ollie Hannon Dolby. More than 50 championship wickets in each of the last 2 seasons. And he's got a sporting chance of doing it again this time.
He's in down the hill from the Cromwell Road and bowls to Tom Haynes, who drives stylishly to mid-off. There is no run, 6 runs coming off of the over, and at the end of the 6th over here on BBC Radio WM, BBC CWR and BBC Radio Sussex. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Mike Taylor. And Sussex have made a good start on what looks like a good batting surface and a very fast output. And I think already, Mike, we're going to get a change of bowling.
Yes, and maybe they'll just try and change the rhythm of it a bit. And Robbie Yates, who came into the team 4 or 5 years ago as an opening bat, but his off spin has been developed. He's more of a purveyor of the sort of score restricting off spin that you see in one-day cricket these days, although he has done quite a bit of bowling in the Championship with some success. But just see if he can change the rhythm of the game. Bowling right arm round the wicket. He won't be bowling as short as that, and his first ball is hammered through the extra cover region off the back foot for 4 runs. Can't be short like that with the offside boundaries to these left-handers so short, and Clarkie's up to 23 with that. He does have a slip. 4 men inside the circle on the offside, and that's a better line, and spearing in towards the leg stump takes him on the pad. They plead for LBW.
That's a great description, Mike. He was down on one knee, wasn't he?
He's quite a quietly spoken chap, Rob Yates, but when he's bowling, he gets the shades on. He's got that off Danny Briggs, I think. Full-throated appeal. Round the wicket he comes again, and that one is flirting with being wide down the leg side, and it is. He's making a very narrow channel for himself to try and bowl into here, Rob Yates, if he's going to aim at leg stump. 49 for no wicket. Round the wicket he comes again and turns that one a fraction. But it's eased off his pads by Clark for his 24th and Sussex's 50th run in only the 7th over.
Yeah, good start for the Sharks, and these two know each other well. They played a lot of cricket together through the age groups and down at Horsham Cricket Club as well, which they both know very well. So, but they'll be keen, having missed out on Friday, to make a decent score here.
That's a lovely ground at Horsham. Yates bowls and Haynes is just half forward to this and pushing away into the offside.
You'd have been there for a championship
Yeah,
game,
it's been as a spectator. It's lovely.
Have you?
Yeah. Super place to go and watch a game of cricket on a day like this. Yates round the wicket. Oh, he drags that one down a bit and he gets away with it because Haynes goes back and picks out the short mid-wicket. Tasim Ali diving to his left. Otherwise, there was a fair bit of chasing to be done behind him. 50 for none. Yates 1, 2, 3 walking paces, then a little trot up to the stumps. And they're taking a short single to Tasim Ali, who throws at the wicketkeeper's end, and they've completed the run. So the end of Yates' first over, and Sussex 51 for none in 7 overs with Clark 24 and Haynes 22.
A couple of emails have come in on sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. John Malone's been in touch. He says, "Hi Adrian and Mike, you're coming through loud and clear on the stream. Summer has arrived for today. Beautiful down here on the coast for me. A mixture of this match on the stream and the wireless." Good old wireless, Mike. Yeah.
Means something different.
He says Sussex need a victory today to kick this competition off. Well, they certainly do. He says young Clark needs to get an innings today. Have been unlucky so far. Good luck to all. Regards, John. Thank you, John. As Ollie Hannondolby's in bowls to Haynes, who's defensively placed a mid-wicket, and there is no run. And a message for you, Mike, actually.
Oh, yeah.
From
What
Terry.
have I done now?
Yeah, well, you're in trouble. Don't worry, it's not from me. Why? Terry's been in touch and he says, enjoying the commentary, could you ask Mike if Will Rhodes was offered a contract by Warwickshire or if he is leaving because he wasn't? That sounds slightly controversial, so...
I don't know for certain. I think my understanding is that he was, but I'm not going to swear to it one way or the other because I don't know for certain yet. But it is well, we'll talk a bit more about it in a minute, but he will be leaving them at the end of this year.
Hannondolby into Tom Haynes, and that was a full shot by Tom Haynes. He was looking to drill that one away through extra cover and got a thick inside edge. The ball ended up at backward square, and Haynes goes to 23. Yes, I probably should have read that email before I read it out.
Well,
really,
sorry,
Mike,
look, I'm not going to
spot.
commit one way or the other because I don't actually know the detail, but it emerged in the last couple of days that Will Rhodes will be going at the end of the season, having been one of Warwickshire's county championship winning captains.
And Dolby in bowls, and Clark goes hard after that. He's looking to smack that one away through backward point. He didn't miss the outside edge by very much. Goes through to Benjamin. There is no run.
And he's still got a fair bit of his career in front of him. But he stood down from the captaincy at the end of last season after, off the top of my head, 4 seasons. Winning the championship as quite a young captain in his first one. So, did a pretty good job, but he's looking for a new stage in his career. And lots of players do that these days, much more than used to.
Hannondolby in bowl. Oh, well, he's going to get 4 runs here, is Tom Clark. But that's a moral victory for the bowler. Clark on the back foot looking to punch that one way through the offside, gets a big thick inside edge that could have gone anywhere, and indeed it's just rolled down past Michael Burgess, who's here at short fine leg all the way for a boundary, fortunate boundary. Clark goes to 28, the Sharks to 56 for that loss.
So Terry, if I get a definitive answer on that, I shall report back, but and perhaps we shall hear from Will before in the next week or 2 as well, I hope so. But a good player and a good guy, and he'll do a good job for somebody, I'm sure. There's plenty of his career left.
Thanks, Mike. Hannondolby in bowls too. Well, he's got another fortunate boundary hit, and I think he nicked that, you know. Yes, he did. It's run through, and it was almost a chance. It was down the leg side. It was, well, again, Tom Clark looking to play the ball away through the offside. Another edge. It beat the diving Benjamin. So two very fortunate boundaries. I think he's just moving the ball around a little bit here, you know.
Yes, and the first one in particular was also, I think, partly attributable to the awkward bounce that Oliver Hannon-Dolby gets, because he is a very tall man. And although he doesn't bowl at great pace, he does make the ball bounce a little bit awkwardly sometimes.
Well, he's in again, bowls, and this time Clark doesn't take any chances and leaves the ball getting the gloves and the bat high out of the way through to Benjamin. There is no run. So a productive over for Sussex, albeit with a couple of streaky falls from Tom Clark, who nonetheless is on 32 of 26 deliveries. Haynes on 23 off of 23 balls at the end of the 8th over. Sussex have made a decent start here. They are 60 without loss.
Yes, that's one of those overs that is going to look ugly in the scorebook for Ollie Hannon-Dolby, but twice on boundaries off the inside edge. Maybe it's Tom. It's if that happens to you early in the innings as a batter, maybe you think, well, it's my day.
Yeah, for sure.
Take full advantage of it. It's a day for batting for sure. He's 32 now. As at the start of a new over. Oh, Yates, he's too short again to start a first. He's the first ball of a new over, and he's picked off for another 4 by Haynes off the back foot through backward point.
I'm just going to take over from Mike for a minute. We've got our hourly update to do to the listeners in Sussex, Surrey and Kent. 64 without losses. Yates coming in again from this, the C end, bowls to Haynes, who defends out into the offside, and there is no run. 64 without loss. Yates in the bowls, clipped onto the onside, there is no run. Well, you're quite right, it is beautiful Hove. There's a few high-level cotton wool clouds, but it's a glorious day and a decent crowd as well. And Sussex have made a decent start here. Batting first, they were asked to bat first this morning, but they're 64 without loss. Tom Clark going along very nicely. He's on 32. Tom Haynes is on 27. Sussex, having lost their first match in this competition, will be very keen to get their competition back on track with a win today. Elsewhere, Surrey are playing Glamorgan at the Oval. Surrey in deep trouble there. They are 20 for 3. And Kent have made the long, long trip up to Blackpool to play Lancashire. And they are 36 for 1 after 7 overs. Thank you. So now there's 5 men in a ring. Well, almost a ring. The extra cover is a little shorter, saving runs on the offside. As in comes Yates again, and forward comes Clark. Plays a forward defensive out into the covers. There is no run. End of the over. That's tidy enough, I think, by your off spinner in the power play. Just 5 runs coming off the over. And Sussex are 65 without loss at the end of the 9th.
There really isn't much margin for error. To the 2 deliveries that he's conceded boundaries so far, at the start of each over, he's just been a little bit short. And a little bit wide of off stump. And first Tom Clark, and then in that over, Tom Haynes. Hammered him through the offside for 4. Hannon-Dolby is going to persist from the Cromwell Road end and gets Haynes well forward here to push the ball into the offside, into his 5th over. No wicket for 28 at the moment, Ollie Hannon-Dolby, but would be a bit cheesed off that he didn't pick up Clark's wicket in his last over.
Yeah, he's bowled better than those figures suggest.
But he's not the sort of chap who easily gets cheesed off, I think, Ollie Hannon-Dolby. Easy-going Yorkshireman. He runs in and bowls for a little shorter of a length this time. And Haynes is pushing it back on the offside in his benefit year. And
but a good servant,
thoroughly
right?
Thoroughly merited as well. Yes, hugely popular figure around the county. He's done quite a bit of work with us in recent seasons, and a bit of cricket podcasting with my colleague Richard Wilford, and I've gone up to one or two silly things. Hannon Dolby right arm over the wicket to the left-hander, and they hesitate and decide not to take a run after Haynes nudged the ball to Rob Yates at mid-wicket. It wouldn't have been a very good run, so they were right to change their mind. And his 5th over now. Hannon Dolby's found a nice length to hit here. He's just cramping these left-handers a bit for room. There's no slip. We're in the 10th over. So at the moment there's just two, still just the 2 out, a wide third man and a deep square leg, and this one is just giving him a little bit of room for driving, and it's seized upon by Haynes, who drives through the covers for 4 runs to the longer side over towards the pavilion, and he's enthusiastically applauded for doing so, and the crowd has built up a bit since we started.
Yeah, there's a few more I've drifted in. Nice shot by Tom Haynes. He's particularly strong, Mike, through that offside. One of his favourite shots is backward, through backward point, but equally strong on the front foot through the covers. But both of these have got to start now. In this form of cricket, you've got to start, you've got to go on and make a score.
69 for none. Hannon Dolby bowls, and onto the hip of Haynes, who is going to get a run here, and a tumbling stop by Burgess.
It was impressive, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, he may not have the gloves on, but he can still zip around the field, and they take 1. He's got strapping on his... Is that strapping on his elbow, or is it some sort of undergarment?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, a lot of fielders seem to have that sort of thing on now, don't they? To protect elbows, etc., when they're diving around the field. But
I wonder, it didn't feel like the day for skins, my lad calls them.
Oh, okay.
Skins under the top. I'm sure it's that kind of day, really. Nevertheless, 70 for none. Off goes Hannon Dolby and gets the bat right out of the way here. Tom Clark lifts it high above his head. It's the end of the over. 10 overs are complete, and Sussex off to a bustling start of 70 for no wicket, with Tom Clark 32 and Haynes now 33. And the legend on the scoreboard to the right helpfully points out that we've reached the first change in the fielding restrictions. So, I mean, the entire innings is part of one power play.
Yes, it is.
Makes me think that maybe that needs to slightly relook at the branding. You can't all be in the power play. But nevertheless, you're now allowed 4 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. So at no stage the fielder's just allowed to graze wherever the captain wants, but there is a little more protection to the boundaries if he wants to use that.
There is. I'm glad they put that up, actually, because it is quite confusing the way the different power plays work. So Rob Yates is out of the attack, having bowled 2 overs for 12, and he's been replaced by Michael Booth, who's right arm seamer, running away from us in. It's Haynes on the pads. The ball dribbles out into the offside, onside, I should say, and there is no run. Of course, the Test match being played at Edgbaston this week. When would Fancy Dress Day, the big Fancy Dress Day, be in the holiday? Would that have been yesterday?
Yesterday, I think, because I saw through the streets of South Birmingham last night there were 1 or 2 drifting away, still in costume.
Booth is in, bowls to Haynes, who drills that into the covers. There is no run.
I was at the end of a game one of my sons was playing in at King's Heath yesterday. In the final few hours, there were quite a lot of people coming at the end of it, coming into the club, and some had obviously been to the game, to the Test match, and come back and seen the end of the game at the club. And a Super Mario and Luigi appeared out of nowhere, just mingling in.
In comes Booth and bowls. That's a pacey delivery, actually. And you were saying Mike has got a yard of pace,
yes,
and that did go through, taken by Benjamin sort of waist high.
He would be the quickest of the bowlers in this Warwickshire lineup, certainly. He's sharp. I note also that Will Rhodes, who we were talking of a few moments ago, he's warming up now as well. So, battery of right arm seamers, and the young spinner Tazim Ali looks as though he's getting loose too.
Booth in again, bowls to Haynes, who plays off the hip through square leg. They've taken 1, they'll think about 2, but there isn't a second one there. In very quickly from that leg side boundary. Is that Lintott who's out there?
Yes.
Good throw. Got to the ball quickly. Got the throw in. I've got to confess, Mike. I've sat on a couple of occasions in the Hollies in Test matches as a fan.
You're a brave chap.
And I went up there. I think it was 2 years ago when England played India with my brother and another friend of ours. As Booth is on his way around the wicket to the left-handed Tom Clark. He's in and bowled. Good delivery. Cutting back into Tom Clark, who plays it slightly uncomfortably into the offside. And there is no run. So they got me a ticket and they said, of course, you realise you've got to wear fancy dress. I said, no, really. No, you got to wear fancy dress. So we went as nothing too adventurous. We went as cricket umpires.
Oh.
So we wore umpires' coats and we had Dickie Bird masks, which didn't last too long.
No, I'll bet it did.
But in comes Booth. Bowles hits him on the pad. That's a good shout, and he's on his way. Is Tom Clark, and the first wicket goes down. I think that just nipped a little bit back into the left-handed Tom Clark. He's coming around the wicket, so he's got to do something to straighten it. Hits Tom Clark, who's walking off looking disappointed. The breakthrough for Warwickshire, and the Sharks are 71 for 1. Tom Clark on his way for 32.
Yeah, that looked pretty straight from here, and we've got quite a good view today of that. He didn't really get all that far forward, Tom Clark, and that's a pity. And he'd be going off feeling he's missed out there today, having got off to such a brisk start. And it does look as though there's quite a few runs here for somebody, but I would say only 32 of them for him, because although it was a good start and has got Sussex moving, I think judging by the pace at which he is leaving the ground, I think he thinks he's left 1 or 2 out there.
Yeah, and it's kind of been a feature. He batted very nicely here in a T20 game against Essex a couple of weeks ago. He hadn't made that many runs, but he made 70 odd in that game, and said he just felt he'd left some runs out there. And you just feel in this sort of game, in these conditions, that once you're in, you've really got to cash in. And Sussex will be looking now at Tom Haynes and thinking, right, you've got to cash in today, Tom, because this is a 300 plus pitch. No questions about that. New man coming in is Ollie Carter. Wicket-keeper batsman. He won't keep in this game and hasn't kept very much or at all this season since John Simpson's arrival from Middlesex. Yeah, just going back to my fancy dress, that was very conservative, Mike.
Yeah,
umpire's coat and Dickie Bird mask was very conservative, because there was some terrific fancy dress in that stand. I have to say, it was a thoroughly enjoyable day, but there were quite a lot of guys in there and girls who didn't watch an awful lot of the cricket.
No, it's not a... How can I put this?
It's experience, though.
It's not. Well, it is that. Yeah. It's not necessarily the connoisseur stand, but it depends what you're a connoisseur of, I suppose. This is the start of a new over, and it's Will Rhodes who's going to bowl from the Cromwell Road end, coming round the wicket to the left-handed Tom Haynes, who has 34, and he pushes away into the offside. So Carter, the new man, is at the non-striker's end. 71 for 1. The Test match, incidentally, England well on top there. In the West Indies 75 for 3, still 19 behind. Forward comes Haynes and plays Rhodes, right arm medium, maybe a little bit brisker than that. Respectfully out on the offside.
I'd love to see the West Indies really make a game of it today.
Well, they have in sort of parts.
Yes, they have. Bits and pieces, they have.
71 for 1 here. Rhodes round the wicket, angling this into the pads of Haynes, who's going to take 1 to deep backward square leg. Very efficiently thrown in by Burgess.
You're going to tell me you've never sat in the Eric Collins in fancy dress, Mike, are you?
I am going to tell you that.
Yeah, I don't believe you.
I'll tell you what, you should. But covering finals day a couple of times when Warwickshire have been there. The last time I went, between the two semi-finals, the second semi-final and the final, I went on a sort of a walk around the ground. And by that stage of the evening, on the finals day, and there's some folks who've been there quite a long time, Rhodes bowls, and he takes Carter on the pad. The ball was angling into the right-hander, and it loops. Maybe it just got a little bit of the inside edge as well, because it looped back up the pitch, and Rhodes seized himself to try and get after it, but couldn't take it. by sort of upper 6 or before, yeah. I've never been through a sort of a 5,000 man stag do, but I imagine if I had, that's quite kind of what it would be like. But everybody's having a tremendously good time. Rhodes bowls at Carter. He's getting his first run here up on his toes, guiding it through square leg and taking 173 for 1.
I remember being up there in 2018, I think it was, for the T20 finals, and Luke Wright, who's now the England selector,
yes,
was walking around the boundary edge before Sussex played, and there was a beach ball that ended up on the pitch that I think a steward was not keen for the crowd to have back, and Luke endeared himself to the crowd by kicking the ball back into the crowd, so they loved Luke Wright up there.
They did, yeah. Rhodes bowls, and Haynes jams this away into the offside, and a good tight first over from Will Rhodes. And they're just bringing it back a fraction in the last 10 minutes. Warwickshire 73 for 1, Sussex, in 12 overs, 35 to Haynes and 1 to the new player, Ollie Carter. But look, it's nice to see the ground full and people having a great time, which is what it's all about. But yes, yeah, so Saturday I think is the biggest day for Edgbaston fancy dress and other amusements. But I mean, see a fair bit of it even for the T20 games, the blast games at Edgbaston. There's usually a few.
Yeah, I mean,
random costumes in.
I knew what I was setting myself up for, but you've got to say Edgbaston packed out. It doesn't matter who England are playing in Test cricket. So we all want to see, the 5-day game survive, and people come and enjoy it. So
for sure,
good on them really. Booth is in, bowls to Carter, lets that one go outside the off stump. There is no run. And you were saying, Mike, nothing like taking wickets to slow a run rate down, and that's exactly what's happened here. The last 2 overs have brought just 3 runs. Just 3 runs. So whilst Ollie Carter's got a chance here, clearly you want to have a look. There's a lot of overs to be bowled, but we'll just be mindful here that this is a good pitch with a very quick outfield. Booth in, bowls to Carter. Well, I think he's beaten Carter there outside the off stump. I say I think, I couldn't quite see because the angle from where we're watching, which is almost wicket to wicket, Tom Haynes, who's the non-striker's in, was right in the way of that delivery. So,
no, I would say he did.
Yeah, he's probably with good pace here. Is Booth? He's well from here, Mike. He doesn't seem to have the sort of the physique of a normal. Of a tall, I mean, he's completely different to Oliver Halland-Dolby, isn't he? He's much shorter.
He's not the tallest, but he's quite strongly built.
Yes, he is. He's a bit sort of Darren Goffish.
Yes.
In comes Booth bowls. That's down the leg side, and that will be signalled wide. So an extra run for Sussex, signalled by umpire Mohammed Wazim.
Yeah, it's a good comparison, I think, to Goff. He's that sort of, not stocky.
Yes, yeah.
That, but he's strongly built.
Yeah.
He's also wearing the, I think it must be one of these skins. I keep saying to the other things, my lads, no, skins, Dad.
He's running in again, bowls to Carter. Well, he beats Carter then, I could see that one clearly, and Carter playing forward is beaten outside the outside edge. This is a good spell, a good passage of play for Warwickshire. Sussex having got off to a flyer at the end of the... when I say off to a flyer, I think they'll probably feel that 70 today on this pitch with this outfield was probably about half of the course, to be honest.
Yeah.
It was a good start.
It is.
But Warwickshire are just dragging it back. Booth in bowls, and Carter drives loosely through the offside. He's going to get runs, but he wasn't completely in control of that shot. It was in the air for a long time. Fielded out on the boundary by Lintott, who gets the ball in. So it's 2 to Ollie Carter, and the total goes to 76 for 1. I should just say that the 4 fielders that Warwickshire are now allowed to deploy outside of the 30-yard circle, a sweeper on the cover boundary, a third man, a fine leg who's almost at deep backward square, and a deep mid-wicket. As in comes Booth and bowls, and Carter plays into the offside. There is no run. Just funny, Mike, and I was just sort of reading the rules for the competition, and everything else we do in sort of metres and centimetres now, don't we? But the circle is, it's as the 30-yard circle.
Yes.
But Michael Booth doing a good job for his side here. Just the 3 runs off the over so far, one of those being a wide, and he runs away from us now. Bowls to Carter, who's forward and eases that one down to third man. That was an intentional shot. He picks up a single, and at the end of the 13th over, having been asked to bat here this morning, Sussex Sharks are 77 for 1, with Tom Haynes on 35 and Ollie Carter on 4.
Yes, and just the momentum slightly interrupted in the last few minutes. It's very loud playing, I can hear.
It is, yeah.
I can't see it from commentary box here, circling around in the last few minutes. Good seeing day, I should think, if you're in the air. Some white bubbly clouds in the distance, but forecast is good. Quite hot over the next couple of days, apparently. This is start of a new over from Rhodes, who rolls in again to bowl to the right-handed Carter, who's kept the strike, and he jabs the ball the other way into the leg side, and there's no run.
Well, we'll have a few hot days, Mike, and then we'll probably get the, use water carefully messages coming out
Yes.
after the wettest summer for years.
That'll be a bit.
Anyway, better not go there.
Rhodes, no rain today. Rhodes bowls, and Carter is playing this from the crease away into the offsides, and it's enthusiastically fielded by Hamza Sheikh.
Yeah, I mean, it's very early in Ollie Carter's innings, but already you're looking here, you have to get used to the pace of the pitch. I do understand that, but, 10 balls he's faced, and he'll just be at the back of his mind, I'm sure, thinking, well, I just need to push on here.
Yes, I think it'd be important to try and keep momentum going,
Yeah.
and also have wickets in hand for a charge later. This is a little short from Rhodes, and Carter is into position early to steer it round to deep square leg, really, rather than trying to hit it hard. And he takes one out to Lintott, the boundary fielder.
Yeah, and I think that's the point I was trying to make, that I'm not saying for one moment you should be swinging for the hills here,
No,
and trying to, but you're thinking, I need to pick up the ones and twos. You have to keep the scoreboard moving.
That is such an art in white ball cricket, sometimes overlooked. He's driven attractively through the covers, and a chase for Lintott around the extra cover boundary, and he gets there. Makes a diving save. They're going to have time for 3 runs, because that looks from here to be quite a long angle out to that section of the ground, and Lintott made an excellent chase. I've said this a few times during the blast, but for a fellow who's come into professional cricket very late, not turning pro really until he was 27, his fielding has been a huge improvement. He really is a good field now, getting around the boundary, Jake Lintott. And there's a run here for Carter down to long leg to Tazim Ali, who gets that away. I'm looking forward to seeing him, by the way. A young England under-19 World Cup player, did well at the World Cup. Bowling is a bit of mixed up spin. I think it's an interesting one to watch. Round the wicket comes Booth, and forward comes Haynes to push away into the offside. 5 from the over, the 14th of the Sussex innings. Carter is 6 at the end of it, and Haynes 38, and Sussex are 82 for 1. Yeah, there's a few talented youngsters around Warwickshire at the moment, and that's it, there is at all the counties, but Tazim Ali bowling leg spin, but with variations. So he's just 18. Did play in one of these games last year, quite a high scoring game, but did a tidy job, so looking forward to seeing him.
Well, Michael Booth is running away from us, coming into bowl to Ollie Carter, who plays onto the onside and picks up a single through mid-wicket. Does Carter? He goes to, just watching the umpire, making sure that was off the bat. Yes, it was. Carter goes to 7, the total to 83 for 1. And you hear a lot, Mike, about the Birmingham leagues and the strength of the Birmingham leagues. Is that still the case, that it's a good standard of cricket?
Yes, I think so. I mean, the Birmingham League as it now is, after the rearrangement a few years ago of league cricket, is now the sort of top of the pyramid for the whole sort of Midlands leagues.
Booth away from us, bowls to Haynes, who's hit on the pad. That's a good shout, and he's given, and Tom Haynes is on his way, and that's a good breakthrough, and that's a big wicket as far as Warwickshire are concerned. And I was saying that you've got 2 openers who are in, and now they're both gone within 13 runs of each other. And I think Tom Haynes knew as soon as the ball hit his pad, it just nipped back in, and he was plumb in front, and Tom Haynes goes, and suddenly both openers have gone, and you just feel that the momentum has just been sucked away from Sussex here. But good bowling and good captaincy.
And in similar fashion to Michael Booth, who's claimed both of them. So, just, again, an innings chopped off as it was about to bloom there. Tom Haynes with 38, but I think, like his opening partner, Tom Clark, he's got to feel that he's left some runs behind.
Definitely, I think there's no question about that. And I was just thinking, with Ollie Carter, he's just come to the crease, who's just struggling a little to get going. Carter's used up 13 balls to score 7. That you're just thinking, I need to take on and play the big role here. But he's gone. But credit to Booth, who's bowled very nicely.
Not dissimilar to the previous dismissal. Just looking at the replay of that, it was pretty full, and Haynes hadn't really gone anywhere.
He'll be disappointed. Finn Hudson-Prentice is the new man who was in good form up at Welbeck Colliery on Friday. Well, I have to say we were made really welcome. It was sometimes when you go to outground cricket, you're never quite sure what's going to happen in terms of facilities. I mean, we shouldn't worry really, because I love outground cricket, but it was really good at Welbeck, and the people there were very welcoming. So I doubt if any of them are listening to us, because they're playing there today against Yorkshire, but it was a smashing day.
I don't think that's one I haven't been to. I've seen Knots at Worksop, which is not all that far from here, but not at Welbeck Colliery. So I
mean, it was in the middle of nowhere.
Oh, I'm sure.
I mean, I came off the M1. I was driving around these country lanes thinking, have I gone the wrong way? But it was a thoroughly enjoyable day, apart from the result. In comes Booth. Bowls to Hudson-Prentice, beats him outside the off stump, and this is a really good spell of bowling by Michael Booth. And I'm going to big up Mike here, because he said he's a useful bowler, and he's proving more than that so far. He's in his 3rd over. Figures of 2 for 6. And sorry, Mike, I interrupted you talking about the Birmingham leagues and how the expansion of that.
It sits now at the top of the sort of pyramid in the West Midlands. So the Warwickshire, somebody will tell me, correct me if I've got these wrong, Warwickshire, Staffordshire, Shropshire and Worcestershire leagues all feed into it.
Here comes Booth bowls, and Hudson-Prentice plays to mid-on. There is no run.
So there's quite an extensive pyramid now that goes all the way down through the divisions for Saturday cricket. But yeah, the top of it has always been a pretty good standard, and quite often you'll find, well, not just young Warwickshire players, but occasionally current Warwickshire players around the league still turning out for their clubs, and it's very competitive.
Booth into Hudson-Prentice, who plays carefully to mid-on, fielded there by Tazim Ali, and it's another dot ball.
Don't think I've missed any of the counties out. Staffordshire, Shropshire, Worcestershire and Warwickshire. But yes, so my lade's playing Warwickshire League cricket, and ultimately the very top of that pyramid is the Birmingham League, sits on top of that. So it's good, and there are lots of cricket clubs around, even the urban West Midlands. There's plenty about.
Booth in bowls, and Hudson-Prentice gets a streaky single down to 3rd man. That could have gone anywhere, frankly. Looked to play it away through the offside. It's ended up down at 3rd man, but it was in the air, and that's the end of an excellent over from Michael Booth, who has now bowled 3 overs, has taken 2 for 7, and Sussex, after a very promising start in which they were 70 without loss at the end of the power play, suddenly we've had 15 overs, and they are now 84 for 2, so they've added just 14 runs in the last 5 overs and lost 2 wickets. And Warwickshire will feel that they're right back in this game. Not that they were out of it on a good pitch and a quick outfield, but suddenly, Warwickshire will feel very pleased with this situation.
Yes, they've changed the pattern of the game a bit. Going to leave you shortly to do an update for our local radio listeners, but seeing as you brought up league cricket, it'd be good to hear from listeners if you want to get in touch with us about the league cricket where you are. Road starts a new over, and it's pushed away into the leg side by Hudson-Prentice for no run. So whether you're listening from the Midlands or down here in Sussex or wherever you're following the game from, tell us about the club. If you're part of a club, if you were watching a game yesterday, or if your club is playing today, then it'd be great to hear where. Tell us what happened. Did you see a good game yesterday? I saw bits of 2 very good games yesterday. So If you were at one or in one, then we'd love to know. We'd talk about your club. That'd be great. Hudson Prentice is going to get a run here off Rhodes, turning it through Miko. 2 runs, in fact. They run very efficiently for that. So you can email me at mike.taylor-bm@bbc.co.uk, or you can rattle Adrian's cage at
sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk.
Splendid. Okay, well, see, it'd be fun to mention as many clubs as possible. So if something happening at your club, it'd be nice to mention it. This is Rhodes bowling to Hudson Prentice, who drives and gets 1 through the covers. So he's up to 4, and it's 87 for 2.
One other thing about club cricket, actually, I mean, since COVID, a lot of clubs now are not doing tea.
No,
and you have to take your own. Is that the case up in the?
The games I've been to with my lads, it generally is. Yeah, not
take your own.
There are a few who are still doing teas, and everybody wants to play in those games. Rhodes bowls, and it's defended away into the offside by Carter. Those get suddenly, 400 people want to play in those games, but no. But yeah, by and large, I think now it's that is the case, because it's quite an undertaking turning out.
I think that's it. I think it's almost. It is really, really difficult to find people who want to do it.
It is. It's a big commitment. It's not a cheap thing to do either necessarily, but yes, bring one's own sustenance is the way now generally. Rhodes bowls. This is driven. We had perfect time, but it seemed to gather momentum and beat Hannon Dolby's dive. I didn't think it was going to, but it's gone away to long off for 4 runs. A first boundary for Ollie Carter to try and get him moving. It's 91 for 2. I'm just going to leave you for a few moments, Adrian, to talk to our local radio listeners.
I do think Will Rhodes was desperately happy about that bit of fielding. He sort of turned around in an exasperated fashion, and he's not looking at Ollie Hannon Dolby at mid-off, who probably knows he should have stopped that. Either way, 91 for 2, welcome boundary as far as Sussex are concerned. Rhodes in, bowls, and Carter's going to pick up another boundary, and that was loose, and it was down the leg side. Carter, in fact, it's not a boundary to him, it is a boundary to the score, but that came off the thigh pad, down the leg side, and so Sussex go to 95 for 2, so 11 runs off of that over. As Mike was saying, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. I will write down Mike's email address in a moment. That's twice he's said it and twice I haven't written it down. But if you're just joining us, a very good morning or into the afternoon now, and Hove looking a picture, lots of lovely blue sky, some cotton wool clouds, decent sized crowd. The temporary stands at the far end of the ground are still up for T20, where Sussex will have a quarter-final in a few weeks' time when Lancashire will be the visitors. But in comes Michael Booth, bowls to Hudson Prentice, who drills that away through the covers. They take 1, they'll think about 2. Oh, they're coming. Oh, there's going to be a run out here. That is ridiculous. That is utterly ridiculous. I just don't know what Ollie Carter's thinking. That is just a wicket that has been thrown away by Sussex, and that is very, very poor cricket. It was drilled away into the offside by Hudson Prentice. The fielder had got to the ball. Carter turned and just started running back, and Finn Hudson Prentice was never interested in coming back for the second, and it was the correct call by Finn Hudson Prentice, and I'm afraid that's a dreadful piece of running, and Sussex have lost their 3rd wicket, an unnecessary wicket. Ollie Carter is run out for 11, and Sussex are 96 for 3. We'll get Mike's view on that in a moment when he comes back from doing his update, but that's poor cricket. And Carter was on his way. I mean, there's nothing wrong in this format of cricket in terms of running quickly. Sloppy cricket. As Carter makes his way off, and the new man coming in is Daniel Ibrahim. And what I would say in this competition is that I'm not saying there's a long Sussex tale, but after Jack Parson, you've got Archie Lerner, Mary Carvelos, and Henry Crocombe. So they can all hold a bat these days. But if you're looking for somebody who's going to make a substantial score, Sussex are now looking at Ibrahim, Hudson Prentice, John Simpson, maybe young Henry Rogers as the batsmen in the side. But now 2 new players at the crease. got to get used to the pace of the pitch, etc. And Sussex having had such a good start. And now behind the game, 96 for 3. In comes Booth, bowls. Ibrahim's beaten outside the off stump, and that was a bit of a nothing shot, to be honest. Playing from the crease, the ball rattles past the outside edge. And Warwickshire suddenly feeling that they're right in this game. Slip back in place. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised to see a second slip go in here. Absolutely, that's exactly what's happening. So Ed Barnard has seen that this is the moment to go on the attack, and he's supporting his bowler. It's good captaincy by Barnard as Booth is in. Bowls to Ibrahim. Ibrahim is forward. Plays to mid-on, fielded by Tazi Mani, and there is no run. So it's pretty unusual in the 17th over of a 50 over game to see 2 slips in place, but I think that's really good skippering by Ed Barnard. He's supporting Michael Booth, who's bowled, he's into his 4th over, figures of 2 for 8, and they're just sniffing another wicket here, are Warwickshire, as Booth is in. Bowls to Ibrahim, who's beaten for the 2nd time in the over again, going really nowhere on the crease, to be honest, and a rather tame shot outside the off stump taken by keeper Benjamin. Mike is back with us. I know you were just about to do your update. I mean, I just said that was poor cricket by Sussex, that run out. I don't know what you made of it, Mike.
It was a bit needless tangle, really.
Oh, I thought it was ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, it's a sacrificed wicket.
Yes, it is.
Day where already under a bit of pressure in the last few minutes.
Booth in bowls. Ibrahim's beaten for the 3rd time in the over, and it's a really good spell of bowling this by Michael Booth. He's bowling a good line of the length. He's looking to hit the top of off stump. And I was just saying, good skipping by Barnard here, because he's recognised Sussex are 3 down, having had such a good start. And he's just thinking here, well, we get a 4th one down here, and he's supporting his bowler.
Oh, sure. If you can pick up one more at this point, then Warwickshire really will feel like they're favourites.
Comes Booth again, bowls, and Ibrahim, well, I'll say let that one go outside of the other, but it's a very fine over by Michael Booth. A wicket going down in the over, but that was a run out. Just 1 run coming off of it at the end of the 17th over. Sussex are 96 for 3. Yeah, the way I saw that, Mike, was it was played. There was only ever 1 run there. There's nothing wrong with trying to turn 1s into 2s. I think that's a good thing to do and put pressure on the fielder. But he didn't. He just turned and came running back, and I think Hudson Prentice was horrified to see that Carter was halfway back up the pitch.
Yeah, it did only look like a long single.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a mistake, and these things happen, and maybe they start to happen because that's a product of the previous few overs where the scoring rate has been slowed down.
Yeah.
If you think, well, we've got to get 300. Ed Barnard, having bowled 3 overs from the CN to start and got a little bit of rough treatment at the hands of the openers, has now brought himself back down the hill from the Cromwell Road end. And his first ball is pushed out into the offside by Hudson Prentice. But if a batting team isn't careful, those dismissals like that can have a sort of long-lasting effect, because now you've got one batter out there who's been involved in a run out, which would shake the temperament of most people a little bit.
Oh, that's out.
He's caught in front here by Barnard, and he's LBW. He hasn't really gone anywhere in the crease again, and Barnard nipped that one back in a fraction, and Hudson Prentice is out. So he's soon going to be able to resume discussions with Ollie Carter about the run out, because he's gone there to join him. LBW to Barnard for 5, and Sussex on the slide at 96 for 4 in the 18th over.
Well, in real trouble, and we called that as soon as it hit the pad. That looked like it was out, and I don't think there was much doubt in the mind of umpire Ben Peverell. And Sussex have subsided here from 71 without loss to 96 for 4. Caught on the crease was Finn Hudson Prentice. I think some credit here. I think I said earlier that I like Ed Barnard as a cricketer, but his captaincy skills there. He's taken the wicket, he's bought himself, he's back on. They see there's an opportunity here. As Mike was saying, Sussex have had the run out. Maybe that's just unsettled Finn Hudson Prentice a little bit, who batted so nicely on Friday. And Sussex haven't got the longest tail here. Sorry, they have got a long tail, in my opinion. John Simpson coming in now at 6. I'll be keen to get into form. He was out first ball at Welbeck on Friday, but he's a fine player, but he's got a lot of work to do here. Then young Henry Rogers, then you're into the bowlers really. I mean, Jack Carson can bat, no question about that, but Archie Lenman, Mary Carvelos, Henry Crocombe, it's unfair on those guys to expect them to score lots of runs. So, Sussex are in trouble here.
Yes, on a day where it was our feeling and assumption at the start that 300 is probably what you're looking for, and certainly after the openers rattling up 70 in the first 10 overs, and look, without taking crazy risks, they just played.
Yes, totally. They played proper cricket shots.
It around nicely for 10 overs. To now be 4 down for 96 is a problem for Sussex.
We've lost 4 for 25, Mike, in 7 and a bit overs.
But as you say, John Simpson, the Sussex captain, is a fine player, and his record stands comparison with any sort of wicket-keeper batter roll around county cricket in recent seasons. With Middlesex for a long time, of course. This is his first season here, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yeah.
So here he is to face Barnard, who goes round the wicket to the left-hander, wide of the crease, and Simpson is forward, pushing away into the offside. But I mean, he's made some big runs here already this season.
Yes, he has. He's made 300s in the county championship, and Sussex, with due respect to Ollie Carter, who has been the wicket-keeper, and it may well be that Ollie Carter's time comes again. I hope it does, but I think Sussex needed a top-class wicket-keeper. That was one of the decisions that was made.
Round the wicket comes Barnard again, and Simpson is forward carefully, running this to backward point, and suddenly, as you'd expect, a bit of crackle around the fielding team at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. So he was brought to the club, made captain. The idea was to do it for the first 7 matches of the championship, see how it went, and it's clearly gone very well. So that's been suspended for the rest of the season. So, 300s, and he's kept wicket well, so he's been a terrific addition.
96 for 4, Barnard again. We beat Simpson with one that just nibbled away from Simpson's drive, and it's through to Benjamin.
I think there's a lot depending on John Simpson here. I think if Simpson were to get out, young Henry Rogers, the next man in, young 18-year-old. But Sussex need to rebuild here. They've got to be careful. This is a little bit what happened up at Welbeck on Friday.
And there is time. There's plenty of time to bat. Barnard bowls, and Simpson wants a run here, pushing it through a gap at backward point. Lintott comes in from the boundary to field, and it's the end of a successful over for the Warwickshire captain Ed Barnard, removing Finn Hudson-Prentice in that over, LBW for 5. At the end of it, Ibrahim yet to score and Simpson 1, and Sussex 97 for 4 in 18 overs, and their position having crumbled quite a bit in the last 20 minutes.
Yeah, they have. And I think, real credit to Barnard. I think that's good cricket nous, isn't it? You've got a side 3 down, there's been a run out. So the skipper thinks, I tell you what, I'm going to bring myself back on here, and picks up a wicket. Put the pressure on, got a couple of slips in place. And Warwickshire certainly in the driving seat here, and you wouldn't have said that 20 minutes ago, how a game can change. Booth around the wicket, bowls Simpson, crumbs, that was a good delivery. And he's cupped his hands to his face there, Michael Booth, because that wasn't far away. That jagged back into John Simpson, and it wasn't a million miles away from missing the top of the stump.
No, he's left it on length, but you've got to be even pretty confident to do that.
Yeah.
And Booth has already picked up 2 wickets. Tazim Ali's he's been warming up for ages.
Yes,
didn't get a bowl at Leicester the other day. He's probably looking at the wickets thinking, hang on.
Booth in again, bowls, full pitch delivery, and driven into the covers by Simpson. There is no run. Yeah, Michael Booth before these 2 balls, 4 overs, 2 for 8. Wickets of both openers and both LBW.
Ed Barnard, his interview the other day, did actually make a point of, he felt a bit bad for Tazim Ali. You bring an 18-year-old spinner into the team, and the seamers bowled the other team out for 80, and he didn't get a go. So he's seeing 4 wickets go down in the last half an hour. Look, don't forget me, Skip.
Here comes Booth, bowls to Simpson. He beats him outside the off stump. Good carry through to keeper Benjamin. There is no run. Now, Mike was saying to get in touch about where you were watching league cricket yesterday. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. And Mike, I'm sorry.
Mike.taylor-bm at bbc.co.uk.
Thank you, Mike. So Trevor Cox has been in touch. Hello, Trevor. Good to hear from you. I'll read your email in between deliveries as in comes Booth around the wicket bowls, and Simpson, I think, pulled the bat inside the line at the last moment. Morning, Adrian, says Trevor. I watched Horsham v Middleton yesterday. Middleton 268 all out, Horsham 107 all out. Oh, I don't think the chairman would be too happy about that. Chris Nash, the former Sussex opener.
Was that at Horsham?
Rather a one-sided game with Horsham losing, missing several players on holiday, and the pros Bertie Foreman and Charlie Tier unavailable due to the one-day comp taking place. In comes Booth bowls to Simpson and plays it off an inside edge onto the pad and bounces out into the offside. One more to the total, 98 for 4. Trevor goes on to say, I think that a lot of clubs nationally will be in a similar position due to the comp and the 1 and the 100 taking place. Almost a pro-free August for all clubs. I do miss the tea interval, as this was a chance to have a chat with your colleagues or mull over decisions made during play before the break. Best wishes as always, says Trevor, who was steward down here for many years. In comes Booth bowls to Ibrahim, who I think that's come off the pads down towards fine leg. We'll wait for the umpire's decision, and indeed it is, and indeed they are leg byes. So a ripple of applause around the ground, because that is the 100 up for Sussex, although the scoreboard hasn't ticked over yet. So I'm assuming it's the 100 up.
Yeah, I've got 102. Yeah.
Yes, there we go. 102 for 4, and that's at the end of the 19th over. So just to give you an idea of how Warwickshire fought back in this, at the end of the 10th, Sussex was 70 without loss. So Sussex have added 32 in the last 9 overs and have lost 4 wickets.
Yep, 2 of them to Booth and 1 to Barnard, 1 run out. That sounds an agreeable place to spend a Saturday though, watching Horsham. Was it Middleton was the winning club, was it?
Yeah, so I don't know where that game was. I think it was at Horsham, because Trevor's got Horsham down as the first name, so I'm assuming it was Horsham.
Good win for Middleton. Round the wicket comes Barnard. Oh, and he does beat Simpson there, who was on the walk pushing forward and missed that. And this is a bit of an awkward start for John Simpson.
And as experienced as John Simpson is, he's 36 now. You're probably thinking I missed out at Welbeck on Friday. I got picked up a first baller there, and he'll just be desperately keen. He's the experienced head in this side, and a lot resting on his shoulders here.
Everybody likes to feel the ball out the middle of the bat. This is a little bit over pitched by Barnard, and it's driven out through extra cover, and Lintott is sort of running around in a half circle around the boundary to stop it, and hauls it back, and they're going to get 3 runs. So Simpson's up to 5, and it's 105 for 4. Thank you, Trevor. So it'd be nice to mention lots of other clubs. So if you want your club, the thrill of having your club mentioned on the BBC, we can do that.
Yeah.
Baggy from Rugeley, which is has been in touch and says, great to see such a strong team for the Bears this season. Really enjoying watching them, especially the youngsters coming through, Theo Wiley and Taz Ali. The future's bright. So says Baggy. Thank you from Rugeley in the great county of Staffordshire. Forward comes Ibrahim looking for his first run and nudges into the leg side. All the best people are from Staffordshire.
I tell you what, it's an interesting email that, Mike, because I think there is a bit of a feeling around that the 50 over cup is a little bit like the League Cup in football, that it's kind of a bit of a second competition.
Yeah.
But I think, looking at the strength of sides, and Notts had a strong side out on, this is a side that the competition people want to win.
Oh, for sure. And as Barnard bowls and Ibrahim steps across outside the off stump and guides a slightly shorter delivery on the bounce to backward point. Ed Barnard, in his interview with my colleague Clive Eakin the other day, was saying exactly that. He said, look, we're trying to, essentially, paraphrasing, we're trying to do 2 things here. We're trying to bring on our young players, because it's a great opportunity to play first team cricket, and we want to win the competition. So I think a lot of the counties are in that situation. Yes. I mean, Sussex are here today, trying to sort of ride both horses in that. I think you can do it. He tries a short ball, and Ibrahim goes to pull, and it's gone wide of the wicketkeeper, and it is 4 runs, so I think he has just gloved that.
Yeah, he has. He's lucky to get away with that.
Yes, it wasn't all that far away from Chris Benjamin. Perhaps just brushing the glove, but he's getting 4 runs, Ibrahim, to get him off the mark, and maybe that will settle him down. But Yeah, I think it is possible to do both. If you've got good young players, then you want to see them in first team cricket. And it's a big days for those youngsters. Barnard has Ibrahim forward, driving up to mid-off, to mid-on. It's the end of the over. 20 overs gone, 109 for 4. Sussex.
No, I mean, you're absolutely right. And you talk to Paul Farbrace after any game, doesn't matter what game of cricket it is, Paul Farbrace hates losing.
Yeah.
So, Sussex haven't come into this game thinking, well, we'll just try for youngsters, and if we win, great, and if we lose, well, it doesn't really matter. I think anyone who thinks that's what this competition is about has got it seriously wrong. It's exactly as Mike has said and Ed Barnard has said. It's about trying to juggle the two. But you want to be competitive. I mean, there's only 3 competitions you can play in this country for county sides, and this is one of them. So why wouldn't you want to win it?
Oh, for sure. No, I think, but if you're going to bring young players into the first team environment, it needs to be with a degree of pressure. It's a game we've got to win. We're not just here for the game.
Booth is in, bowls to Simpson, who drives to it off. Need to get a bit of a move on here. Throw comes in. It misses the stumps of Ed Barnard, but I don't think it was probably that far away. It was, in the end, a well-taken signal, but an element of risk. But Simpson goes to 6, a total to 110 for 4. And you're absolutely right. And for younger players, I'm looking at the likes of Daniel Ibrahim out here. Now, he's been on Sussex's books for a while. He's got a real opportunity here, to show Sussex that in a pressure situation in front of a decent crowd, he can make runs, and you can force your way into the reckoning for the county championship side. So this is, these are important matches and important innings for some of these younger players. In comes Booth, bowls to Ibrahim, who pulls through the leg side. Short ball pulled away, and a boundary, and a rare boundary for Sussex, and a rare short delivery from Michael Booth. But Ibrahim latched onto that, pulled the ball through mid-wicket, and he picks up a boundary. Welcome boundary for Sussex. They go to 114 for 4. Ibrahim to 8.
Yes, I hit 2 boundaries in the last 10 overs before that one. So
right.
That's helpful. Yeah, I think seeing the young players come in, that was one of the things that made this quite an attractive competition to watch last year. I really enjoyed the games I saw in it.
No, I agree. In comes Booth and bowls. And Ibrahim, well, he gets away with that. I mean, in the end, he's going to pick up a single down to a wideish third man, but that wasn't far away from the fielder at backward point. Ibrahim goes to 9, Sussex to 115 for 4.
Yes, it's a little tester, isn't it, for Daniel Ibrahim? This is the sort of test that the county, I imagine, will want to see him have, because there's been a pressure on.
Yeah.
He wants to get on with it now. He's been there a little while. You can see him starting to play shots, but there's plenty of time to bat here.
Booth in again, bowls to John Simpson, short. Simpson pulls down to find a very, very good piece of fielding down in front of the players' pavilion. I'm not sure that is all the way out there. Is that?
I think that is Kai Smith.
Was a brilliant bit of fielding, because he had to make ground around the boundary, and not only did he stop the ball, but he got his throw in very quickly, and Simpson could only take a single. He goes to 7, 116 for 4.
Yes, very efficiently fielded. He's just been a little short in this over Booth.
Who's in over the wicket, bowls to Ibrahim, who defends to mid-off. Yeah, well pitched up, driven to mid-off. Total remains 116 for 4. I'm very impressed, Mike, because different commentators have different methods they use to cover it. You look like you're almost scoring every ball over there with your sheet.
I am. I can't not do it.
Really?
I'm slightly obsessive with that.
Wow. I wondered how you knew so quickly. There was only 2 4s in the last 10 overs, and I thought,
can't help doing it.
Mike's setting a high bar here.
On the test match, there was always a kid in the stand with his scorebook. That was me.
Booth, and Ibrahim is gone, and it's a really loose shot, but I have to say it's a brilliant catch in the slips. Loose shot by Ibrahim, ball outside of the off stump, and thank you, Mike. It's Rob Yates who took a good diving catch away to his right hand side. I'm afraid Sussex are rather subsiding here from 71 without loss to now 116 for 5. And I have to say, with most of the wickets that have fallen, they've been victims of their own downfall, really. And Sussex in deep, deep trouble, and a 3rd wicket for Michael Booth.
It looked like he was trying to sort of guide it to third man, which is a pretty regular one-day stroke, but he needed to get it a bit wider than that. Yates is a good slipper, a really good slipper. Suggested to me recently the best Warwickshire fan since Ricky Clark, and I think that's probably a good champ.
Yeah.
And it was quite a long way to his right, and yet he always looked like getting it.
Yeah.
Rob Yates. It was a
No,
good
you're right.
game.
I would agree.
Very good fielder. Close into the wicket. So now Sussex in difficulty at 116 for 5, which looks a long way away from where we think that they are aiming for and where it looked like they were going to be when they were 70 for none after 10 overs.
Well, the new man coming is young Henry Rogers, who's a young player I haven't seen an awful lot of. Batted quite nicely up at Welbeck Colliery. He's in England under 19, so you may well know Tazim Ali. But he's got a big job to do here, and this is the sort of situation. And you're a young player, you're batting with some of the experience of John Simpson. He's got oodles of time here. They're 29. No need to rush. Just take your time, pick up your ones and twos, but a massive responsibility here. I think if Simpson goes here, Sussex are in. Well, they're in trouble as it is, but someone's got to stand up and make some runs here.
Well, it's a big chance for him, and the start of a new over from Barnard. We beat Simpson, and has it taken the edge? Warwickshire think it has, and he's out. Simpson looks very, very disappointed to be given out by umpire Peverell, but he's going to have to go 116 for 6. They all liked it straight away.
They did.
The bowler was up for it before it had even reached Chris Benjamin, but Simpson has to go. Caught by Benjamin off Barnard, his second wicket for 7 and 116 for 6, and 6 wickets have fallen for 45.
Oh, what a turnaround. He's not been in great nick as John Simpson picked up a duck last week, but there was a massive responsibility. And I did say I was worried about the strength of the Sussex batting order, and you just felt those at the top of the order, the Haynes, the Clarks, when you've got in, you've got to go on and play a big knock. And John Simpson is gone for 7, and Sussex really are in trouble here. The new man coming in is Jack Carlson. Now, Jack Carlson can bat. And he's got oodles of time to do it, but Sussex have somehow got to try and put some sort of score together here. They've got loads of time left, but after this, Archie Lenham, and Archie can bat. Carbalis has got a first-class 50 to his name, but really, the bowlers are going to have to try and dig Sussex out of a massive hole here.
Yes, well, again, opportunity knocks for the new batters as they come in. Jack Carson restored to the Sussex side today in place of Bertie Foreman, so we shall see him bowling his off breaks probably in a little while, but he's got a big job to do in the meantime. And
credit again, Barnard, he's kept himself on, hasn't he? And I think you just sense when that third wicket went down, Mark, you just sense that Barnard was thinking, we've got a little window here. And that window is, they've opened it and they're going through it.
Diving through it. Here's Barnard then to bowl again to Carson. Hits him on the pad, coming forward. He's quite well forward, Carson. So that one's turned down. He's from Northern Ireland, isn't he, Carson?
Yes, he is. Yeah, came over as a very young, in his early teens. I was talking to his mum 2 or 3 weeks ago, Jack, when they were over to watch him, and came over as a young man. They went to Hurstpierpont College, not far from here, and that's a big move for Jack. He come over to don't know anybody.
Yeah, well, that's part of it as well, isn't it? Barnard bowls and Carson jabs this away on the offside for no run. That's part of the growing up as a professional sportsman, isn't it? Moving away from home and.
For sure, he is fiercely competitive, Jack, and he's been on a couple of Lions tours, so he's very highly regarded, and he's one of these cricketers who, he won't give up, but he's got a big role to play here. My word. Well,
that's the sort of chap they need at the moment.
That's out as well, isn't it?
By Barnard, who really wants it, but umpire Peverell is turning this one down. He was quite well forward, I think, there, Rogers, and that might well have been in his favour.
I think that saved him, Mike. But it looked very straight.
Well, Barnard's in pushing hard. They're really trying to force through the breach here.
Yeah.
Warwickshire. 116 for 6.
We said they've been bowling sides out,
Yeah,
Mike, in
well,
the T20 and in this competition.
Cricket rattled through Leicestershire the other day. Here's Barnard again, and Carson is getting the bat out there this time to defend back up the pitch. But the whole character of the game has completely changed.
Yeah.
In the space of, what was it, 20 to 12 when the first wicket went down thereabouts, and now here we are at 12:30, and it's an entirely different fixture. Carson, who's a strongly built chap, batting at number 8 for Sussex. Looks like Hannon Dolby warming up.
Yeah.
Barnard bowls and Carson drives back to him on the bounce. A wicket maiden for Ed Barnard. 6 overs, 2 for 32 now, and in 22 overs, Sussex crumbling at 116 for 6 with both Henry Rogers and Jack Carson new to the crease.
So in the last 12 overs, Sussex have added 46 runs and lost 6 wickets. And again, I think this is a sign of good captaincy again. I hate to rattle on about this, but as Mike was saying, all of a sudden your opening bowler's coming back into the attack. So, Sussex 6 down, you've got a young 18-year-old in, and he brings back his opening strike bowler, Oliver Hannon Dolby.
Yes, I'm feeling a bit for poor old, well, not poor old, that's exactly what he isn't, Tassim Halley at the moment.
I've just got to do an update, Mike,
Yes.
to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex. Just to let you know, in the Test match, the West Indians 127 for 4, so leading now by 33. So they certainly, making a game as he hoped they would. And wickets tumbling elsewhere. Up at Welbeck Colliery, where we were the other day, Nottinghamshire are 60 for 5 against Yorkshire. Surrey 83 for 6. Hannon Dolby in from the C end of the ground, bowls to Henry Rogers, who's forward and plays that to backward point. And there is no run. So still a slip in place. A third man, sweeper on the cover boundary, fine leg and a deep mid wicket. As Hannon Dolby wanders back to his mark. It is indeed, and it is still the beautiful Hove ground in lovely sunshine. But when you were last with us, Sussex were going along very nicely. Indeed, at one stage, they were 71 without a loss, but they've crumbled in the last half hour and are now 116 for 6 in all sorts of trouble in the 23rd over. Henry Rogers, young 18-year-old, he at the crease with Jack Carson. Neither of these two have scored at the minute, but Sussex in desperate need of a partnership to try and force their way back into this match. Elsewhere at the Oval, they're also in grave trouble against Glamorgan. They're 84 for 6 in the 21st over. Kent faring slightly better. They're playing up at Blackpool against Lancashire. Kent, after 24 overs, are 94 for 3. Thanks very much. As Hannon Dolby is back to his mark and runs away from us to bowl to the right-handed Henry Rogers. He's in and bowls, and Rogers is beaten outside the off stump, prodding forward. The ball rattles through into the gloves of Benjamin, and there is no run.
They've got the opening bowlers at opposite ends from where they started.
Yes, they have.
With Hannon Dolby chugging up the hill, he might well be. It's my benefit here. I'm a bit old for chugging up the slope. But here he is.
And Will Rhodes has now gone into first. There's 2 slips in place now, and Warwickshire feel they can finish this off, Hannon Dolby on his way, bowls. Rogers is beaten again outside of the off stump. He's got the ball on a bit of string here, isn't he? Just pitching them all round about middle and off.
I must just acknowledge an email I've had from Jim in the last few minutes, who has picked up the news that Will Rhodes is heading for Durham. So thank you for
Interesting move.
drawing that to my attention. Yeah, well, he's got plenty of cricket left in him, Will Rhodes, but leaving Warwickshire at the end of this season, as we heard the other day. Thank you, Jim.
And Dolby in again and bowls, and Rogers plays this one very late, and I'm not sure where it's entirely where he intended it to go, but he's a young player and he's against a quality bowler in Hannon Dolby. He'll just be glad to have got on his way, Henry Rogers. He goes to 117 for 6. And Trevor got back in touch with a question for you, actually, Mike. He says, Jake Lintott has been one of the stars in the 100. I wonder why he wasn't picked up by one of the teams this year.
Yeah, I think we wouldn't have been surprised if he had been. Yeah, he's just not picked up this year, as you say. Has done well in the 100 and has made a decent living of going around the world. He's played in lots of T20 leagues. And so for a fellow who was still teaching until he was 27, had go in a number of second teams without getting a pro contract with anybody. Warwickshire took a punt on him, bowling his left arm wrist spin, which we haven't yet seen today. Ed Barnard running towards us from the Cromwell Road end, and forward comes Rogers, pushing away square on the offside and doesn't get a run. But yeah, not picked up. Whether the feeling was he didn't perform quite as well in the 100 last season, or just not selected. But he's turning that to his advantage by he's played in some championship games this season, which he'd very seldom done. I think he'd only played in 2 previous championship games before this year. Barnard bowls, and there's a run here for Rogers, pushing it past Smith at cover point and getting one out to the Burgess on the boundary this time. So yeah, he's now he's turning out in this competition. Jake Lintott for Warwickshire, but I dare say in the winter he will be off trying to ply his trade in various white ball leagues again, because that's a perfectly noble way to earn a living as a cricketer these days. So good for him.
Totally.
Barnard bowls, and this is levered away by Carson. He's going to get runs wide of mid-wicket. Tazim Ali is giving chase, and I think the ball's going to win. It does. Up to the rope. That was nicely timed by Carson, who's away with the boundary.
As I say, he's not someone just to throw in the towel, Jack Carson. And Sussex need a bit of his fight and determination. Of course, a lot of Sussex cricket fans are Brighton and Hove Albion supporters. I guess up in your neck of the woods, Mike, it might be split between Villa or Birmingham or whoever it might be.
There's quite a lot of Villa in the within the Warwickshire camp.
Is there?
That, yeah.
I'll tell you why in a minute, because I've had an email in from Julian, a good friend sitting up there in the top of the Spenkarma Pavilion, who's been in touch.
Barnard passes umpire Peverell, bowls a little bit short, and Carson slaps it away through a gap at extra cover for a run down to Burgess in front of the scoreboard.
Because Brighton and Hove are currently away on their summer tour.
Yeah.
It shows how far the Albion have come. They go on summer tours to Japan these days.
I've seen some of the pictures come from that. They're very popular. They're big in Japan.
They are. And he's just sent me, he says, Tokyo Verde 2. I'm not aware of Tokyo Verde.
Down the ground towards us comes Barnard, bowls a short ball, and it's well played by Rogers, who got inside the line of that and pulled it well for 4 runs, well away from Hun and Dolby on the long leg boundary, and he also picks up a 4. So this just jolting Sussex forward a bit in this over to 127 for 6.
So full time, the news is Tokyo Verde 2, the Albion 4, says Julian, but he's going to talk about the cricket in a minute.
Good. Barnard comes down, there's time off for all that. Barnard bowls, and it's pushed away into the offside. It's the end of the over, 127 for 6 in 24 overs, Sussex. And Rogers has 6 and Carson 5, and at the risk of sounding ever so slightly curmudgeonly on a nice day, and given that I spend much of my working year covering football and enjoying it, but I think it can wait till so I can't get excited about pre-season tours much as I know that the clubs enjoy them these days, but good for them.
Do you know, I struggle to get into football till the end of the cricket season, to be honest. I really do. Anyway, Oliver Hannon Dolby is coming in. Julian says, back to the cricket.
Yes.
What's happened to Harrison Ward? Is he not available for this format? And finally, why were you wearing a high-vis jacket for the toss? Right, well,
he nips out and does the roadworks on Cromwell Road.
That's right,
yeah. At his lunch break.
Yeah, doing a bit of moonlighting, Julian.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got held up in those roadworks this morning. In comes Hannon Dolby, running away from us, bowling to Jack Carson, and Carson plays this firmly through backward point. More runs here for Sussex, a couple of runs fielded out on the deep point boundary. Carson goes to 7 and Sussex to 129 for 6. So in answers to your questions in order, Julian, Harrison Ward has been picked up and is playing in the 100. So good for him. He's playing for the Oval Invincibles. Sussex have lost several players to the 100, so James Coles is playing for the Southern Brave, as is Tamal Mills and Jofra Archer. Alan Dolby in. Bowls, and he's caught, and another wicket goes down, and Sussex really are crumbling here. Good bit of bowling by Hannon Dalby. The ball just held up a bit on the pitch. Carson was through his shot, outside edge, or thick edge, and the ball just spoons up. Leading edge is the word I'm looking for. He's caught at cover, and there's silence around the ground here. People were coming. I'm sort of sitting here thinking people picked a day to come to the cricket and enjoy themselves. And this could be over very quickly because Sussex are 129 for 7, and Jack Carson, the last man to go for 7.
It was a good bit of bowling. It did, as you said there, it just seemed to almost stop on Carson. It didn't arrive as quickly as he was expecting it to, and had already completed the shot. It's come right off the leading edge. So another batter falls, perhaps thinking that. Isn't quite, well, he hasn't at all taken advantage of the conditions in the way that he might have done, but it's been controlled seam bowling that has got Warwickshire all these wickets.
It's been very good, hasn't it? Drinks are being bought out. So sorry, I'm just finishing talking about the other Sussex players involved in the 100. Ollie Robinson and Tom Alsop playing, I understand, at the Trent Rockets. And why was I wearing a high-vis jacket? Well, the reason is because I wandered out for the toss in one of the games and people didn't know quite who we were, so we have to wear a high-vis jacket out to the middle now so people know we are who we are and not someone just sneaking onto the pitch. So thank you, Julian, for your question. I just wonder if Sussex can make any sort of a go of this. Archie Lenham coming to the crease, a long line of Lenhams here at Sussex.
I was going to say, he would be what, the third or
he
fourth
is. No, good knowledge, mate. Yeah, third generation.
I remember Neil in the 80s and 90s, and Les before
That's
that.
it. Yeah, Les Lenham. So, and he could back Archie. So there's no, as we've been saying for the last half hour, a chance for someone to get their head down here. Just to mention, actually, I was looking out towards the Spenkarma Pavilion. I mentioned for the Sussex Cricket Museum, who do some great work. They've got a wonderful exhibition over there at the minute of old photographs taken here at the county ground. The name of the photographer I forget, which is very amiss of me. Perhaps someone might be able to drop me a note and let me know. But it's a brilliant exhibition of some of the great cricketers who have played here, not just for Sussex, but down the years. So the likes of Gary Sobers, Gordon Greenidge, Roy Fredericks when they were playing here for the West Indians, Rowan Kanai, Alvin Kalitcharan. Brilliant black and white photos, and it's if you've got time today, go and have a look in the Sussex Cricket Museum. It's free, and it's a really good exhibition alongside loads of other stuff. But Hannon Dalby is on his way, comes in and bowls to Archie Lenham, who defends down to third man and picks up a single as Archie Lenham, so he's on his way. Sussex to 130 for 7, and I can see actually some of the guys who run the museum, they're all volunteers. They've got the trestle tables set up and some photographs there, and no doubt there'll be some books for sale. So if you're listening around the ground or you're not aware of the museum, perhaps you come down from Warwickshire for the day, there's loads of good stuff over there. And it's worth a look. There's a real silence here. I think people are feeling a bit sort of down in the dumps here because they're looking for a good day's cricket. At the minute, Warwickshire are all over Sussex. Hannon Dalby in. That kept a little low, and Rogers plays it to mid-on. There is no run.
Yes, there's a slight danger of it becoming a good half a day's cricket.
Well, totally. Yeah, absolutely.
You're going to need 200 just to get in the game.
Oh, yeah, I mean, we said when it was 70 without loss at the end of the power play, this is a 300 wicket, and I think it is.
I haven't seen any evidence to suggest otherwise.
No, I would agree. And Sussex just haven't helped their cause with some poor shots, a catastrophic run out. As in comes Hannon Dalby over the wicket, bowls, and he's beaten outside the off stump is Henry Rogers through to the keeper. And credit to Ed Barnard here because he sees the opportunity. I think I just come back to that run out. It just seemed key, and Barnard then thought to himself, right, we're going to get stuck in. We're going to he brought himself back on. He's now brought Hannon Dalby back on, and these are cricketers who've been around a bit, and when Warwickshire will know the game isn't won yet, but they'll know they're in a great position here, and they got the foot on the throat, and I don't see them taking it off anytime soon. Hannon Dolby in, bowls to Rogers, who drives and gets runs, or a run I should say, down to third man. Is that the end of the over? Yes, it is the end of the over. So after 25, oh sorry, I've missed an over. No, after 25 overs, that's right. The Sussex Sharks are 131 for 7 with Rogers on 7, Lenham on 1. And just to reiterate, at one stage Sussex were 71 for 1, so they've lost 7 for 60.
First successful over for Ollie Hannon Dolby, who had those 2 bounces off the inside edge earlier.
Yes.
But, other than that, has been increasingly threatening. But a good start by Rogers. Rogers has shaped up nicely in the few minutes he's been there so far. It's a big chance for him. He's, say, just 18, but
totally, Mike.
It's an opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, there's loads of time. Looks like a decent pitch. I mean, we may be forced to eat our words here, and maybe, you know, Sussex will come out and the ball's moving around all over the place, and we've called it incorrectly. But I'm not entirely sure that we have. You know, certainly Clark and Haynes in those opening 10 overs made it look like a very good pitch.
Well, we're going to see the well, not quite the first bit of spin, because we saw a couple of overs from Rob Yates in the power play when Warwickshire were trying to arrest that good start of Sussex. But Lintott, he's going to bowl his wrist spin for the first time from the Cromwell Road end, left arm over the wicket. And the first ball is just a fraction short, and Rogers goes back and hits it hard out to deep cover, where Tazzy Malley, I think that is now fielding, and he takes 1. So Lintott, as contributor was saying a few moments ago, not part of the 100 this year. He did play in the One Day Cup last year as well, played in every game for Warwickshire. Forward comes Lenham and flicks this into the leg side, but manages to pick out the one close in field there, who was Rob Yates, sprawling to his right. 132 for 7. Lintott walks up to the crease, then just a couple of urgent paces, and this is edged and not taken by Rhodes. I wonder if it looped off the wicketkeeper's glove, but Rhodes, it looped up for a moment, and we're looking sort of over Will Rhodes' shoulder, but that was an awkward one. It seemed to come off the top edge. I wonder if it just deflected off Benjamin's gloves and that took it away from the slip. Lintott tries again, and Lenham is forward, driving here more neatly down to long on for a run. Just trying to squint at the replay. That was of that previous delivery. It was a peculiar one. So it was a false stroke from Lenham, but he got away with it. Lintott's going to try again, and it gives this one a little bit more air. Rogers plays it away into the offside, and across comes Barnard, fields. Ball briskly moved back to Lintott. Yeah, I think just looking at a replay, I think that one came off the top edge and just flicked off Benjamin's glove, and it looped it wide of Rhodes. Now there's going to be a run from the final ball of the over that was just a little bit fuller, and Rogers strokes it up to long on. So a tricky first over from Lintott, but Sussex are through it. They've picked up 3 singles, and at the end of it, the 26th over, Sussex, who were asked to bat first, are 134 for 7, with Lenham 3 and Rogers, Lenham 2, Rogers 9. They've lost in something of a procession after that, after Clark and Haynes had given them a start of 71, but Clark 32, Haynes 38, Carter run out for 11, Hudson Prentice 5, Ibrahim 9, Simpson 7, and Carson 7. They've all missed out.
They certainly have, and Ollie Hannon Dolby is going to carry on from the C end of the ground here at Hove. Running in right arm over the wicket, tall man, in and bowls to Rogers, who drives nicely through the covers and picks up a single, which will take him into double figures, and Sussex to 135 for 7. The wickets shared around for Warwickshire. Ollie Hannon Dolby in his 8th over has got 1 for 39. Ed Barnard 2 for 41. Probably most impressive was Michael Booth. His 6 overs, he's taken 3 for 16. As Archie Lennon waits, there's still a slip in place. In fact, it's more a second slip, to be honest, as Hannon Dolby is in bowls to Lenham, who plays that to mid-wicket and picks up a comfortable single, fielded there by Michael Booth, who trots round, and Lenham goes to 2, and Sussex to 136 for 7. And really, this is all about, for Sussex now, just trying to put some sort of a total together. You know, they've got 23 overs left after this one. Just try and get some sort of a score. It's pretty similar really to what happened at Welbeck Colliery on Friday, when, you know, the lower order were just desperately trying to put something together. And Dolby in bowls and driven away by Rogers, not where he intended. He was looking to play that away on the offside. It ends up off the thickish inside edge of the bat, going through mid-wicket for a single. Rogers was thinking of a second, but Lenham quite rightly said no, there's not 2 there. 137 for 7.
Yeah, he looks all right though, Rogers, doesn't he? He's made quite a good start here. The Test match 146 for 5 West Indies, by the way, lead by 52. That's heading for a
3-day
finish again.
Hannon Dolby in and bowls and let go by Lenham through to keep a Benjamin no run. Yeah, you wouldn't in a Test match cricket, England, you probably don't buy tickets for day 4, do you?
Not at the moment. Not at the moment. There's a very interesting Test match been going on the last few days in Belfast.
Yes.
And that's coming to a good finish. Zimbabwe and Ireland. It's been nip and tuck all the way through. Watched a little bit of that. Ireland at 133 for 6 still need 25 more runs to win.
Oh, that is good.
That's a good finish.
Yeah, it is a good finish.
Only won 1 previous Test match, Ireland, so that'd be a good one.
Hannon Dolby in. Bowls. He's hit on the pad, that's close, and he's gone. And Ollie Hannon Dolby picks up, and Archie Lenham stands and looks, and he needs to be a bit careful there, Archie Lenham, because he stood and it was as if to question what the umpire was saying. He had a good look at his feet, but Archie Lenham has gone, and I'm afraid that's an 8th wicket down. And this is turning into a pretty miserable batting performance from Sussex. From 71 without loss, they've slipped to 137 for 8. Archie Lenham, the latest man out for 3. And a very quiet hove with people who were thinking they're going to have a good day's cricket here in the sunshine. Well, who's to say that Carvelos or Croker might come in and score some runs and Sussex put a decent score together, but I have to say, at the moment, Warwickshire are all over Sussex.
Looking at a scorecard from afar with 4 LBWs, you might not unreasonably wonder if the pitch is doing a little bit. I'm not really sure it is. I mean, that was it. The bowling has been accurate.
Yeah.
And it has been well controlled. And shuffling bowlers on and off, as you've been saying, Barnard's done a pretty good job. But again, the batter hasn't gone anywhere. Lenham, I'm not sure they didn't hit him on the back pad, but he looked very disappointed. But he looked.
It looked very out from here, Mike.
Yeah.
No, I agree. I think it was just no surprise. And Hannon Dolby appealed, and I think it would have been... I think Hannon Dolby knew it was out as well. I mean, I'm prepared to stand corrected here, and, you know, someone might say, actually, the pitch is doing loads, but, you know,
it's not evident from here.
No, it isn't, and not evident when Clark and Haynes opened up and put on 70 in the power play, and... You know, Mike and I are sitting here saying, well, I think I said, you know, this is a 300 pitch, you know, to get yourself in the game.
Feels like a 300 day.
Yes, it does. No, it really does.
However.
Well, Ari Carvelos, he does have a first-class 50 to his name. He waits as Hannon Dolby is in and bowls, and he clips this one away to mid-wicket, Ari Carvelos, so he's on his way, but you can't really be expecting your number 10 to... Well, it has happened in cricket, of course, but... End of the over, a wicket taking over for Oliver Hannon Dolby, who's now bowled 8 overs and has taken he's taken 2 for 42. At the end of the over, Sussex are 138 for 8.
There's a few other middling scores around on what looks like it ought to be a good batting day. The Oval, Surrey 95 for 7. Just looking down the card, you can quite be certain as to the strength of these teams, because they've all got a bit of a mix of youngsters and seniors, but that is a Surrey team in which includes Dom Sibley and Ryan Patel and Rory Burns and Ben Folkes and Cameron Steele. So it's not that far off all first team regulars. Ben Folkes made 44 out of that 95 for 7. Lintott starts the 28th over, and Carvallis pushes the ball away into the covers to take a run. Lintott's second over. I'd be a good thing if he was able to work Tazim Ali in, I think, for the young spinner. While trying to bowl the Sussex out as quickly as possible, Ed Barnard. It wouldn't be a bad thing if he was able to work you in for at least a little while. A full toss here, I think, from Lintott, driven out by Rogers through extra cover for 1. And 140 for 8. Twiddles the bat in and his grip. Carvallis as Lintott floats that one outside the off stump, and Carvallis pushes it away to the offside for no run.
Well, even with my optimistic Sussex hat on, it's quite difficult to see Sussex digging themselves out of this.
This is a little bit shorter, and Carvallis goes back and hits it hard. It's half stopped by Yates, who's quite close in at mid-wicket, but deflects off him far enough for them to take a run.
They've just got to try somehow to eke out some runs here, just to try and put a little bit of pressure onto Warwickshire, but it's a big ask.
Now Rogers leans back and square drives for a run out to Tazim Ali, and he's gone up to 13 and has looked reasonably comfortable so far.
Yep.
Rogers, a good start for him. Carvallis, he's beaten, reaching for the wrong and outside the off stump, and he's missed it, so it's the end of the over. 4 singles from that one, taking Sussex to 142 for 8 in 28 overs, with Rogers moving along nicely amid the wreckage to 13, and Carvallis is with him on 3, and with a young batter there trying to take his opportunity here, Henry Rogers. It is, I think, incumbent on the tail for Carvallis and Crocombe, when he comes to him, to really get their head down and support him if they possibly can.
I couldn't agree more. Oliver Hannon-Dolby's coming in to bowl from the C end of the ground, bowls to Rogers, who works this one to backward point, and there is no run. If you're just joining us, you're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio WM, BBC CWR. Adrian Harms and Mike Taylor, your commentary team. If you're watching via the Sussex live stream and watching the pictures, well done Jack, who's the sole camera operator here at Hove, doing a good job as always on a lovely day, but not a great batting performance from Sussex, it has to be said. Hannon-Dolby is in, bowls to Rogers, who checks his shot and plays it down the ground to mid-on, and there is no run. If you've just joined us, Sussex off to a good start. 70 without loss in the power play, but then wickets tumbling, and now finding themselves 142 for 8. A mixture of some good bowling from Warwickshire. We have to give Warwickshire some credit here. Some poor shots, a calamitous run out. Let Sussex get into this mess, and they're trying to be dug out of it by the young 18-year-old Henry Rogers, who's on 13. He's facing the experienced Hannon-Dolby, who's in and bowls. Rogers drives firmly into the covers, and there is no run. It just occurs to me that Henry Rogers is pretty much half Ollie Hannon-Dolby's age. So this is a good test for Henry Rogers, and as Mike's been saying, you know, you're out there, it's an opportunity. It's for the tail to bat with him, and for him to think, well, I'm not going to give this away. I'm going to play straight, and I'm going to just pick up runs. It's a good audition. In comes Hannon-Dolby, bowls, and Rogers to a good delivery. Clips this one away through mid. They picked up one. Please don't come back for the second. No, not going to. I thought Sussex can't have another run out. Lintott fields, and one more to Rogers. He goes to 14, 143 for 8.
Look, nobody the Sussex hierarchy is going to, have too many sharp words for Henry Rogers if it goes wrong for him here,
No.
and indeed not for the tail enders as well. But there's everything to gain for a young player. Only his second game at first team level.
Yeah.
If he simply goes in and bats for an hour, hour and a half, and shows that he has got the stomach for it, that's
Totally.
that in itself, almost regardless of how many runs he scores, that would tell the coaches here that he's made of the right stuff.
As Hannah Dolby bowls, I'm sorry, and Harry Carvalhais drills the ball down the ground for 4 runs. It was in the air a long time, but it's raced away for 4. So a bit of relief there for Sussex. Carvalhais putting back to ball. He can bat. He made a half-century at Lord's on his debut for Sussex. Drilled straight back down the ground. I think as a bowler, probably Hannah Dolby's not too upset to see him looking to go after the ball. Carvalhais to 7, 147 for 8. And Hannah Dolby is on his way. In and bowls. And Carvalhais plays to mid-on. They're going to take a cheeky single here. Throw comes in. Well, they've got through for the single, but it was... and in fact, that was good cricket actually from Oliver Hannah Dolby, because as he raced across the ground there, he delivered the ball and he just slightly got in the way of Harry Carvalhais as he was completing that single, and he quickly held up his hand and said, sorry about that. But Carvalhais has pinched the strike, 148 for 8, Carvalhais on 8, Rogers on 14, and I think that's a great use of words, Mike. You said that, stomach for the fight. And I think that is the thing, it's a professional game of cricket with a decent crowd on a lovely sunny day, and you've got to show you want to fight. You haven't lost the game yet, but for goodness sake, if you're going to go down fighting.
Yes. So if he ends up playing a match-turning innings, that would be great. But even if he isn't able to do that, if he merely shows that he's made of the right stuff for this sort of level, and can get his head down and concentrate, those will all be good signs. So there's lots to gain for Henry Rogers, because at the non-striker's end at the moment, as Lintott, purveying his left arm wrist spin, starts a new over. In fact, I'm going to have to leave you. I noticed the time to go and pop up on local radio, so I'll go and do that for... We've seen this ball from Lintott, which has Carvalhais pushing back down the pitch at 148 for 8.
Thank you, Mike. The slip in place. Lintott wanders back to his mark. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. If you'd like to send us an email, let us know what you're up to today, or as Mike was saying about where were you watching your cricket yesterday, or playing cricket, as Lintott is in, and Carvalhais plays a shot outside the off stump where he didn't even move his feet, and the ball, very lucky not to get a little edge on that. And Lintott has changed his field, and he can see that Harry Carvalhais clearly liked to hit the ball straight down the ground. He's got himself a log on way down in the distance. Lintott tosses the ball from hand to hand, and is in and bowls, and Carvalhais is again beaten outside the off stump and again taken by Benjamin. Really, the thing for Carvalhais here is, there's ages to go. Just, I'd have thought, easy to say from up here, but maybe just play straight, just look to stay there, pick up the 1s and 2s, and in comes Lintott, bowls and clipped down. That's a fine bit of work behind the stumps by Benjamin, my word. That was down the leg side, and Benjamin took it and flicked off the bails. A very good bit of wicket keeping indeed. But Carvalhais had his back foot rooted. In fact, it was given as a wide, which I didn't notice initially, so apologies for that. Lintott tosses the ball from hand to hand. Sussex to 149 for 8. Lintott in bowls, wide outside the off stump, and Carvalhais puts back to ball, and rightly so, because that was wide of the off stump, and he picks up a single, and well, there's a ripple of applause. It's probably no more than that. Sussex go to 150 for 8 in this, the 30th of the 50 overs of the innings. Lintott in bowls to Rogers, and Rogers in turn drives nicely and picks up another single out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. So, end of the over, Sussex to 151 for 8. Henry Rogers will keep the strike. Just see if we've got any other emails come in. Ian's been in touch from Finton. Hello, Ian Scales. He's a regular contributor. We are going to get a change in bowling, and Mike was saying that he rather hoped to see the young spinner Tazim Ali into the attack, and indeed that is what is going to happen. And just to reiterate around the ground that sun cream is available right around the ground here at O. Plenty of water stations as well, so it's really hot out there today. So please make use of those facilities here at the county ground. Ian says, hello Adrian, I should have stayed in the garden. I tuned in at 70 without loss and thought this looks promising, but how wrong could I be? Succession's a bad decision and batsmen hanging their bats out waiting for a nick. Ian says, get into them, attack the bowling, which he said they must have done in the first 10 overs. So it's going to be Tazim Ali who's going to come into bowl. Mike was hoping to see him bowl, and he's going to come into bowl from the C end of the ground. Young spinner in and bowls, and Rogers, well, have a look, I would say. You know, well, I guess he might know Tazim from England under-19s, but, you know, just have, crumbs, I know it's easy to say, isn't it? But I'd just have a little look for a couple of overs. There's plenty of time to go. In comes Tazim Ali bowls, that's better. Henry Rogers forward, plays onto the onside, and there is no run.
It's a glimpse of the future, isn't it? This
Yes,
two England under-19 internationals.
Yep.
Tazim Ali got quite a big bag of wickets at the World Cup at the start of the year.
He's coming in from the C end of the ground. He's in and bowls, and Rogers works this one to back the point. There is no run. Ian is no fan of the 100 and blames that on a poor Sussex batting display. He's now going to go into the garden and attack his wild roses again.
Oh dear.
Yeah, so he's not very happy, is Ian? Ali in bowls, and Rogers plays firmly down the ground and picks up a single as Henry Rogers, and Ali certainly giving the ball plenty of flight here.
Be careful with the bug sprayer, Ian. Leave the roses alone.
Yeah, 152 for 8.
Go with the sprayer.
I know one or two of our listeners are, well, probably one or two are not entirely happy with the 100 format, but I think we just have to accept now the 100 is here to stay, so it's not going anywhere, and it's just a case of how the schedule's going to work around it. And you know, indeed, some of the Sussex players who've gone off to the 100, Paul Farbrace was saying, you know, you get a chance to play under new coaches with different players. You know, so I'm sure the likes of James Coles and Tom Alsop will be, you know, coming back with stories of, you know, perhaps. Just wait, break off for a minute as Ali is in bowls down the leg side. Good take by Benjamin. It's signalled a wide though. One more to the total. 153 for 8. Perhaps, you know, ways they can improve their cricket. So I know it has got its detractors, but you know, I think we can talk endlessly about it because it's here, and I don't think it's going anywhere. It's a case of how the game can adapt to the schedule, etc. around the 100, which I think is the big talking point. 153 for 8. Mike makes another note in his scorebook. As in comes Ali bowls, and forward comes Carvalho's placed a mid-wicket, and there is no run. So have you always scored? I mean, since a youngster, Mike?
Yep.
And I'm not saying that was a long time ago, but
it was a long time ago. My own youngsters would be quite happy to tell you. Yeah, always scored at school.
Did you? Yeah. In comes Tazim bowls. Always hit on the pad, and he's given out. And Ari Carvalho is on his way. I think it turned a little bit, actually. It was, I don't know if that, I'm trying to work out what he's bowling.
I think it might have been the googly.
Well, I was just saying, if he's bowling leg breaks, and that was the googly, because it certainly turned, and Ari Carvalho was absolutely pinned in front.
Yeah.
And Carvalho has gone for 9, and Sussex, the tale of woe rather continues. 153 for 9. Rogers on 16. And I'm afraid this has been a pretty depressing batting performance from Sussex today.
Once they've got a grip here, Warwickshire, they have really clamped down on it, and his first wicket in the competition, and his second in senior first team cricket for Tazim Ali, a proud product of Warwickshire's academy, and it was a nice one as well, having rolled over a few leg breaks, and that one just skidded on to Carver. So some classical leg spinners dismissal, really.
Yes, it was.
With the batter trapped in the crease, yeah, it skidded straight on. Well bowled.
And he was back, and really it looked very out for up here. So the end of the over, 153 for 9 after 31 overs. A nice email in from Richard Ross, who's listening down in Malvern, beautiful Malvern, just outside of Worcestershire. He says, "Oh, well, this isn't such good news. I'm watching here at home with my leg and arm bandaged up, having taken a big tumble on the Malvern Hills on Friday." Well, I'm sorry to hear about that, Richard. I'm not sure which is worse, my various injuries or Sussex's performance so far. Well, it hasn't been a good Sussex performance. I don't think there's any way trying to dress it up. And this last wicket pair will be trying to restore some kind of respectability. What's been a pretty poor performance.
Lintott starting a new over. Oh dear, and Rogers got himself into a tangle there, going back to a ball that was darting back into him and skidding on. Got to be careful going back against the wrist spinner.
Yeah, absolutely.
153 for 9. This is still only the 32nd over. Tosses the ball from one hand to the other, Lintott, and now ball's a fizzing delivery outside the off stump, and this time Rogers is driving neatly out for a run to deep cover. 154 for 9, and Rogers up to 17. Which makes him the biggest contributor apart from the two openers. Fine leg coming up into the circle. So long on his back for Carvallis, who's opened his stance right up and just steps away for a moment. He's set to try and slog sweep here, Carvallis, Crocombe rather, and he's forward and turning the ball. Lintott thinks he almost got that through. And it's squirted away into the leg side for no run. Thinks he's in the market here, Lintott, for a wicket. He doesn't have one. The float to outside the off stump, and Crocombe off one leg sort of jabs the bat. I don't think he quite knew where that was spinning to. It was spinning away from him and ended up sort of reaching for it and poked it away into the covers. 154 for 9. Rogers quite a way away from the pitch at the non-striker's end, watching Lintott rush that one through, and Crocombe goes back and again off one foot, but rather stylishly pushes it up to mid-off. And again doesn't get a run. And Lintott's going to come around the wicket.
To
the right-hander, so he's going to come from quite wide of the crease, varying the angle, and Crocombe looking to turn that into the leg side against the spin, just fiddles it off a leading edge, and he gets one to backward point, and it's the end of the over. So 1 to Crocombe, 17 to Henry Rogers, and Sussex 155 for 9. Lintott 4 overs for 12. So where was Richard? Malvern, by the Malvern Hills.
Yeah, beautiful. Yeah, just outside of Worcester. Sorry to hear about your injuries.
Yes, I trust you'll be patched up soon, Richard.
Yeah. But thank you for getting in touch. A couple of other emails have come in. Benjamin has been in touch. Hello, Benjamin. I'll read your email. In fact, I'll do it now because there's a slight delay to proceedings. Good to have 50 over cricket back. A much underappreciated format, in my opinion. Shame about the Sussex batting performance so far. On the topic of club cricket, myself and my club Brighton and Hove Albion Crescent spent the week down in Herefordshire on our annual tour of the Welsh borders, playing games Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday. It was our 39th year touring that part of the country. Only COVID and flooding one year have stopped us. In comes Tazim over the wicket bowls and worked by Crocombe to mid-wicket. There is no run. The Crescent is an exclusively friendly club formed in 1903 in Home, and have never played league cricket, now playing our games in Brighton, still going strong 120 odd years later.
Fantastic.
What a great email.
What a great club.
Yeah, thank you, Benjamin. In comes Ali bowls, and Crocombe drives down the ground and picks up a single down to long on, 156 for 9. I have to say the club that I used to play for really only used to play friendly cricket, and it was a really big decision do we go and play league cricket? Will it make it too competitive? Will it take some of the fun out of it? So interesting to hear about it. And eventually we did make that decision as a club. So interesting that Brighton and Hove Crescent don't. As in comes Tazim Bowles, pulled away by Rogers, and he's going to pick up a boundary. Is Henry Rogers? There's some rather ironic applause around the ground.
Harsh on the boy, but he's doing a good job.
He is, and he goes to 21. Does Henry Rogers, the young 18-year-old?
I was reading, funny enough, I was reading about another club very similar to that, or at least not anywhere near as old, but set up in the same way to play social cricket, if I can put it that way, rather than any league cricket.
Tazim in bowls, Rogers is forward, plays to mid-wicket, no run.
One of my sons yesterday was playing in a game away against Dorridge, which is a lovely part of the world in Warwickshire, quite rural Warwickshire. There's a number of lovely villages around there, all with quite active and strong cricket clubs.
Tazim is in bowls and Rogers is forward. I think he picked that, and he's going to pick up a single as he nudges the ball onto the onside. He goes to 22, 161 for 9.
And they were playing at a second ground that Dorridge have, which is in close to another adjacent village called Hockley Heath. And apparently it was the ground that used to be owned by Hockley Heath Cricket Club, as was, until they folded and Dorridge took it over.
In comes Tazim, bowls, and good take down the leg side. In fact, it's given a wide, but a very good bit of wicket keeping by Benjamin. There is no run. He whipped off the bails as well, just for good measure.
But when I was Googling around to find directions and where to go, I found that there is a new Hockley Heath Cricket Club, which presumably is playing somewhere else in Hockley, but they were just playing essentially Sunday social games.
Yeah.
So hello to both Dorridge and Hockley Heath Cricket Clubs. But yeah, it's nice to see that there are some really strong clubs in that area of Warwickshire.
Tazim in bowls, and Crocombe plays with a very straight back to Tazim, and there is no run. 162 for 9. Rogers 22, Crocombe on 2.
Rather confusingly, if you're trying to find which club you've got to drop your youngster off at, there is, in a very small area in Warwickshire, close to the M42, where it joins the M40, in that just near the top of the M40, if you don't know.
I know
the West Midlands all at once. But in that area, there is Dorridge, there is Nolan Dorridge, and there's Knoll Village. And they're all very distinct cricket clubs, and you can very easily go to the wrong one.
Did you go to the right one?
I went to the right one yesterday, although it took me 2 attempts to find it, but did get there. Lintott starts a new over from the Cromwell Road end, and the batsmen almost collide as they take a run, but it's nicely judged by Rogers, and he's up to 23.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't mean that it's interesting. It doesn't mean to say that because it's not a league game, it's not a serious game. I played friendly cricket for years, and there was always an edge to the game.
Sure. Lintott bowls, and this is turned away by Crocombe, and they get one. They're going to come back for 2. It's gone wide of long on, and there's usually a good out. Most of the league cricket I've seen in the last 3 or 4 years with my boys, he generally played in a pretty good spirit, although nonetheless competitively for that.
Yes.
But it's generally most people are there to have a good time at the end of the week. Crocombe is forward, and the ball just trickles off maybe the outside edge of the pad to Rhodes at slip, who perhaps felt that Crocombe might just have been dawdling with his back foot in the air, so he underarmed the ball at the stumps. But Crocombe was all right. Rhodes just reminding the number 11 that he's got to be alert. 165 for 9. Handy runs being chivied out. Crocombe with a rather ungainly stroke, but nonetheless an effective one. As he had one leg going in one direction and the bat going in the other direction, and ended up jabbing it down to long on. But
not being unkind to Henry Crocombe, that was a shot you might see on a Sunday on a village green.
Well,
but it was effective.
It's got him a run, so that's all right. But yes, quite in the coaching manual. Rogers, a little more elegantly, goes on the back foot and guides it away to deep point, and Tazim Ali throws the ball in, and they take one. So they are just ticking the score along here, and although it still looks a lot less than we thought Sussex might be aiming for, and that I suspect they were aiming for, nevertheless, you never know if these runs will be handy later on, they might be. Crocombe finds the edge here as he pushes forward, but he controls it, plays it very softly. If you can have a controlled edge, that's one of them. He went all along the ground out to backward point. It's the end of the over. 5 more picked up in that over by Sussex. And in 34 overs, they're 167 for 9, with Rogers playing very sensibly on 24 and Crocombe 5.
And I would say, Mike, back in my days were village cricket days. I didn't play 20 great standard, but I love some of the traditions. So if someone got a 50, you had to buy a jug of beer. If someone got 100, you probably buy 2 jugs. Very few people ever got 100. Same with 5 wickets. All those great traditions of cricket. I don't know whether that happens in league cricket.
Well, I did hear of a game a week or two ago where with one to win, a non-striker, knowing that his partner was 49, deliberately blocked out a maiden to make his, because they were going to be in for a jug of ale.
In comes Tazim bowls and worked away by Henry Rogers to backward point. There is no run. 167 for 9. Rogers on 24. Tazim wanders back to his mark, tosses the ball from hand to hand, and is in again. Bowls, and Rogers gets a single to backward square leg. Well, the streaky single doesn't matter for, as far as he's concerned. He goes to 25, 168 for 9. The other thing, Mike, I was saying with this game, which could well finish early, certainly in the cricket I played, if a game finished before tea, which sometimes it did, you then have a beer match and they'd sort of reverse the batting order and that sort of thing. Yeah. And generally speaking, that was because back in those days, perhaps the pubs didn't open till 7 o'clock, so you had to fill the time up if you didn't have a bar in the pavilion, which few clubs did back in the day. Halley in bowls to Crocombe, plays down the onside of the track. There is no run. I sound like a bit of a dinosaur, don't I? But that's what it was.
I think some of those traditions are still there. Although a lot of clubs these days are trying to make they have a bar or a bit of food on, or another way of bringing some money in.
Yep. Tazim in bowls. Well, he works this away, Crocombe. He's very nearly pinned on the back foot. He's run that one down to third man, and he's going to pick up a boundary. And some applause around the ground. Sussex supporters haven't had an awful lot to applaud today, but that's a boundary to Henry Crocombe. He goes to 9, and Sussex to 172 for 9.
So he's fun to watch, Crocombe, because he's cut some rather interesting shapes in the last 20 minutes playing the leg spinners, but he's managed to crucially, he's kept the ball down.
Yes.
So he's got into some sort of unorthodox positions, but it's all good, and he's 9 not out. So
Tazim again bowls, and Crocombe back and plays this one through the covers and picks up a single. They're thinking about 2. They would be ill-advised to come back for the second, as Kai Smith is very quickly in and gets in the throw, but Crocombe goes into double figures. He's on 10, and Sussex to 153 for 9. And these two have now added 20 for this wicket, which I think, as an aside from the opening partnership, I'd have a look and see if it's the highest of the innings.
Aside from the opening partnership, it is, yeah.
In comes Tazim bowls, and Rogers works out onto the onside, so that says something about the Sussex innings. 173 for 9 at the end of the over, with Rogers on 25, Crocombe on 10. So the highest partnership of the innings, apart from the opening partnership between Clark and Haynes. And I always think when you get your lower order scoring runs, then that proves that the pitch really isn't all that bad.
Yeah, and I think there's a few batters that'll be a bit disappointed.
Yeah.
Just to clarify, I don't think I misspoke earlier, but just to clarify that, Tazim Ali had 1 wicket in this competition last year in the game that he played, so he's got 1 now this year. So that's 2. Lintott, he's bowling and he likes that, and Crocombe, he's LBW this time at the start of a new over. So Warwickshire have, in 35 overs and 1 ball, dismissed Somerset for 173, with all 10 going down for 102 after that good start that Clark and Haynes gave them. A wicket for Lintott at the end, and the wickets were shared around, both with to the left-handed Yates. He's pushed away into the offside, and afterwards Yates decides that he wants to take fresh guard. Maybe he didn't take guard properly the first time. I didn't notice, but anyway, he's having another one.
Well, Mike, I'd completely forgotten. You probably think I'm a bit dim, which perhaps I am. I'd completely forgotten that Sussex played Warwickshire here in this competition last year.
Not at all. I can't remember what I was doing last week, let alone last August. This is turned off his pants by Yates for a single to mid-wicket. Yes, he made a round 100.
He did. I mean, I must have missed the game, so I don't remember. I mean, there's so many games, but I just don't remember this game. Sussex making 275. Tom Allsop scoring with 68. Daniel Ibrahim made 56. Then in reply, it was a game actually. Warwickshire 279 for 9. Danny Briggs steering Warwickshire home with 19. I'd completely forgotten about that game.
Well, Warwickshire won the group, having won 7 of their 8 group games. He's forced off the back foot by Barnard into the covers for no run. They won 7 group games out of 8, and the only one they lost by 1 run, chasing 338. And then in the semi-final, Liam Dawson took 7 for 15 for Hampshire, and it was all over in double quick time at Edgbaston. So they've had a similar fate in the T20s in the last few seasons. This is Fuller from Crocombe, and straight and driven back up the pitch to the bowler by Barnard. In that, well, this year is the 3rd year running that they've won the North Group in the T20, but on the previous 2 they've fallen over in the semi-final. So
yeah, I mean,
in the quarter-final. So
by contrast, Sussex played a 1-1 last year, finished bottom of the group.
Crocombe bowls a little bit shorter and wider, but Barnard doesn't really time this, hits it into the ground to backward point. And
I don't say this, you know, I mean, Sussex came second in the Southern Group, but I actually believe that actually both in the T20 and in this I think if you win your group, you should almost go through to the latter stages. I mean, I think in the T20 Blast, I think if you win your group, you've got 14 games, you're by far the best side. You should, in my opinion, you should go straight to finals day.
Yeah, there are some competitions. I think the women's T20, the Hey-Ho Flint game was a lot like that. Tournament was like that. Not the Charlotte Edwards Cup. They played a few weeks ago. This is a short ball to finish the over, and Barnard got into position to pull, but didn't make contact. And it's the end of the over. 4 without loss in 2 overs, Warwickshire. The target is 174 in 50 overs, and Yates has 2 and Barnard 2.
Yeah, I think there are, but I just think you could win all 14 games in the Blast group stages, win the group by a country mile, then just something happens in a quarter-final. Someone comes off, and you have a poor day, and you're out. In comes Carvelos, bowls, and a thickish inside edge from Yates, ends up at short fine leg, fielded there by Ibrahim, and there is no run. I mean, Sussex are clearly are through. They finished second in the Southern Group, which was, I think, has exceeded expectations, to be honest. I mean, Paul Farbrace has said he feels that Sussex are a little bit ahead of where they thought they would be, but they've had some very good performances, helped by Ollie Robinson being available, Tamal Mills, and Daniel Hughes, who's been a real success at the top of the order. Just break off as Carvelos makes his way in again, bowls, and pulled away, and is he going to be caught? He is going to be caught at deep backward square. Good catch taken out there by Henry Rogers, and the first wicket goes down. So that's interesting. Rob Yates is gone for 2, and Warwickshire are 4 for 1 in the 3rd over. So maybe just a bit of a glimmer of hope there from Sussex. Good catch, went high towards that leg side boundary, and Yates has gone for 2.
Yes, he does take on his shot in the white ball game, Rob Yates, but he rather got underneath that one and scooped it almost in the air when he was trying to pull. He was trying to hit it sort of flatter, but it got right underneath it. He was chipping it to deep square leg, and it was a pretty routine catch, although well held at shoulder height. And look, it's still very much in favour of the batting team, a modest target, but you've got to make a start somewhere, and getting an early wicket does always just put people a little bit on edge. Well,
this is what happened at Welbeck on Friday, where chasing 217 to win, Nottinghamshire was suddenly 8 for 2, and we all thought, oh crumbs, this is interesting. But then Hasim Hamid and Ben Slater batted through and knocked off the runs pretty comfortably in the end. So yeah, we were talking to, but I mean, so Sussex go all round the houses here, Adrian, as usual. We're in the T20 Blast. They have got a home quarter final. So one thing for Sussex is it's going to be a money spinner. Home quarter final here Friday night. No, it's actually Wednesday night. Lancashire, the ground should be packed to the rafters. So it's a good money earner for clubs. So I do understand that side of the argument for the group winners. But to be fair, Surrey have won the group, and I think they should probably go to finals today. In fact, I think a couple of years ago that happened, and they got beaten in a quarter final. Not that anyone's crying for Surrey, of course, but just my opinion. Carvelos in and bowls wide outside the off stump, very wide outside the off stump, and John Simpson takes that in front of first slip. So the new man in is Will Rhodes, number 35 on the back of his shirt. I should give you the feel. We're in the opening I say Mike was quite right. There's a power play all the way through in this format of the game, with different amounts of fielders allowed outside of the circle. For the first 10 overs, only 2 fielders allowed outside the 30-yard circle as Carvelos is in, bowls, and will let go outside the off stump by Rhodes, again taken by Simpson, and there is no run.
And it is, as we mentioned earlier, Will Rhodes now in his final season, and it is now being reported that he's on his way to Durham, although I don't think Durham have yet announced that, but Will Rhodes declining the chance to stay at Edgbaston.
Right, okay.
Having relinquished the captaincy at the end of last year. So it's new pastures new for Will Rhodes, but he's still young enough to make a big contribution in county cricket. He's still only 29.
Well, there you go.
So to be a former captain and a former championship-winning captain at that,
yeah,
at a major county,
yeah,
there's still time for him to go on and achieve something somewhere else. And he'll go with a lot of good wishes, I think. 'Cause he's a good guy, Will Rhodes. I've always enjoyed dealing with him.
Carvelos down the hill, bowls, let go outside the off stump by Yates, and there is no run. Good tidy stuff from Harry Carvelos, and I think they're putting together a decent squad at Durham. They've got some good players up there. Are we off?
I think briefly.
Well, we flickering
back now. Yes.
Right.
Trust you can still hear us.
Yeah, perhaps someone can just drop us a note if you can. I'll explain why in a moment, as Carvelos is running in down the hill from the Cromwell Road end. Bowls, and well, that's a play and a miss by Yates. Ball goes through to the gloves of Simpson. That's a good over from Harry Carvelos, and Sussex have picked up a wicket. That will cheer up the Sussex faithful, having seen a not very good batting performance, and maybe just a glimmer of hope for Sussex.
Yes, removed Yates to that boundary catch, and then just slanting the ball across Rhodes, who's also a left-hander, replacing Yates. And it was one wide, but he fired the ball, angled it across him, and there was just a couple there where Yates seemed not quite sure whether he was going to play or not. 5 for 1 in 3 overs. Target is 174, and now Crocombe bowls, and from the crease, the right-handed Barnard just plays the ball down and square on the offside for no run. We're in the first 10 over fielding restrictions, which is to say that only 2 fielders are allowed outside the 30-yard circle marked by the discs around the centre of the ground, and it's fairly orthodox. The third man and a deep square leg at the moment. Not all that deep on that side. Oh, and to the shot of the innings so far, the fledgling innings from Ed Barnard, who drills a cover drive, stood up straight, but timed it beautifully through a gap in the offside and away for the first boundary of Warwickshire's innings, and a real stroke of authority from the Warwickshire captain. 9 for 1. Some of the fluffy cloud in the distance has just retreated a bit inland. It's mostly clear blue. Crocombe bowls, and this is in the slot for driving as well, but on this occasion he's managed to pick out the fielder Ollie Carter at extra cover.
That was some shot, that boundary, wasn't it? I mean, it was just, everything was right. It was the shot of the innings, it was shot of the day, really. I mean, it was just everything was right about that.
9 for 1. Barnard adjusts his helmet and waits for Crocombe, who bowls a Yorker fired in towards leg stump, and Barnard's in position to play. Just pushes it away on the leg side. It's the first time I've seen Crocombe myself. He's played quite a bit of first team cricket.
Yeah, he has. You know, he was 2 or 3 years ago when Sussex went down the road of all youth players. He was pretty much a regular in the side. Not quite so much at the moment.
And he puts this in the driving slot again, and Barnard hits it into the ground and straight up to Ollie Carter. I mean, looking at his record here, he's 22 still. Henry Crocombe, I notice he's already 32 first-class games.
Yeah.
A lot of youngsters tend to come in and just get a bit of white ball cricket, but 32 first-class games already is quite a lot.
Yeah, it is.
At such a young age, it's good experience. He bowls again outside off stump, and that ball lollops through to the wicket-keeper. End of the over, 9 for 1. I was trying to think of who he reminds me of, but he reminds me a little bit of Angus Fraser. He's a tall chap. He doesn't lean back quite as far as Fraser used to do in his delivery stride, but it's all shoulder and he's all, tall, quite broad-beamed young lad.
As I say, he was pretty much. We had a bit of discussion with John Simpson, I think, about a field placing. So when Sussex went almost exclusively to youth, and players like Henry Crocombe got an awful lot of first team experience, he hasn't featured in the county championship this season. He's slipped down the pecking order with Sussex have had just break off as in comes Carvalho's bowls and let go outside the off stump by Rhodes, and there is no run. Ollie Robinson available for much of the season, not in the England reckoning at the moment.
And he'd be a similar type of bowler, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
Be quite similar to Robinson.
Yeah. And then for the first 7 games of the season, Sussex had Jaden Seals, who was terrific. I have to say, and he's done pretty well in the Test series as Jaden, only 22, and Sussex will be hoping that he can come back for another season. In comes Carvalho's bowls, and he just doesn't time that plays it to point, fielded by Hudson Prentice. There is no run.
Was he a good character to have around? He seems a bouncy sort.
Jaden.
Seals.
Yeah, really, like so many cricketers, most cricketers are just lovely guys, aren't they?
Yeah.
He really was, and the great thing was, and Paul Farbrace picked up on this, that there was a game, I think, at Cardiff where he didn't bowl very well, and he's quite hard on himself, and desperate to improve, and he bowls with good pace as well.
Yes,
Mike.
brilliant.
Carvalho's in bowls, and he's looking to flick that one on the leg side. Is struck on the thigh pad, and very obligingly, second time a Warwickshire player has done that to save the Sussex fielder coming in, just tossing the ball to them. Still 9 for 1. And then Nathan McAndrew, the Australian, came for a couple of championship matches and the entire T20 campaign. He will be missed. He's going back to Australia. Pretty much now. I saw him on the ground today doing some warm-ups, but he's finished playing for Sussex this season. So there's been other options that Sussex have had, I guess, is the point I'm getting to, which meant Crocombe hasn't got in the side. Carvalho's in and bowls. Well, that's a good delivery. And I think Yates was rather caught in 2 minds there. I think he was looking to clip the ball on the leg side, then he decided to play forward, and by the time he'd made up his mind up, the ball had gone through to Simpson.
Yeah, this is interesting, actually, the way Rhodes has started here, in that the first... or the way that Carvalho has attacked him. In the first few balls, when he came in, Will Rhodes, he angled it quite a bit wide of the off stump. But now he's brought the line a bit closer in this over, and that one genuinely beat the shoulder of the bat.
Carvalho will be buoyed by that. Over the wicket bowls, and this time Rhodes is solidly forward, plays to mid-off, and there is no run. Nice email in from Stuart McPherson, who's over in Northern Ireland. Hello. Stuart, lovely to hear from you. He said, afternoon gents, another disappointing batting display by Sussex after a decent start. He says, I've been watching Sussex, England and Ireland on 3 different screens here at home, and great to see Ireland win their 2nd consecutive test match, too, considering they were 25 for 5 at one stage.
Yes,
and
it's a really good win.
Yeah. Against Zimbabwe, is that right?
Yeah.
In comes Carvalhos bowls. Good delivery, Yates lets it go. It's a maiden over from Harry Carvalhos. So, Sussex are at least making Warwickshire work here. At the end of the 5th over, Warwickshire are 9 for 1, maiden over from Carvalhos. He says, I'm still planning to play over next Sunday, weather permitting, as my weather app keeps showing a different forecast, hopefully be grand. I think the forecast is pretty good here. So Stuart comes all the way over from Northern Ireland for a game and goes back the same day. Well, that's what you normally do, Stuart. Did you know that the Brighton Hove Albion boys won the prestigious Super Cup over here on Friday night on penalties? Great achievement. I didn't know, Stuart.
The boys' tournaments in Northern Ireland, I think, are quite a big deal.
Right,
I think Stuart will probably know better than me, but I think that is quite a big deal. This is the start of a new over, the 6th over, and a very clever stroke here by Barnard, who guided that quite deliberately between slip and golly, and there's nobody now at third man. So he gets 4 runs without really taking any risk there, because he just rode the top of the bounce.
Well, it's interesting you say that, Mike, because, Stuart does, I'm just reading that paragraph here. Do you know that Brighton Hove boys won the prestigious Super Cup?
Yeah, I think that is quite a thing,
well,
actually,
so we are.
in youth football. I stand to be corrected, but I think it is.
So for all the Albion fans who listen, I know Julian is one of them. There we are. So the Albion youngsters doing well over in Northern Ireland.
Crocombe starts a slight hop at the start of his approach and now fires in the Yorko, and to Barnard, his head goes back. He thinks he's missed out there because it was angling down the leg side and he's hit it to the one man who could have stopped it being a boundary. There's a fine leg inside the circle. And he doesn't get a run. A helicopter flying quite low over the ground.
Oh yes, there we are.
As you can hear. 13 for 1. Crocombe sets off again and bowls to Barnard, who places the bat there close to the pad and runs it down to the man who's going to plug the gap now at short third man.
I noticed that Northern Ireland Test match was played at the Civil Service Cricket Club at Stormont.
Played at, yes, first Test match stage in Northern Ireland as opposed to in the Republic, but Ireland in cricket, like rugby, it's played on an all-island basis. Like quite a lot of the Olympic sports, actually. I didn't realise that until yesterday. And that's
out.
Feet, and he's out. He's caught here. Barnard just pushed a little bit away from his body, and it looked as though that just nibbled a fraction away from the Warwickshire captain. And Sussex needing to take early wickets to put some pressure on Warwickshire with only a modest target to chase have done exactly that, because Barnard is out. Caught by Simpson off Crocombe for 10, and it's 13 for 2 in the 6th over.
Well, I may be eating huge portions of humble pie here, Mike. I mean, there's still a long way to go, but at least Sussex have come out fighting here and picked up a couple of wickets, and Barnard is a danger man. Made 150 odd in the first match. It was 150 odd on fairly...
70.
Right, okay,
yeah.
There we are. I knew it was a big 100. So you got rid of your 2 openers. Yes, Sussex will feel that they've at least given themselves some sort of a shout. So, well bowled Henry Crocombe. It was Crocombe and Carvalhos who picked up the wickets at Welbeck on Friday, and at that stage Notts were 8 for 2. Sussex didn't take any wickets after that. They'll be hoping it's not going to be a repeat performance.
Oh, that was quite a good ball, actually. Just to... Oops. I'm not sure
We gone off.
may have lost the radio listeners. Might still be able to be heard in the ground, but...
That's annoying. Let me redial.
So, keep going, because listeners in the ground may hear us. You may hear some beeps just for a moment.
My slight worry when this happens at the weekend that there's not a huge amount of staff around. So I might just have to turn off the equipment for just a moment and just see how we... Well, I think we're back. If break off for a moment.
Crocombe is going to start to the new batter, who is Hamza Sheikh, and his first ball, he's nudged away into the leg side for a single. So yes, you don't quite miss a ball, radio listeners, or online through the BBC website. I think stream listeners probably were with us throughout, and if you're in the ground, it's 14 for 2 to introduce the new batter to those who perhaps outside Warwickshire who haven't seen him. This is Hamza Sheikh, captain of England under-19s in their recent Test series against Sri Lanka, in which he made a century in the second Test. It was slightly overshadowed in reporting by Rocky Flintoff making a century in the same innings, but nonetheless, Hamza Sheikh very well reviewed by good judges, I think it's fair to say, for that 100. Michael Vaughan, no less, whose own son was playing in that game, spoke up for what a good innings Hamza Sheikh played and set up a victory in that game. There's a run here for Rhodes, guiding that down to third man, his first run, so they're both off the mark with a single, and it's 15 for 2 at the end of a successful over for Crocombe. I was going to say, I think that was a pretty good ball actually that got Barnard. It just looked as though it nipped a fraction away.
If you're listening online, could you just drop us an email, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, and just confirm that you can hear us loud and clear? So Mike was very observant and noted that the lights had gone off, and I slightly worried. We have a bit of a skeleton staff at the weekends, and I was slightly worried as to something might have happened back at base. But fingers crossed, it's all going to be okay, as Ari Carvelas is coming in from the Cromwell Road end, bowls to Rhodes, who tucks that onto the onside and picks up a single, fielded out in the deep by Henry Rogers. And Warwickshire go to 16 for 2, needing 174 to win.
Speaking personally, I'm a rather less skeletal member of staff, having rearranged a very good pork bap burger at lunchtime.
Ah.
Or pork bap. No, pulled pork bapper. Those are the words
Okay.
I'm trying to
So it was okay?
It was splendid.
Right. Good. Carvelas. Down the hill. In and bowls to Sheikh, who's beaten. He's caught behind, is he? Carvelas is convinced he's got his man. Sheikh looked rather anxiously in the direction of umpire Ben Peveril, who gave it no. Carvelas was convinced he'd got his man. He was dancing down the track.
Well, Sheikh had... That's quite an interesting one. Sheikh had the slight walk of a guilty man to start with. Walked to a half circle and looks as though he was going to go back to the pavilion, and then decided to wait and see if the umpire would send him off, and he didn't.
Yeah, and it was the way he looked at the umpire as if to say, I think you're quite right, Mike. He might have got away with one there.
Yeah.
Carvelas in again, bowl. Sheikh drives to mid-off, fielded there by, who's that at mid-off? Henry Crocombe, and there is no run.
I have only, well, hello to the person on the YouTube stream, just put to say it's working well on there. So
Thank you
for that. The only alternative theory I can offer on that one, because I thought I heard a nick through the headphones. We can sometimes hear that. It was a pretty faint one. The only thing is, it is possible that it just kissed the outside of the off stump, and on the replay it was quite hard to tell.
Sussex has got 3 slips in place. Carvelas bowls to Sheikh, beats him outside the off stump. This is good from Ari Carvelas coming down the hill.
Yeah, it's a good spell.
And through into the gloves of Simpson.
It is just possible, because on the line it was, the camera is ever so slightly off the straight of this pitch, and it was just slightly obscured by the batter himself. But it is unlikely, but not totally impossible, that the slight nick was off the outside of the off stump. But I still am quite surprised to see it not given out all the same. But there it is. I'm just offering that as a potential other theory.
Carvelas in bowls, and Sheikh is solidly forward, plays out into the offside.
It's a jolly good overall. Jolly good overall the same.
It is. Peter Turner's been in touch. Hello, Peter, and he says he can hear us clearly online. So thank you for that, and an interruption to our coverage.
Yes.
I always worry slightly. We have a piece of equipment in front of us that has a red light and a green light, and from the angle that I'm looking at, I must admit, it looks like they're both off, so you have to stand up. Mike realised they were off, so anyway, all's well for the time being. I always worry when these things happen. Carvelas running in Sussex, looking for a third wicket, and Carvelas beats Sheikh. All ends up outside of the off stump, and that's a really good over from Ari Carvelas. He just concedes the 1 run, but Sheikh may be a little fortunate to still be there. He is beaten a couple of times. A big appeal for a caught behind turn down. But Warwickshire at the end of the 7th are 16 for 2.
Well, That was about as good an over as I reckon Harry Carvalhos will bowl this year, in which he won't take a wicket. I don't know whether he's the sort to have a slight word in the batter's ear when he's within earshot, but I think if I were Hamza Sheikh, I might be tuning out of that for a bit, because I think he might be hearing it. But there it is. Look in the book, I suppose he might say, if he was so minded. This is Crocombe starting his fourth over. It's been a good start by the Sussex opening bowlers, which it had to be. Rhodes turns the first ball into the leg side, and there's no run. 16 for 2. On a day in which 12 wickets have fallen, Warwickshire having evicted Sussex's first innings in 35 overs. Now, starting rather stickier than we might have expected. Crocombe has Rhodes pushing away square on the offside, and there's no run. Just to fill in the gap, by the way, on people who weren't following the Test match, which our correspondent, was it Stuart from Northern Ireland, mentioned. Ireland defeating Zimbabwe in what was a real switchback Test match by 4 wickets, reaching their target of 158, having been 21 for 5 at one stage last evening. This is a short ball turned into the leg side by Rhodes, standing up tall, and he takes 17 for 2. So that game was a terrific game. Seeing a little bit of it and following it, it was a game of, well, certainly 3 batting collapses, but Ireland from 21 for 5 last night got up to 158 for 6 with half centuries from Lorcan Tucker and a man of the match performance from Andy McBride, who took 7 wickets in the match pretty cheaply, 28 and 55 not out to get his team over the line. So he will be the toast of Irish cricket tonight, I should say. This is driven firmly by Sheikh up to mid-off and well stopped. There's no run, but only a second Test win, as Stuart mentioned, for Ireland since it's only their 9th match since gaining Test status 7 years ago, beating Zimbabwe in a good game. It's a shame it's the only Test match of Zimbabwe's little tour.
I don't know whether the game was well attended.
I don't know, but it was certainly watched for a bit by me, and hopefully by plenty of others as well. As he's turned away into the leg side for 1 by Sheikh. A little bit short of a length from Crocombe, but he's right on target. But yeah, good for Irish cricket, and,
definitely.
and good
for cricket. Yeah, definitely.
Good.
Yeah.
And it was the little pub quiz element to it. It's the first Test match played in Northern Ireland, as opposed to in Republic of Ireland. So he's turned off his pads for runs singular in the end by Rhodes. Sheikh starts to come back for a second, but there's never going to be one. So 3 singles from another well-directed over from Crocombe.
Yeah. 19
for 2 Warwickshire. The target is 174. Rhodes has 4 and Sheikh 2.
Yeah, and Sussex defending a very low total here, that they'll at least feel that they're giving them some sort of a chance picking up the 2 openers. I think the feeling is still there, well behind, but another wicket now might make things interesting. At Edgbaston, the West Indies 171 for 7, England leading by 77, so very much looks as if that could be done in 3 days. In comes Harry Carvalhos, bowls, and that's another good delivery from Harry Carvalhos, who goes past the outside edge of Rhodes' bat through to keeper Simpson. There is no run.
Obviously, it's 10 overs maximum for these bowlers. He's going to have to keep them going, I think.
I think he is.
If Sussex bowl 50 overs, they'll lose. So
totally,
I think you have to assume it's going to be a 35 over game. Yeah.
And actually, it's what Nottinghamshire did on Friday. Brett Hutton bowled pretty much through all 9 overs on the spin. Carvalhos, 2 slips go down. He's in and bowls, and that's a full toss. And I'm afraid that was a bit of a help yourself. He's bowled really well here, Harry Carvalhos, but we're just looking. He's making sure he wants to pitch the ball up, but in so doing, he bowled a full toss, and Rhodes wasn't going to miss out on that, and just timed the ball beautifully, just threw mid off for 4 runs. Bit of a gimme, really. And Warwickshire go to 23 for 2.
Important to seize it sometimes when teams are on the back foot like that. You miss out on gifts like that and chances just to break the spell.
Yeah. Carvalus. In again, bowls, and up on his toes is Rhodes, plays down in front of him, and there is no run. He has a slightly suspicious look at the pitch then, as Rhodes. I mean, I'm prepared to eat large doses of humble pie here and say this isn't the pitch that I thought it was, but you know, people I spoke to around the ground who weren't necessarily listening to us at lunchtime all felt that it was a 300 plus pitch. We'll have to see how the game ends up. Carvalus over the wicket, bowls and slammed away, and that's going to be a second boundary in the over. Too short this time from Harry Carvalus, and clubbed away through the covers by Will Rhodes. He goes in double figures on 12, and Warwickshire to 27 for 2.
Yes, he got a good chunk of that one.
He did.
Will Rhodes.
Yeah. But Mike's absolutely right. You know, Sussex have to go on the attack here. If it goes anything like 50 overs, you know, Sussex aren't going to win. The run rate required is only 3.5 an over, so wickets are what Sussex need. Carvalus over the wicket, bowls and Rhodes bends into the offside. There is no run.
Equally, when the captain feels that maybe a bowler's just past the edge of his spell, he's going to have to shuttle on and off.
Yep.
So quickly, it's perfectly justified in keeping these two going for a while. If it still looks like they're in the margin for wickets, but this hasn't been quite such a dangerous over from Carvalus.
No, the previous over when he was convinced that he had Hamza Sheikh caught behind. But the umpire's decision is final. That's all that matters. Carvalus in. There's a struck on the pads. My feeling was that was probably going down the leg side. And maybe a little high, I don't know. Or maybe there's a bit of kidology there from Will Rhodes, who just walked away. He's certainly been hit somewhere on the leg, and he's hobbling around at the crease.
Yeah, I don't think it was a bad shot. He might have pitched outside the line of leg stump, but it was a threatening delivery.
End of the over. 27 for 2 are Warwickshire, so 8 runs coming off of that over. Harry Carvalus has bowled now 5 overs. He's picked up a wicket. His figures 5 overs, 1 made, 1 for 13.
And it certainly kept things interesting. Crocombe sets off into his 5th over, and it's scooped in the air, and he's going to be caught here. Hamza Sheikh at mid-on, 27 for 3, and Sussex are still fighting in this game. Archie Lenham moving forward to take a good catch. In the end, quite close to the stumps at the non-striker's end, but a mistimed stroke ending an awkward short innings from Hamza Sheikh. Caught by Lenham off Crocombe for 2, and at 27 for 3, this game suddenly really doesn't look done.
No, it doesn't, and I don't know if it's just poorly timed or whether the ball got a little big on him. As I say, it was we keep saying it's a good track, but maybe there was a little bit more in there. But it was a good catch by Archie Lenham. He had to run a long way in from mid-on to take the catch, and took it just a couple of centimetres off of the ground. So, well, the Sussex supporters, who probably like myself are thinking, oh dear, this probably almost looks a formality, there's a glimmer of hope at 27 for 3. And Sussex need wickets, and certainly having picked up another one there, I'm sure John Simpson will be very keen just to keep his seamers on just for a little longer.
Yeah, I wonder if it slightly stopped in the pitch.
Yeah, I wonder. I mean, there was one in the Sussex team. Was it Jack Carson who was out in similar fashion? He was caught in the covers, so maybe it did a little. So Rob Yates for 2, Ed Barnard the skipper for 10, and Hamza Sheikh for 2 on the men back in the pavilion. Michael Burgess, who knows all about this ground, spent various times here as a certainly under when Jason Gillespie's coach, spent best part of a season here, then came back on loan last year for a few games before going back to Warwickshire. Always says he enjoys playing cricket at home, but every seems to come down here, he seems to score runs, so we'll have to see how he goes today.
Still, 147 to get. It's been an impressive opening spell from these two bowlers. And yet, still at no stage have we seen any batters approach the way that Sussex started when the openers rattled up 71 at 7 and over. Crocombe bowls, and Burgess is in position early, defending to push this away on the offside. And the crowd, who were a little bit flat for a while, not unreasonably, are now applauding enthusiastically what was a fairly routine piece of fielding from Ollie Carter, but it's good. It's a lovely day to be at the cricket, and maybe we are going to see a tight game.
Well, so it was horribly quiet, wasn't it, during the Sussex innings? But so that was the most enthusiastic the crowd have been.
Crocombe sets in again, elbows jutting as he bowls to Burgess, who defends straight back up the pitch. I wouldn't resign from anything we said earlier on about the Sussex score looking.
No, I wouldn't either.
Well, below par.
Yeah.
But it's funny how small totals.
We said that, didn't we?
Their own pressures of occasions, but yeah, there it is. We'll see. 27 for 3. Crocombe right arm over the wicket to Burgess, who's forward for that. Didn't get a ball that much, and he pushes it firmly to mid-on, but he's thinking only of defence at the moment.
And I'd imagine there'd have been some pretty stern words in the Sussex dressing room during the break, and Sussex have certainly come out fired up. As we were saying, you probably have got to win a minimum 5 to get yourself through to the latter stages of this competition, and Sussex have already lost one game.
Goes Crocombe, and Burgess just angling this wide of mid-on, and picks up a well-placed single as Lenham goes round to field. So he's away with 1, 28 for 3.
Well, he survived that big shout behind, didn't he, Hamza Sheikh?
Yes, but it wasn't a very settled effort.
No.
Against some accurate bowling. Crocombe sets off against a fairly modest run. It's only about 10 or 11 run paces running in, and he bowls a bouncer which Rhodes sets as if he's going to pull, and then pulls out of the way off, and it goes through at about chest height. And it's the end of the over. 28 for 3, a successful over again for Crocombe, who's got 2 for 15. And at the end of the first 10 overs, Warwickshire still needing another 146 runs to win. The field restrictions change now to allow 4 outside the circle, but it doesn't necessarily mean that Sussex will put 4 outside the circle, given that they're right on top.
Yeah. And I don't think they're going to. What have they got? 2 slips, 3 men saving one on the offside. So they haven't decided to. They've got a fine leg, a third man, and a deep mid-wicket. This almost doesn't make sense, does it? At the end of 10 overs, Sussex was 70 without loss. What a strange game cricket is. Carvelos running in from the Cromwell Road end. Over the wicket, he's in and bowls, and defending as Burgess down the track. There is no run. So 2 slips, a backward point, cover mid-on. As I say, those 3 men who are set back, Sussex are allowed 4 at this stage of the fielding restrictions. I think you're right, Mike, to call it power plays 1, 2 and 3 is all a little bit confusing, really.
At no stage are you not in a power play.
Totally. Haynes and Clark are on slip duty. Carvelos in bowls to Burgess, well pitched up, and Burgess just eases that through mid-wicket, picks up a comfortable single. Does Michael Burgess, he goes to 2, and the total to 29 for 3. So very much, as I say, looks like the Test match at Edgbaston will be finished. In fact, West Indies now bowled out for 175.
Gosh, the end came quickly there.
Yeah, so England needing 82 to win. Just looking who's in the wickets there. Mark Wood, 5 for 40. Gus Atkinson, 2 for 28. Yeah, the end did come quickly.
3 in and over, I've just seen there for Mark Wood at the end. So.
Carvelos in bowls and clipped away down to fine leg. Is that going to be a boundary? No, it's well fielded down below us by Ibrahim, who got round the fine leg boundary very quickly and got in the throw. Applause, enthusiastic applause. That was a good bit of fielding by Daniel Ibrahim. Nonetheless, it's a single to Rhodes, who goes to 13, and Warwickshire go to 30 for 3.
I haven't seen a lot of the West Indies series for one reason or another, but from what I understand, 5 wickets for Wood, piling through the lower order.
Yeah.
He's the very least that he deserves, given the way he's bowled in the series.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen. I did have a day. I went to the second day at Lords as a fan.
Splendid.
In comes Carvelos bowls, and forward is Burgess. A little uncertainly works that back little square on the leg side. Ollie Carter fields, and Burgess picks up a single. You might have heard the slight sort of ooh from the fielders, because for a moment they thought they'd breached Burgess' defences. I have to say that, I mean, it was lovely to go, and a friend of mine very kindly got me a ticket, which was very generous and nice of him. But the price of the tickets at Lords is just eye-watering, Mike. I mean, it really is. I don't know what they pay at Edgbaston for the test.
I'm not sure, but if they fill it,
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, Lords was full.
Well, there you go.
In comes Carvelos. Bowls. Oh, there was a third slip. Well, he probably wouldn't have played that shot in all fairness, but it was wide outside the off stump. And Rhodes steered the ball where third slip would have been, and the ball races away for a boundary. They had a third slip in previously for Carvelos. Again, you have to say, would Rhodes have played that shot? But he goes to 17 and the total 35 for 3.
That looked like a steer rather than an edge.
Yes. Yeah. Which suggests he probably wouldn't have played the shot.
Look, on our station, there's been a lot of talking about the price of football tickets lately, and football season tickets at certain ones of our clubs, but they sell them all. So, while I entirely hear about the price of tickets, I know that from paying to go into things myself, for my family to go in, if they sell them all.
Carvelos in bowls, clipped away by Rhodes onto the onside. He picks up another single. End of that Ari Carvelos over, and at the end of it, Warwickshire are 36 for 3, with Rhodes on 18 and Burgess on 3.
That's not me defending the price of tickets for anything, by the way, because everyone will have their own view. I merely observe that in the world we now live, if something sells out on a regular basis, then it's not always going to have the price.
Well,
whether we think it's morally ought to be, I mean, that's another question entirely, which I leave to you. But it was if football clubs, cricket grounds, whoever sells all the tickets, they're probably not necessarily going to drop the price.
Well, the ticket that I had at Lords was over £100 for a day's cricket. Oh, crumbs, what's happened now? I'm getting more than that. Is that our line off again? Yes, it has. Yeah. Sorry, let's try. Oh, no, we're back.
Yes.
I don't know quite what's happening here. I think we're connected. I think we're okay. Anyway, it's a change of bowling. And Finn Hudson Prentice is in a bowl, so I'll take on Mike's ball then. Played onto the onside, no run. But in fact, I'm going with another friend of mine got in touch. Said, did I want to go to see England Sri Lanka at the Oval?
Yes.
It's a day Sussex haven't got any cricket, so I said yes, I would go without asking him the price of the ticket.
I think I see the mistake you made there.
Yeah, because I'll tell you how much it is in a minute, and I thought, wow, that's a lot of money.
Off goes Hudson Prentice, and Rhodes has a bit of a swish at this, and misses outside the off stump. That was a loose stroke.
It was 95, or it is £95. But by the time I'd said, oh yeah, I'd love to go, I couldn't then really turn around and say, no, I can't. But I did think, that's not being disrespectful to Sri Lanka in any way, but that's a lot of money.
It's not a way to go. As I say, there is a discussion to be had as to whether by doing that you're pricing certain people out, and I completely hear all that. Off goes Hudson Prentice and bowls, and Rhodes hammers this off the back foot through the offside for 4 runs. It bumps into the window of one of those boxes down there, which sounded like a slightly open patio window because it made a bit of a hollow sound. And that's the product of a misspent youth striking balls into windows, isn't it? 40 for 3.
Yeah, good shot, wasn't it?
They were rather vulnerable there, though.
They are. You do at this ground. You do have to keep your eyes on the play.
Yes. Goggles down. There was tough glass, I expect.
Yeah.
This is Fuller from Hudson Prentice, the left-handed Rhodes, who pushes out on the offside. Yeah,
I mean, I think you make a very good point, Mike. These events do get sold out, so why would? I was talking to a friend of mine who's a big rugby fan. He's going to see England play New Zealand at Twickenham. I think it's in November, one of the awesome internationals. And he said the cheapest ticket available to him was £150
Yeah.
for 80 minutes of rugby, but he said it will be sold out.
Yes. Now, there's a very strong counter-argument to make to that, of course. Hudson Prentice runs in and bowls, and this is flicked away by Rhodes through mid-wicket, and he's going to get 2 runs by the time it's cut off, just inside the boundary by Crocombe running round. So Rhodes up to 24, and it's 42 for 3. And the counter-argument, which, as you all know, goes along the lines of, well, if you have a high price for things, you may sell it out, but you're restricting the number of people who can come and watch, and it's a lot more corporate, and you freezing out youngsters and young families and people maybe who haven't got a lot of money for whatever reason from taking part in your sport. Hudson Prentice bowls, and it's turned away into the leg side, and there's no run. It's the end of the over. 42 for 3, 24 to Rhodes, 3 to Burgess. And this isn't the place to make a judgment on that. Everybody listening will have their own judgment on it, but these things keep selling out.
Yeah, they do.
So
no, it's quite true. But and I agree with everything you're saying about attracting younger people to the game. I mean, there's if you're a father and son or father and daughter,
yeah,
want to go to England, New Zealand, that's going to cost you the thin end of 300 quid, which
it is
for some people. Clearly, some people are able to do that comfortably. For others, it's just completely out of range.
Out of the question. But putting on events is an expensive thing to do. So that's a very difficult balance.
Harry Carvelos isn't worried about the ticket prices for Twickenham, but he's worried about getting some wickets as he comes running down the hill from the Cromwell Road, and he's in and bowls to Burgess, who solidly forward to a ball that would have knocked out his off stump had he not played it, and plays it out to the offside, and there is no run. Sussex persisting with the 2 slips, as indeed they must. They're not going to win this game unless they can bowl Warwickshire out. Warwickshire needing another 132 to win. Sussex bowled out for just 173. With Tom Hames top scoring with 38. Carvelos in bowls, and Burgess, well, it's going to go away for 4 runs. Well, it wasn't a chance. It was short of Tom Clark, who's probably the best fielder in the Sussex side. Down at he's in second slip, and the ball was just pitched short of Tom Clark. It wasn't a chance, not to the naked eye anyway. But he didn't field the ball cleanly, and the ball's raced away on this very short boundary for 4 runs. Involuntary shot though.
Yeah, it was a full stroke.
Yeah.
It was a proper nick, but yeah, it was very difficult for that one for Clark, because he just bounced in front of him, and he's quite a tall guy, isn't he, getting down there?
He is, and he's a very good fielder, Tom Clark. Carvelos in again, bowls, and Burgess time drives more solidly mid-off fielded there by Carter, and there is no run.
I'm going to be interested to hear the views from both teams, really, in the end, as to where, it's an overused term, I think, in one-day cricket, but I'm going to use it anyway, where they think par is or was today.
Yes.
It's immaterial in a way, because the only number that matters is 174. That's what they have got to get. But I wonder what both teams thought at the start of the day was going to be a reasonable target.
Carvelos in bowls, and Burgess drives. Again, it's Carter who's very quickly round at mid-off to field. They were thinking of a single, but it wasn't there. I can see Jack Carson just been warming up at mid-on, so we might be going to see some spin. No, I think it's a great question. Mike said it. We had our view from here.
And I think we might observe that as well, but, Ed Barner did put Sussex in.
He did.
On a day where you would if it was a championship game today, then unless the pitch is emerald green, I think you turn up and say we'll have a bat today.
Yeah, definitely. Carvelos in and bowls, short. Burgess pulls away, and that's going to be 4 runs. And it's a good shot by Michael Burgess. There are 2 men guarding that leg side boundary, and he placed it right between them. No chance of cutting that off. And 4 runs. It wasn't a great delivery by Carvelos, in fairness. It was too short, and swivelling around was Michael Burgess, which brings the 50 up for Warwickshire. 50 for 3. Michael Burgess goes to 11 at one stage. Have we got off again?
Green light's gone off. We'd still be heard by stream listeners.
Yes,
And we may be.
It's annoying though, isn't it? In comes Carvelos bowls. Let go. Let's see if we can redial it. Then, if not, I might try something else. Problem is the line into Salford will probably show as engaged, I expect.
Yeah.
Right. We're showing us... I do apologise. We've got some technical issues going on, which I know can be incredibly irritating. So hopefully you're back with Mike and I, and it's Hudson Prentice on his way.
To start the 14th over at 50 for 3, and Rhodes is pushing this from the crease away into the offside. I think I'm right in saying that listeners or viewers on the video stream from Sussex County Cricket Club, and indeed those of you listening inside the ground, if you still are probably not affected by telecommunications issues. Hudson Prentice is back to the start of his run, and it's 2 or 3 amble paces before he gets into it, and he just gives a bit of width here to Rhodes. Square drives for 1 run. Out to Henry Rogers in front of the scoreboard, who played very maturely for his unbeaten 25 at the end, in amongst a fair bit of wreckage. After Haynes and Clark had given Sussex's innings a start of 71 in 11 overs. Hudson Prentice is waving to a man about 100 yards away at long leg, in front of 2 of the floodlight pylons over in that corner. He's turned away by Burgess from just outside off stump into the leg side. So just looking over at that field, something's just occurred to me which I'd never noticed on coming here before. The floodlight pylons are not evenly spaced around the ground, are they? There's obviously a reason for that, but at the Cromwell Road end, there are 2 there that are, in floodlight pylon terms, almost touching elbows, if you know what I mean. And there's another 2 on the side of the pavilion that are not quite as close, but fairly close. This is he's in trouble here.
Yeah,
Burgess, yes, he hasn't gone anywhere, and he's hit, possibly even on the back pad, trying to push forward. And Hudson Prentice takes his 1st wicket and Sussex's 4th wicket, and a game that few people in the ground, I think, expected to be in the balance. Assuredly is, with Burgess LBW to Hudson Prentice for 11, and Warwickshire 51 for 4, and still 123 short.
Yeah, I mean, that was absolutely plumb in front, wasn't it? And Hudson Prentice was running down the wicket then, knowing he got his man. But again, Michael Burgess, as we've seen several times today, players seem to be getting themselves trapped on the crease. I don't quite know why, but he was plumb in front. Well, I didn't expect this, I have to say, and as I say, I've said a couple of times today, I might have to eat large dollops of humble pie today, because I still think the Sussex total was under par, but they've come out and they've bowled very nicely, Sussex. And I sometimes wonder about the psyche. We mentioned about chasing a low total. Do you take your time and suddenly find you're in trouble? But Warwickshire still with, and you know better than I, Mike, and Sussex supporters will be saying, well, what's the batting to come? And they still have got players down the order who can score runs.
Oh, sure. But quite a lot of the experienced players have gone. Yates, Barnard, and now Burgess.
So the new man coming in is Chris Benjamin.
Yes. Who has not been in the first flush of form in so far this season. And it's difficult. I've said this a lot during the T20 commentaries. It's difficult for players who aren't in form, I think, in the T20, because the games come so quick.
Yes,
if you're
they do.
batting down the order, and maybe you're only getting a few balls at the end of the innings to come in and have a whack. And so Chris Benjamin, 12 innings in the T20, 81 runs, averaging 9. And we know what a fine striker of the ball he can be, as he was when he first came into the team. So he has not had the chance to play an innings of any length. Well, he does today.
And probably not much chance. You say with games coming so quickly, there's not a lot of time to get yourself in the nets or whatever to practice.
No, it's difficult. Anyway, he's on strike to Hudson Prentice at 51 for 4, and he's quickly into position here from the crease to push it away on the offside. And in the 2 games so far in this competition, he's not been required to bat, because Warwickshire have won them respectively by 7 wickets and 8 wickets. So Hadn't got this far before. So it's a little tester now with 123 from here. He's under normal circumstances shouldn't take too much doing, but in the current circumstances looks trickier. Hudson Prentice bowls, and a ball that just jags a little bit, and Benjamin defends it on the leg side. And a successful over for Finn Hudson Prentice. 2 overs, 1 for 7. And Warwickshire 51 for 4, with still ages left. 36 overs to get 123, but 4 wickets are down.
Elsewhere in this group, looks like Glamorgan are cantering to victory at the Oval. Surrey 121 all out. Glamorgan 99 for 2 in the 13th over, so Glamorgan have approached a low target in very aggressive terms. I mean, the Surrey side, you know, they've got 1 or 2 youngsters in there, but Dominic Sidley, Ryan Battelle playing, Rory Burns, Ben Folkes, Cameron Steele.
Yeah, it's quite an experience.
It is, yeah, absolutely. But Glamorgan are sort of powering their way to victory in that one. Kieran Carlson, well, he wasn't the main scorer, but he's been in terrific form for Glamorgan. All runs down the order really: Byram, Smale, Carlson and Colin Ingram, who's such a fine player. So it's going. Sussex play Glamorgan at Neath next week. Have you ever been to Neath, Mike?
I have. Did a game there. Oh, it was super. Enjoyed it very much last year. Yeah.
In comes Carvelos, bowls wickets past the outside edge of Rhodes, who looked at and I don't know whether Carvelos said something to Rhodes then, but Rhodes sort of gave him a bit of a look. Yeah, so we've got a busy week. We're up to York on Wednesday.
Warwickshire have been there in recent years. Right. I haven't been to it, but I'm told it's very good.
Right, and then, I mean, the schedule's crazy. Then a day off, then they're down to Neath.
Yes.
And then back here on Sunday for Leicestershire. So
are you going to Neath?
Yes.
You'll enjoy it.
Yeah?
It's nice.
Yeah, looking forward to that. And the weather's good, so...
That is good.
Carvelos around the wicket, in and bowls, and he beats Rhodes again, and Rhodes just looks annoyed with himself. He's thrown his head back in the air as if in frustration more than anything. I don't think it's just frustration with himself, I think. Perhaps playing and missing. And Hudson Prentice is taking the opportunity to come across and have a word with Harry Carvelos. I saw Jack Carlson warming up pretty rigorously a couple of overs ago, but I suspect that Simpson may be inclined to keep his seamers on here for the time being. Hudson Prentice has made a suggestion to Harry Carvelos, and now Carvelos is trying to convey that from the far end of the ground to the skipper, who is keeping wicket. So I don't know what Finn Hudson Prentice... I think what they've done is move their second slip more towards gully. So Tom Clark is in there. Carvelos in bowls. This time it is let go by Rhodes. I think I have to keep saying Yates, which I do apologise for. 51 for 4.
I just noticed, just on the little discussion we were having before about tickets for big events, I noticed somebody put on the YouTube stream here a guy, and it's forcefully put, but I think it probably merits a mention just to close this debate. I'll come to it in a moment.
Carvelos coming to bowl to Rhodes. In bowls, and Rhodes plays uncertainly, it has to be said, through square leg, but he picks up a single nonetheless. He goes to 26, the total to 52 for 4.
So, acknowledge this to close this discussion. The guy says £95 for 8 hours of entertainment. It's about £12 an hour.
Okay.
That's great value. Look at the infrastructure it takes to host 20,000 for a day.
And actually,
which is a fair point. Yes, it is, if you've got 95 quid.
Yes.
If you've got 95 quid, yes. There's the debate.
Yeah.
So it's a fair point, forcefully made.
Yes. Carvelos in and bowls, and played by Benjamin into the offside, and there is no run. And certainly, I mean, I take your point. You go to see a Premier League football match. I don't know what you'd play at the Villa. But most Premier League football matches, I think you're paying 56
one-off
quid,
games, I think you're looking at £50+ now for most places, which you might say is really good value to watch top-level football. Yeah. It is, if you've got 50 quid.
Yes. So perhaps I shouldn't have moaned about me Sri Lanka ticket.
I think it's a fair point.
It's a good debate, though, isn't it?
It is a good debate. I don't know the answer, but it's a good debate.
No. Carvelos in and bowls, and played to backward points. Another tidy over from Harry Carvelos, just the single coming from it. 52 for 4 are Warwickshire. Rhodes on 26. Benjamin is yet to score, and you earn your money and you spend it on what you want to spend. I mean, I must admit, I spent I spent 80 quid the other night seeing Bruce Springsteen for 3.5 hours of entertainment.
That's right.
You know, so I was prepared to do that.
That's
so,
right.
so it's yeah.
Because I take you like Bruce Springsteen.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I'm
So
like,
you would.
I
You
haven't seen it for a long time, but you know, I came out of there thinking, was that good value?
Yes.
Yes, it was.
It's funny. He said I'd have paid 80 quid to spend 3.5 hours with Adrian Hunt. said Springsteen.
I think not.
From New York, but there we go. Would we all? Here's Hudson Prentice, whose name is in very close type on the back of his shirt, which I suppose it's got to be. And running away from us, I can see that closely because he's coming round the wicket from right in front of us. And he goes past a rather airy drive from Will Rhodes.
Rhodes is furious with himself, isn't he? When he missed that, he sort of. You could just tell by his frustration at playing that shot.
Situations of the game do funny things. This is still the same pitch and the same sunshine as it's been all day, and yet we've seen 14 wickets now fall in 50 overs. Hudson Prentice with just one slip as the close catcher. Oh, when Rhodes leaves this one, and that's a product of the previous delivery because that one was not for leaving. And now Rhodes has gone off for a bit of a chat with himself.
Well, that was a coat of varnish away from that off stump.
Dear.
That
Went
really
through the grooves on the bail, but so Rhodes has taken himself off for a little walk to square leg to tell himself a few home truths. He's going for another one. No, there he is, twiddling about, waiting for Hudson Prentice. And here he comes now, getting into modest length approach, and he bustles in, and a bit of a hacking drive.
Yes, it was,
Rhodes pulls it off the inside edge to mid-on.
Just looking at events down at New Road, Worcestershire against Durham. Worcestershire making 260 in reply. Durham, after 1 over of their innings, are 1 for 3.
Doing a bit there, isn't it?
3 wickets there for Tom. Is that the Tom Taylor who played for Leicestershire?
Yeah.
Well, he's picked up all 3. Not a hat trick, but he's picked up all 3 wickets.
Bowled pretty lively against Warwickshire in the T20 recently as well. Round the wicket comes Hudson Prentice.
I thought he got through then.
Yeah, he's half forward, bat and pad not quite together, and he squirts away on the leg side. I must say, Bo, I don't know whether many people watching this will have been to New Road, since you will have all read about all the 8 times it flooded last winter.
Yeah.
But having gone there for a T20 game recently, considering the state the place must have been in as late as when it was the end of March or whatever, they've done an unbelievable job sprucing the ground up. You'd never have known there was a problem. Hudson Prentice, he beat Rhodes with a proper good one that pitched on off stump and left him and went over the top of the off bail, and Rhodes, he was quite pleased to miss that.
He was. Well, he's living on his nerves a bit here, isn't he, Rhodes?
It's not that it's seeming miles though. It's not seeming miles.
No.
Going through torpedo level. This is just well bowled over. With 5 balls from about the same spot, a couple of them have just nibbled a bit. Now, that's a little bit wider, and Rhodes hits that in the air through the covers.
He fed it to him, didn't he?
Maybe, yeah. I mean, he just floated it up, see if he drives it, and he wasn't a perfect. It was an excellent over from Hudson Prentice, a really good over. 53 for 4 at the end of it, and Rhodes is still there with 27, but might be thanking 1 or 2 of his lucky stars. And Benjamin's yet to score, and Warwickshire need another 121, which looks an altogether more demanding proposition than it did about 45 minutes ago.
It does. Eric Avellis is going to carry on. He's bowled 8 overs, taken 1 for 30, so I think Simpson doing the right thing here and keeping his seamer on. Interesting when you talk about, I mean, I love going to New Road. I think it's a glorious cricket ground with the cathedral on the banks of the river. I know there's a lot of talk. Heard Ashley Giles in a podcast actually on the BBC talking to Kevin Howells, talking about the huge problems they've had, and serious consideration now being made to move to another ground. As in comes Carvelos bowls, and forward comes Rhodes, plays into the covers where Hudson Prentice is in like a hare and prevents a single being taken. And I can understand. Well, I just hope it doesn't happen because it's a unique cricket ground.
Yes.
Really.
Oh, look, I mean, I think everybody who cares about cricket, and particularly cricket in Worcestershire, would agree with you, except, and I know it's been said with a heavy heart by the people who are saying it, led by Ashley Giles, is that you just looking at the practicalities, you can't have a ground that's flooding like that every winter.
No. Carvelis is in bowls. Rhodes lets that one go, but with a little bit of uncertainty through to Simpson, and there is no run. Rhodes wanders away and tampers with his gloves. No, yeah, you're right. I mean, you know, if you're looking at a business, any sort of business in terms of its commercial viability.
Yeah. The thing still has to function. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what it is in terms of costs to clean the ground up, let alone the actual, you know, the effort that it takes.
Yeah.
Where you stand on insurance. How do you get insurance for a place like that? I don't know.
Well, totally. Carvelis around the wicket in on bowls, and Rhodes works this one down to a fine leg, a more confident shot fielded down below us by Daniel Ibrahim. Rhodes goes to 28, the total to 54 for 4. And also, actually, Giles was talking about the cost of moving games away, so they had to go and play early matches at Kidderminster. There's a cost to doing that. They can't get as many people to the ground, so I think the losses have been huge.
Yes, and they were genuinely concerned because there was another spell of heavy rain about the end, in the middle of May. There were genuine concerns for what they would actually lose the T20 games, which moving those to Kidderminster, lovely place though Kidderminster is to watch, would have meant serious financial losses.
Carvelis in bowls to Benjamin. I think that's come off the thigh pad. The ball's bouncing downhill towards fine leg. Archie Lenham is racing around the boundary egg, but they're going to come back for a couple of runs, and they are indeed signalled as leg byes. The total goes to 56 for 4.
So yeah, beauty is going to ultimately have to be trumped by
by
reality, and it will be a crying shame when it happens, or if it happens, I suppose we should say. But I fear it's going to have to, and it'll be a very, very sad time when it does.
Carvelis in again. Bowls. Benjamin drives down the ground, 4 runs. Nice looking shot by Chris Benjamin, just lent on that, slightly over pitch by Ari Carvelis, and no chance of that being cut off by mid-off. 4 runs, and Benjamin, his first runs, and Warwickshire go to 60 for 4. I was just going to say before that ball was delivered that Sussex have got a lot of men inside the 30-yard circle here. That they, you know, chasing wickets, as indeed Ed Barnard did a little earlier on, trying to put the pressure on. Sussex don't just break off as in comes Carvelis over the wicket bowls, and Benjamin plays to mid-on. There is no run. Sussex at this stage could have 4 men outside of the 30-yard circle. However, they've only got 3. It is the end of the over. Jack Carstey is going running off the field for some reason. I know not why. And a 12th man who looks from this distance to be Bertie Foreman is coming onto the field. So I don't know whether Jack has sort of bowling boots, and maybe he's run off to put those on, or maybe he wants to go to the loo or something, I don't know. 60 for 4. Rhodes on 28. Benjamin is on 4. 33 overs remaining. I think the overs are pretty much immaterial, to be honest. It's more a case of can Warwickshire score this, 115 more they need to win the match.
Yes, if they bat the overs, they'll surely do that. Hudson Prentice, oh gosh, he starts a new over to Rhodes, and he's got Rhodes guessing. This time, well, Will Rhodes might say, well, I'm not guessing, I'm judging. But in that case, that was a very fine judgment, if so, because he allows a ball to pass that was really not very far wide of the off stump. And this is a very well bowled spell from Finn Hudson Prentice, who is, so the ball, he's not exactly leaping all over the place, but he's accurate, and just the natural variation is a problem. This time he just drifts to middle and leg, and Rhodes clumps it down the ground for 4 runs to try and break the spell a bit.
Yeah, slightly over pitch, wasn't he?
Yes, not by much. But Rhodes, who is at the moment the mainstay of Warwickshire's slightly tattered innings, he's 32 out of 64 for 4. And where's the ball gone?
Well, Bertie Foreman, who's the 12th man, and looks like one of the Warwickshire staff who was walking around. They're both looking for the ball. The covers are down here.
Oh.
So this is a bit... you and I would have experienced this, Mike, when you're playing cricket and the ball goes into the long grass or whatever it is. It's not long grass, it's all the groundsman paraphernalia. So now the players are coming to look for the ball. A steward's joining in as well.
Yes, we rolled along the ground to the rope and over the rope, and then It's like when you play crazy golf and you knock the ball into a hole, then you spend 2 minutes looking to see which hole in the windmill it's come out. But
well, there's furious searching going on down here. There's some big covers down here they're trying to move.
You've lost a cricket ball. It wasn't, if it's a big 6 that's gone into the scenery, then that's one thing. But that'll just roll. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, there's Bertie's got it.
Well, they found a cricket ball.
Yeah, we're presuming that is the ball. Anyway, the upshot of that is that it's 4 to Will Rhodes, who goes to 32, 64 for 4.
I don't think these guys are convinced it's the same ball, because they're still looking for Warwickshire.
They are.
There's a couple of Warwickshire members of staff down there who are still looking for it. What else have they lost down there?
I don't know. Or perhaps they just tidy it up, Mike.
Yeah.
Anyway, they're good lads. They're putting stuff back where they found it.
Let's even find a fiver. What are we now? 64 for 4.
Yeah.
It's a peculiar interlude. Hudson Prentice is wiping stuff off the ball, whatever it's picked up down there. 110 to win, and that's better back on the groove he was been before in this spell, and Rhodes made a late decision to play that, pushing it away on the offside. I
should just say in this group, Glamorgan have won by 7 wickets at the Oval, so all done and finished there, and they only had 49 overs in the match. Not too often that Surrey get rolled over for 121. Archie Lenham's warming up. And mid-off will bowl his leg spin at some stage.
Hudson Prentice rattles in again to bowl to Rhodes, who takes a pace forward and then doesn't play.
Yeah.
He's treating most of the deliveries that Hudson Prentice is sending in with more than mild suspicion at the moment. As if he's waiting for one to explode. But, as I say, they haven't really. It's just been the value of putting the ball on the same spot over and over again. If it's the right spot, that is. He's 1 for 12 in his 4th over. And he just drifts onto middle stump. Rhodes goes back and looks quite cross with himself that he's managed to hit it to the only fieldsman inside the circle on the leg side. Because there's a lot of room, if he can do it, avoid him to get 1 or 2 runs into big gaps on the leg side. There's only a long leg and a deep square leg, and the one man fairly close in at mid-wicket. There's a slip still. The rest are all round the offside. Round the wicket comes Hudson Prentice, a bit of width, and it's driven. And he's found a gap between 2 fielders. A super shot from Will Rhodes, the second boundary in the over. And that one really will have felt good, because he steered that between the wide mid-off and extra cover and away for 4 runs, and it was a pretty narrow channel to hit it into.
It was. He's feeding him that ball, isn't he, Finn Hudson Prentice? I just think he felt that. Well, he's having a word there with Tom Haynes. I think he perhaps felt it should have been stopped, but it was a well-struck shot. Yeah, Finn Hudson Prentice is chatting away there to Tom Haynes. Nonetheless, it's a boundary, and 68 for 4, so a bit of a recovery here from Warwickshire. These two adding 17 for this wicket. The other games in this group today at Welbeck Colliery, Notts made 209, Yorkshire 22 for 2 in reply, and Gloucestershire in trouble in their match against Essex, 28 for 3 in reply to Essex's 262. It's going to be Harry Carvelis who's going to bowl out his 10 overs here, so he's in and bowls to Benjamin, who drives down the ground 4 more. Over pitch by Carvelos, and Benjamin played that shot in the last over, just sort of easing the ball down the ground through mid-off, and picks up a boundary, and runs have just started to come a little more freely here for Warwickshire. 72 for 4, Benjamin to 8.
Yeah, 4 boundaries in the last 9 balls.
Right.
That's just lifted a little bit of the tension. Still quite a bit to do with 102 to get, but there's bit of momentum behind Warwickshire for the first time in a while.
In comes Carvelos bowls, and Benjamin plays to back point, no run. I just checked there to see where that game that Gloucestershire is playing. I wonder whether it might be played at Cheltenham College, but it's not. It's being played at Bristol, which begs the question. Say Sussex are going to 3 outgrounds in this competition, so we've already been to Welbeck, we're going to York and going to Neath. Sussex don't play away from here currently, not since COVID. I mean, it's very expensive to move cricket away from headquarters. I just wonder what the score is with Warwickshire, whether they play away from Edgbaston, which I'm sure Mike will answer in a minute. In comes Carvelos and bowls, and forward comes Benjamin plays to mid-on, there is no run.
I'm glad you mentioned it, because for the first time in a few seasons, and as you say, for the first time since COVID, Warwickshire this week will play away from Edgbaston for the first time in that period, and they will play the first of 3 games in this competition at Rugby School.
Right, okay.
Where they did have some T20 games. I think they had one a year for 2 or 3 years before the pandemic, but this is the first time that any Warwickshire games have been, or Birmingham Bears in the T20 have been outside Edgbaston since then.
Carvelos bowls and punched a bit off by Benjamin. There is no run. So I guess, the fact you're playing 3 games there,
yes,
I guess makes it worthwhile moving all the infrastructure there, doesn't it?
Yes, I think that must be a factor in it. And obviously there's 100 games going on at Edgbaston, so you can sort of move part of the structure out, and obviously the test match this week. So 3 of their 4 home games, because they've played 3 on the road, because one of the test matches on this week. 3 of their 4 home games will be at Rugby School.
In comes Carvelos, that's wide, and it's carved away, and that's going to be a boundary, and that was a loose delivery from Maro Carvelos. And Benjamin latching onto that, drilling the ball down through backward square for, backward point I should say, for 4 more. He goes to 12, 76 for 4.
Yeah, he just had room to free his hands to that.
Runs required down to 98.
I am told that it's about a 3,000 is the maximum capacity at Rugby School,
right.
And I am also told that they've sold quite a lot of tickets for it, or members have booked places there.
Carvelos in bowls to Benjamin, he's bowled him! 5th wicket goes down, and Carvelos in his final over, just as it began to look as if Warwickshire were getting their noses in front, Harry Carvelos picks up the wicket of Chris Benjamin, who's out for 12, and all of a sudden maybe this game is back in the balance. Warwickshire 76 for 5, still needing another 98 to win.
Well, it looked from here as though he drove right over the top of it. It was fired in at the base of leg stump, the last ball of his spell, and he's just missed it.
So, second wicket for Carvelos. Well, we didn't see this coming, I have to say. I really didn't see this coming, but it's keeping the crowd entertained, which is good. 2 for
43, I think, is the very least that Carvelos deserved for a spell. It was pretty full. Looking at a replay of that, it was full in at the base of off stump, and he's driven over the top of it. So it was a threatening spell from Carvelos, and I was just thinking actually while you were speaking that over, that 1 for 43 wouldn't have felt like entirely fair reward for what was quite a threatening spell at some point. And 2 for 43 is a little bit more like it. And so it's Will Rhodes and a slightly inexperienced middle order that are going to have to do this now, with Kai Smith at 7, the 19-year-old part-time wicket-keeper, has played a fair bit of List A cricket for various teams, some of them overseas, but mainly in various T20 competitions. He did play in some of these games last season, kept wicket and batted only occasionally. So batting now at 7 with a huge amount of batting to come after him. Lintop, Tazim Ali, Hannon Dolby and Booth. Not the deepest lineup Warwickshire have ever fielded. Hudson Prentice starts a new over to Rhodes, on whom a lot of responsibility now rests if Warwickshire are to win this game, and he defends back up the pitch.
Just go back to our conversation on outgrounds. As I say, we were at Welbeck on Friday. There's another game there today. So I think, if you can, for a venue, you probably think 2 games, and this is the ideal competition. So I was thinking for Sussex, for example, might think, well, we'll play 3 games at Arundel, or 3 games at Horsham,
Arundel
or 3
and
games at
Horsham
Eastbourne.
are the ones most recently, aren't they? Round the wicket comes Hudson Prentice. A little bit of width here, and Rhodes is going to have a single, guiding it down to 3rd man. Would Horsham be the most recent one that they've used a few years ago?
Yeah, I mean, pre-COVID, Sussex always played a championship game at Arundel.
Yes, of course.
And Horsham periodically, but then there was a problem. They were looking for a sponsor to get involved at Horsham to make it viable, and it didn't happen. So they played, I think, 3 seasons worth down at Eastbourne at the Saffrons of one-day cricket. But then, of course, the pandemic came, And I can understand counties want to monetise what they've got, so
course they do.
by having cricket here, so I completely understand.
Yes, and it's much the same argument as Warwickshire, which is obviously a bigger organisation than a county like Sussex, but nevertheless the same principle stands.
Yeah.
As Smith defends away on the offside. You've got a big ground like Edgbaston, which has whatever running costs it has.
Yeah.
That it makes financial sense to use it. I wonder whether it's ever made financial sense for outground cricket, at least in recent years. But that's not really the purpose of having it.
I agree.
In a way, there are other good reasons for having outground cricket. But a bit like we were saying about New Road, you've got to look at the bottom line as well. This he hits Smith on the pad as he tries to make a late adjustment, and the ball drops down by his feet. 77 for 5.
Well, I couldn't help noticing at Welbeck. I mean, it's just the fact that the crowd are closer to the players. It just feels. I just thoroughly enjoyed it. It was great to be there, and the members of Welbeck Cricket Club, they were all helping. There was a barbecue going. There was cakes in the pavilion. The club did a great job.
Hudson Prentice runs away from us and Smith defends on the offside. Look, I think if you take a poll of county cricket fans, you are always going to get a lot of people saying, unless you happen to live next door to the county ground, you're going to get people saying we want to go and see some outground cricket just because it's pretty. I mean, I saw the pictures. You see the pictures of Sedbergh School knocking around this week, which was amazing.
We played a 50-over game up there, I think, 2 years ago, and it is the most beautiful cricket ground. Unbelievable. When we had a lovely day like this, it was just, it was wonderful.
Yes. So there's a lot of good reasons to do it. Hudson Prentice bowls and Smith defends sensibly. End of the over. 77 for 5. Still 97 to win. Rhodes 37 and Smith no score. Neath you're going to this week, which is a bit of a fiddly one to find. And you'll need to park on the road round the corner.
Oh, really?
But when Warwickshire were there last year, it was, again, and apparently it was the first games that Glamorgan had played away from Cardiff since the pandemic, which surprised me. Or the first, certainly the only ones last year, which surprised me a bit, given the tradition they've got of playing all over Wales. And I note this week that they've said Swansea's out for good now, which is very sad. Sure. There's going to be a change of bowling in a minute, but Neath they had a game on a Tuesday and on Thursday. The Tuesday one was against Durham, and your friend and mine, Martin Emerson, the Durham commentator, went all the way there and they didn't play. And it had rained a lot, but I think everybody had the impression of, look, we really want to, both teams want to play. Everybody wants the ground to play. It's a sunny day, but it had rained a lot, and look, can we do something? So I'll come to it. Anyway, it turned out the end is good.
We have got a change of bowling, and it's Jack Carson who's coming in from the Cromwell Road in with a slip in place, coming in around the wicket to bowl to Will Rhodes, who plays defensively back down the track. There is no run. He's on 37 Rhodes, 77 for 5.
So I'm told that the umpires had a look and were like, it's not great, but both teams really wanted to get the game on.
Carson in again, bowls and cut away by Rhodes, straight to Clark, who's fielding the covers, no run.
And sure, I mean, there were parts of the outfield that really were borderline. So on the bit side in front of where you'll be commentating from, they moved the rope in, so it was really small to avoid the wettest bit.
Carson in bowls, forward comes Rhodes, back down the track, no run.
But look, the pitch played well, and it was a good high-scoring game. The ground was full with about 1,800. Everybody was making lots of noise. It was a close finish. There was a contentious boundary catch in the end, got all the crowd going. It was a smashing day.
Carson again bowls, and just dabbed by Rhodes. Back could a square on the offside, and Archie Lenham has to chase backwards at a sliding stop, but not before Rhodes has come back for a couple of runs. He goes to 40. No, he doesn't. Well, the scoreboard hasn't changed, I don't think.
He's 39.
39, yeah, and total to 79 for 5.
Hamza Sheikh was filming on the boundary in front of where the commentary position was, square of the wicket, close to this wet bit.
Carson in bowls, gives out lots of air and clipped nicely by Rhodes to mid-wicket, well fielded by a tumbling Carter. There is no run.
And having thrown himself around the boundary, as you young outfielders do. After about 25 overs, he looked like a rugby scrum half. I mean, he was absolutely plastered in mud from head to toe.
Carson bowls to Rhodes, who defends down the ground. Nice and tidy from Jack Carson, end of the over, 79 for 5.
I mean, it's a good job that they weren't playing in the white kit, because you'd just put it in the bin and you wouldn't even have bothered. But, I mean, you could do a sliding stop look, from about 20 yards away, you know. But it was exactly the spirit of outground cricket. Of look, you know, it's not ideal and it's not like Lord's outfield, but we're going to get a game on.
Yeah.
And the people at Neath were great. It was a super setting, small, it was just right. So if the sun, hopefully the sun will shine, and everybody is going from Sussex. If you're going from Sussex, go to Glamore. It's lovely.
Yeah, and the thing is, you know, on a commercial basis, people might say, "Well, why would you do it?" Well, it's not just about that. It's about going to areas where perhaps people don't go to watch Glamorgan before, or you know, they can't get into Cardiff, or it's you know, so go to your local cricket ground. Attracts people more from the Swansea area.
Right. This is Hudson Prentice starting a new over. As two seagulls swoop past us very low, which is slightly distracting, but they don't distract Kai Smith from taking his first run. A brisk single to mid-off.
Well run, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, that argument is very much in play with Warwickshire, because Birmingham and Edgbaston is within the old boundaries of Warwickshire back in the day. But it's obviously right at one end of the county, and getting into, I mean, I live not too far from there, getting around Edgbaston is not always the easiest thing to do. I mean, no matter how good the ground is, you've still got to get there. If you're coming from the Warwickshire end of Warwickshire, if you know what I mean. Hudson Prentice bowls a short ball, Rhodes goes to pull, and I'm not sure whether he really committed to that. He sort of spun round, but he didn't really go through with the shot. And it goes through to the wicketkeeper. Yeah, if you're coming from the rural end of Warwickshire, out near Leamington Spa and that, then there's quite a jaunt to get into Edgbaston.
Yes.
All the time. So by having a match at Rugby School, which really is the other end of Warwickshire, then you are to some extent serving that part of the county a bit better. So that's another good argument for it. Hudson Prentice bowls and Rhodes covers up and takes a run to mid-wicket. 81 for 5.
Yeah. You know, and it's, you know, it is school holidays. You know, there's every reason, but you know, as I say, you know, I do understand that. You know, you don't want to go and take a game to, you know, Sussex wouldn't want to take a game to Horsham and then, you know, play 2 games and then end up losing 50 grand or something. You know,
it's got to be realistic.
It's got, you know, if you could, but I mean, if you could break even,
it's worth doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to think so. Hudson Prentice bowls and Smith drives firmly, but straight to mid-off, and Jack Carson, who's got an even bigger sun hat than Ollie Hannon Dolby's.
Yes, he has.
Casts a shadow, it's like a flying saucer.
I mean, there have been a few. I mean, I was looking because Lancashire go to Blackpool.
Yes.
I know Surrey are playing a game at Guildford.
Yeah, I've been to both of those.
So we're going to Neath, we're going to York, we've been to Welbeck. Just trying to think who else.
No, lots of the counties do. I think Yorkshire have been out to Scarborough.
Yeah.
Like, there's a run here for Kai Smith, and angling that one off about the line of middle and leg down to mid-wicket. Down to long leg, and he takes 1. He's 2, and it's 82 for 5.
It's interesting. England have won the Test match.
God, did that quick?
They scored 87 without loss in 7.2 overs to win the game. So who do you think got the runs? Without looking.
Well, it just appear on my screen. Oh gosh, Ben. That's an unusual one. Ben Stokes on the innings. This is check drive from Will Rhodes, who does not have the air of an entirely contented chap, considering he's 40 not out. He's hit that straight to mid-on, and he's fidgeting, is Will. But he's still there, and 22 overs are complete, and it's 82 for 5, and Warwickshire need another 92. Why would Stokes be opening the innings like that?
No idea. 28 balls, 9 fours, 2 sixes. Ben Duckett, who was slightly eclipsed by that, he made 25 in 16 balls with 4 fours.
It's not as if you were. It might rain tomorrow. I didn't like that.
No, that's not the forecast. Is brilliant, isn't it?
Interesting thing to do.
I don't know if Crawley was injured or. Anyway, England have
Well,
won the
it's
test.
done the job, isn't it?
Yeah. So rugby school, that'll be fun. Are you covering any of those games, Mike?
I am doing one of those. I've not been before. I didn't go to any of the T20s there, so I am looking forward to doing one of those games. Yeah.
Well, Jack Carson is going to carry on. 82 for 5. This game still in the balance. In and bowls and clipped to short fine leg fielded there by Ari Cavalos. And there is no run. So Sussex have got 6 men inside the circle. They don't have to at this stage, but they're needing wickets. Slip is the only close fielder. Carson is in, bowls, forward comes Smith, plays it onto the onside, and there is no run. The outfielders, there's a sweeper on the cover boundary, a deep backward square and a long on way up in the distance. On a hot afternoon down in the southeast. We haven't had too many of those this summer. Make the most of it. Carson in bowls. Played down the onside of the track by Smith. There is no run. I guess if you've got your summer holidays booked and you're off to Cornwall or somewhere this week, you've really hit the jackpot.
That's good stuff. Apparently Zach Crawley has gone for scans on an injured finger.
Oh, right.
So that's why he didn't know.
Okay. Crawley. What are you on about? Carson in bowls to Smith, and a tumbling save by an athletic Ollie Carter in the covers. Nice bit of gymnastics. And there is no run. Total remains on 82 for 5. Jack Carson in again. Bowls. Oh, and what bit of a yahoo, to be honest, from Smith, and he's beaten on the outside edge, taken by Simpson, who whipped off the off bail for good measure. Well, he was certainly looking to hammer that one away, wasn't he, Kai Smith? A tempting off break from Jack Carson. He's in again, gives the ball plenty of air, and this one, an orthodox off-spinner played to mid-wicket, and it's a maiden over from Jack Carson. Well, Sussex may have been under par with the bat, but you can't fault their commitment in the field. 82 for 5. Smith on 2, Rhodes on 40. Runs required to win are still 92.
No, it's been a first-class effort from Sussex. And pushing Warwickshire all the way for this one. Going to have to play well from here. Will Rhodes and the... say a lower order that he's made up of inexperienced players and tail enders. So we haven't got a huge sample size on Kai Smith and Tazim Ali. Jake Lintop, he's a lower order player, gives it a bit of a thump and has made some good runs, made some rapid runs in a championship game last year. This first ball of a new over from Finn Hudson-Prentice, he's slightly overpitched, and Will Rhodes, with the minimum of flourish, has punched it down the ground for 4. Almost dead straight, a lovely stroke. And he's going to need a few more of those. Hudson-Prentice into his 7th over.
Yeah, I think I've lost the ball again. Oh no, Jack's found it. Well done, Jack. Just down below us. Wickets are tumbling everywhere, you know, today. It's strange on a lovely sunny day. At Welbeck, Yorkshire are 39 for 5 in this group after 10 overs in reply to Notts 209. And Gloucestershire 43 for 4 down at Bristol in reply to Essex's 262 for 8. So on a day like today, you'd have thought there'd been a glut of runs around the country, but so far hasn't been the case.
Hasn't here either. Hudson-Prentice looking for that spot where he's caused... Oh, and he finds it again, and Rhodes plays a slightly involuntary stroke. Sometimes he's making a late decision, and that one was a very late one. He jabs the ball down into the ground, and it runs between keeper and slip and away for 4 bonus runs.
Yeah, they were. And valuable runs as well, aren't they? I mean, it was a shot you thought you might get him out, but it runs away. That's 8 off the last couple of deliveries. And
yes, and in a low-scoring game, those really hurt.
No, they do hurt.
I mean, Hannah Dolby had 2 off the inside edge earlier on, didn't he?
Yeah.
Excessive balls earlier. And if it's a 300 game, it's not such a big deal. Hudson-Prentice. Oh, goodness me, that was the closest leave of all, possibly. From Will Rhodes, it came from quite wide on the crease, coming round the wicket to the left-hander. And I don't know whether it's exaggerated by the angle that we're at. We're at a slight angle, looking sort of over from about 2 pitches width away. We're that much off straight, but gosh, it looks as though it was going to crash into the off stump.
It did.
90 for 5. Target is 174. Hudson-Prentice round the wicket, and this time Rhodes decides that he does need to play and defends into the offside.
That was as solid a forward defensive as he's played, actually.
Yeah.
It was right behind that.
Well, he can afford to block the good balls out.
Of course.
Time is not really a pressing concern. 26 overs still available after this one, with 84 runs to find. Hudson Prentice bowls, and Rhodes decides against taking a single to Carson at mid-on, and he's right to do so. Or right not to do so. There's no run. It's a rather heavy tread that Hudson Prentice now has, coming back to the start of his mark. Who's this doing? His gymnastics mid-off. It's Lenham, is it?
Yeah, it is. And you always, I don't know why, when your leg spinner's going to bowl, you always think there's an element of risk, but there could be an element of reward as well.
Yeah. There he is. Round the wicket comes Hudson Prentice, and Rhodes very cramped for room, but guides that down on the bounce to backward point. And Ibrahim fields. It's the end of the over. Rhodes now 8 boundaries in. He's 48. And he, the player who we have learned in the last 48 hours, will be leaving Warwickshire, but is doing his bit for what will soon be his old county, because he's holding them together, unbeaten with 48 out of 90 for 5 in 24 overs.
If you just joined us, very good afternoon, lovely sunny afternoon here at Hove, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio WM, BBC CWR, myself Adrian Harms alongside Mike Taylor. A game that I called incorrectly. I thought Sussex were out of it at the break. In comes Carson and bowls, and clipped away by Smith to mid-wicket. Sussex making 174, and having been 71 without loss, that seemed well under par on a pitch where Haynes and Clark started off in a very positive manner, but Sussex losing wickets through some injudicious shots, a poor run out. In comes Carson bowls, cut away by Smith. There was a sweeper on the cover boundary, so it will just be a single to Smith, who goes to 3, the total 91 for 5. But then Sussex fighting back, and Warwickshire 91 for 5. I just sort of feel Warwickshire have got their noses in front here, but another wicket or two, and this could be a very interesting finish to the game. And much as Mike was saying, perhaps defending here on Rhodes, in comes Carson bowls, and Rhodes is solidly forward, plays it down the offside of the track. There is no run. Sussex have currently got 7 fielders inside the 30-yard circle. They only actually need to have 5 at this stage, which will tell you it's good thinking from John Simpson. He knows wickets are needed. Carson in again, bowls, and forward comes Rhodes, plays into the offside. There could be a run out here if they're not quick. Oh, the throw came in. I suspect had the throw hit the stumps, that might, the reaction of the close fielders, well, you would say that he might have been struggling, but I think he was struggling, you know. The throw came in from Tom Clark, who was in the covers. It missed the stumps. Had it hit full on, that might have been a decision for the umpire to make.
Yeah, it was a pretty bold single for Rhodes to call and then go up the safe end.
Yeah, it was. It was.
But I was just thinking that there's 7 men inside the circle at this point, and that was to the guy 48 not out.
Yeah.
It wasn't as if it was to a new bat.
Carson in again, bowls, and Smith defends into the offside, fielded by Carter. There is no. I guess the interesting thing in this situation is if you're batting, you're thinking, well, I don't want to go crazy here and come running down the wicket to him, because I don't want to lose my wicket and leave my side in even worse trouble. So a bit of a dilemma. Carson in bowls, but it's exactly what he does. But this time, as you said, he's had enough and hammers the ball down the ground for 4 runs. Well, Jack Carson tossed it up, and Kai Smith took the bait and belted the ball away down to long on for a boundary. It is the end of the over. I think we're going to have a drinks break, are we? Yeah, the 2 batters are wandering off. So, 20, well, because we're exactly halfway through the overs, Adrian, that's why. 96 for 5 we are at the halfway stage. I think, Mike, I would slightly rather be in Warwickshire's shoes here than Sussex, but another wicket might make it interesting.
Yes, I mean, it's not the strongest lower order, as I say, that Warwickshire have fielded. I can't quite see all of the numbers, but the Duckworth Lewis, which I know it's much maligned, but I do think he's usually quite a good guide. Does that say 100? Oh,
Yes, it does. Yeah, it did.
102,
It does say 100 and something.
Yeah.
From our angle, we can't quite see it on the scoreboard,
No.
but you're right.
But so it implies that Warwickshire are slightly behind
Yes.
on that, which I say is often quite a good gauge, I think. And there are there are balancing factors. Warwickshire with not the most powerful lower order that they've ever fielded. By the same token, Carvelis has finished. Hudson Prentice has now bowled 7 overs,
Yes.
so we've still only seen 4 bowlers. So Sussex have got to turn to presumably to Lenham next, and other bowlers who may or may not keep the pressure going.
Yeah, I mean, he's got 5 up his sleeve from Henry Crocombe. He's got Archie Lenham, the leg spinner, who you'd imagine, if he's going to bowl, he's going to have to bowl soon, because
Yes.
you don't want to bring on your leg spinner when there's 40 to win. Other bowlers, other seam options would be Daniel Ibrahim, Tom Clark, possibly Tom Haynes. So there are other options. I see the Sussex lads in a bit of a huddle there. I imagine that's John Simpson saying, "Come on." In fact, I think John just went running off the field actually and up the steps of the pavilion, but I'm sure he'll be back. But from a Warwickshire point of view, Mike, I mean, interesting, wasn't it, the shot that was played there down the ground by Kai Smith, because a couple of productive overs from Warwickshire, and you'd feel
Yes.
they're well on their way.
Yeah, I mean, what do they need now? 77,
Yeah.
78. Yes, you can have a bit of a dip for 10 minutes and make quite a lot of inroads into that. But it's risk and reward. It's certainly for Rhodes, I think. If Rhodes is batting at the end, it's likely that Warwickshire will win. So you say, well, that's fine, but that then transfers the responsibility for playing attacking strokes to 19-year-old Kai Smith. So we're going to see. He did one in the last over. Just as an aside, by the way, we'll wait for them to go back into their positions. I noticed that in one of the other games in this competition today, Ben Kellaway of Glamorgan, who was one of the most impressive young players I saw in this tournament last year, made a very good 50 or 60 against Warwickshire in that game at Neath, and bowled as well. Has taken wickets today at the Oval bowling left arm spin and right arm spin.
Really?
Which is an unusual feat.
It is.
So, but I liked it.
Where have you picked that up from?
I
Was
was
that
glancing on social media,
Right.
and it happened to pop up at the top of the page there.
Oh, wow.
So he's bowled right arm to a left-hander and left arm to a right-hander.
That's interesting.
He's just showing off, isn't it? But no, I thought he looks a very good player when I saw him in this competition last year. So he's one to look out for.
It's Daniel Ibrahim.
It is, who he's going to bowl seam up from the sea end and bustles in to bowl, replacing Hudson Prentice, who's had 7 overs, and his first ball is defended firmly back up the pitch by the left-handed Rhodes.
Presumably, where that happens, where you're bowling left arm and right arm, you have to tell the umpire what you're going to bowl, presumably
Yes.
before, pretty much, well, once you bowl to delivery, if you're bowling to a left-hander and whatever way you're bowling, I suppose you can carry on.
You have to, yes, you have to declare in advance.
Yes.
Otherwise, I think officially it's no ball if
Yeah.
you say your left arm over and you bowl with the right arm.
Yeah, so you've got so it's probably a little bit like going over or round the wicket.
Yes. Yes, exactly. You've got to declare left
Yes.
arm round or right arm over or
Yeah.
whatever.
Okay.
And if you then don't do that, I believe it's a no ball call. Somebody will correct me if I'm wrong, but I think technically I mean, you'd never see it do, but technically that's what happens. So Rhodes took the next one to mid-wicket. He's 49 and now waits for Ibrahim. He's got a brisk, bustling run. He's a strongly built young man, and Rhodes defends into a gap on the offside. Just 19, Daniel Ibrahim, so he's another of these youngsters we're talking about.
He is. I mean, he's been around for 2 or 3 years now, Daniel. He made his debut in the Championship against Yorkshire 3 years ago. Made a very good half-century against a good Yorkshire attack.
Here he is, round the wicket to Rhodes, who takes one hand off the bat as he defends that back up the pitch.
Then he, highly promising, made a very good 80-odd in the Championship down at Worcester as well, and really looked like a good player. Then got himself injured a shoulder. and he hasn't quite fulfilled that promise since, if I'm being honest.
Made 100 on tour for England under 19s a couple of years ago in Australia. This is just drifting onto the leg stump, and Rhodes is going to become the first player in this match to score a half century by turning it wide of mid-wicket. Carson did indeed do a good job rushing around to field that. But 50 for Will Rhodes from 77 balls with 8 boundaries, and he is the first and may turn out to be the only player in this match to make a half century, and if he's still batting at the end, he will quite likely take his team to victory.
Yes.
A lot depends on him.
Yeah, no, I agree.
97 for 5. Ibrahim bowls on the pads of Smith, takes him on the pad in fact, and runs down on the bounce to John Simpson. It's the end of Ibrahim's first over. 97 for 5. 50 to Rhodes, 7 to Smith, and 77 to win.
Yeah, I mean, he would be one of the young players who's hoping to catch the eye of Paul Farbrace and the coaching team here at Sussex. You know, a player who, again, has played a fair amount of first-class cricket. You know, one of the younger players who was given a real opportunity. So he's played quite a bit. This season, opportunities very limited. Hasn't played in the Championship. So we'll be wanting to make a statement in this competition. Hasn't done so with the bat so far. We'll be hoping to make a contribution with the ball. Jack Carson's going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end. He's bowling to Will Rhodes, as Mike was saying, 50 not out. 97 for 5. Expectant crowd who probably weren't expecting this sort of contest when they turned up at the ground today. I certainly wasn't. See wickets falling as they have. In comes Carson, bowls outside the off stump. He's just encouraging Will Rhodes to drive here. He's got a slip in place. He's giving the ball plenty of air. There's a short extra cover. It's Tom Clark who's in there. And he's in again. Carson bowls and Rhodes defends out into the offside. Clark fields whilst clapping his hands. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players inside the circle. Sussex could just have the 5. 3 men out. As in comes Carson again, bowls and swept by Rhodes. He's just going to get one. Good bit of fielding down in front of us by Henry Rogers, who was round very quickly, the 18-year-old, and gets a good round of applause from those sitting in some of the corporate boxes away to our right-hand side. Single to Rhodes. He goes to 51, 98 for 5. I just can't quite see the runs required to win. Well, I can see the first digit, which is a 7, but not the rest, so I need to get my...
76.
Thank you, Mike. Carson. In again. Bowls. Down the wicket comes Smith. It's the second time he's done that to get down the track. Drills it out into the outfield. Good bit of fielding out there by, I think that's Henry Crocombe all the way out there. Prevents anything more than a single. I just wonder whether the tactic here, whether these two have decided that Smith is going to have a dip at the bowling, because that's twice that he's done that now.
We were just saying, isn't it? It means your inexperienced batter's going to do that, but it does look as though that's the way they're going for now.
Yeah. Carson again bowls up forward, comes Rhodes defensively, plays it back down the track, no run. And I guess from that, you know, in a low-scoring game, if someone like Smith does come off and he gets a quick 20 or 30, it really does hasten Warwickshire towards the finishing line. The danger is, of course, he gets out. Carson in again, bowls. Rhodes just tucks this one backward of square on the onside, fielded by Rogers. End of another tidy Jack Carson owner, just conceding the 3 runs. At the end of that over, Warwickshire 100 for 5, so needing exactly 74 to win. They've got 23 overs in which to get them. The overs and the run rate are really pretty immaterial. It's all about whether Warwickshire can score these runs or whether Sussex can take the 5 wickets that they need.
Yeah, the tactics are interesting of this.
Yeah.
Rhodes is driving only with a certain amount of suspicion still, even now, having been there for nearly a couple of hours, and he plays jerkily here, coming forward to a ball from Ibrahim. I am, as I said earlier, fascinated to hear the account of the players as to whether the pitch has played as they would have expected, or whether it's been more dangerous than it's been looked apparent from Yeah, so because again, it's even now it's hard to say. You could look at any particular ball in this match and say, well, that one really misbehaved. I can't recall one. And yet, a lot of the batting has been, say, suspicious, to say the least, and that from the game's most productive batter, who is Will Rhodes, who's just nudged a single through mid-wicket to go to 53.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and what was interesting was the way that Clark and Haynes set out this morning. Played some lovely shots. 70 off the 10 overs. We thought, I think we said at the time, oh, that's probably about par for the course today.
And yet it's been entirely out of character with the rest of the game altogether.
Yes. Ibrahim
bowls, and this Smith hits this hard off the back foot to cover point, and there's no run. If you take the first 10 overs of Sussex innings out, if you walked in after 10 overs, then since your arrival, you would have seen 203 for 15. If you walked in at exactly that moment at 20 to 12. Ibrahim bowls and Smith swings down the leg side, and there's 4 something here. The umpire is already giving the pre-signal, which is always good news if you're scoring, because it means there's a signal coming, and it's 4 leg byes.
Smith has made up his mind here. Mike, I think he's just made, I mean, the previous delivery, he took a step away to leg side and played the ball to point, and I thought, Daniel Ibrahim, well, I think Smith, and he's just surveying that leg side boundary as well. There's no one else on the leg side.
Well, there's some logic to that. If he feels more comfortable playing that way,
well, totally,
in the circumstances,
yeah.
then that's with 5 wickets down. It might be different if it was 8 wickets down, but it's not necessarily a bad policy. Ibrahim bowls, and that's probably wide down the leg side. It's a very good take by Simpson.
Yeah, it was.
Who is a very fine wicketkeeper and has been for quite a while now among the leading wicketkeepers in county cricket, and that was a fine take.
Yeah, it was. Standing up to the, I mean, he's standing up to the stumps because he wants to prevent Smith, who has clearly got his eyes on winning this.
Yes. So not only is the line difficult, but there's a swish of bat and pads on the bat. That's really very, very well done. But it was still a wide. Ibrahim bowls, and that's a better line and length. And Smith goes back in the crease and defends into the offside.
I mean, I was just thinking that, maybe Sussex ought to have someone. It looks to me like he might heave this towards Cow Corner somewhere. There's nowhere out there. But having said that, if you put Fielder out there, he might not play the shot. So it's, a bit of a conundrum where you put your field here.
Ibrahim runs away from us, and Smith makes room outside the leg stump and then drives into the offside as Ibrahim tries to follow him a bit and hits Carson at mid-off, and it's the end of another over. 6 came from that over, and at the end of it, Rhodes is 53 and Smith is 8. It's 106 for 5. And seeing as you mentioned Cow Corner, I was tickled to find that there is a part of the ground here where a lot of the sort of sponsorship and stuff goes on, which is actually called Cow Corner. And having seen the sign on the way, and I was delighted to find that it is actually at Cow Corner, which is right and proper, or at least where it is when the bowling is from this end. So that's jolly good.
A bit of a natter between skipper John Simpson and one of his senior players in this relatively young Sussex side, Finn Hudson-Prentice. That could be about when Finn is going to bowl, or do they bowl Archie Lenham? Much for Simpson to think about. In comes Jack Carson to bowl to Rhodes, who plays that firmly to mid-off, fielded by Hudson-Prentice, and there is no run. So we've had 28 overs, and Carson in again, bowls a little shorter, and Rhodes works that one back down the offside of the track, and then he pulls away and has a look at that leg side boundary, which is tantalisingly close. There's just one fielder guarding the leg side boundaries at deep backward square. Carson again in bowls to Rhodes, who's back and steers that one back down the ground, and Carson fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. So there's a slip, 4 men saving one on the offside. Well, Hudson-Prentice, I'm not quite sure whether he's inside the circle or slightly out at mid-off, but it's an attacking field as Carson around the wicket bowls, and Rhodes is forward, plays that to mid-off, fielded by Hudson-Prentice, who had to move to his right And good running by Rhodes, who the key to that was he played this shot and he set off for the run, and in the end it was a very comfortable single. Now I just wonder what Kai Smith's going to do here. I wouldn't mind betting he's going to have a dip at Jack Carson. The long on is going back, but he's not all the way to the fence. Finn Hudson-Prentice. Carson in and bowls, and Smith, there we are, straight down the ground, and I would have had someone out there. I think that's the second time that Kai Smith has done that. He's just taken a step down the track and hit the ball straight down the ground. Had you had a fielder orthodox long on, I mean, he may not have played that shot. Sussex has still not put him all the way back, you know.
No, he's there for the miss hit, though,
He is.
isn't he? I think betting on the idea that if Smith really catches it, it's going over the boundary anyway. He's gone a bit deeper now and a bit straighter.
111 for 5, Carson in. He's at it again, and he's pulled away, and that's going to go all the way for 6 runs. Yes, pulled away into the little terrace in front of the pavilion. Well, from a Warwickshire point of view, I think that's good cricket. I think from the minute Smith has walked in, he's looked to me as if he's going to take the mantle of, you know, I'm going to play the bold innings here and try and get us up over the line. So a 4 and a 6 to finish the over, 117 for 5, and suddenly Warwickshire are down, needing another 57 to win. John Simpson has a chat to Tom Haynes. I'd have thought they might want to get Crocombe back into the attack here. He's only bowled 5 of his overs, and he bowled a nice tidy opening spell. But they're going to keep going with Ibrahim, and Warwickshire have certainly at this stage, Mike, got their noses in front.
Yeah, they've got 5 overs of Crocombe, as you say, and 3 of Hudson-Prentice among the sort of senior seamers. Rhodes has 54 and waits for Ibrahim, right arm medium pace, to angle a ball into his hip, and Rhodes, without trying anything at all extravagant, is just nudging it behind square leg and taking 55 to Will Rhodes. And Warwickshire getting back into a position from which they'll feel they're back on top again. I notice the sort of winning predictor keeps popping up on the Sussex YouTube stream occasionally. At the start of this innings, it said 98% of the batting team. It now, rather interesting, it says 95%, which still feels
interesting.
Slightly on the generous side to me. This is turned away by Smith for 1 run to mid-wicket. 119 for 5, and Smith up to 19, and now looks to be playing with a bit of confidence.
Yeah, and the pressure starts to ease, doesn't it? Sussex need a wicket quickly.
Off goes Ibrahim, rolling approach to the crease, and Rhodes just pushes carefully into the offside. Anything flamboyant now.
Sorry, Mike. I mentioned Brett Hutton a little earlier on, who bowled very well at Welbeck on Friday against Sussex. He's picked up 6 for 24 against Yorkshire, and Yorkshire are 53 for 7.
They've gone down an old mine shaft.
Wow, sounds like it.
Ibrahim comes round the wicket, and this is driven firmly up to mid-off by Rhodes.
So this group will be starting to take shape. If Warwickshire to win here, they'd win 3 out of 3. Knox would have won 2 out of 3. As I say, you could probably afford to get beat a couple of times, maybe 3 times, but
well, that would be a good thing for Notts, because they had a shocking time in the T20s.
Yeah.
For a county as traditionally powerful in short form cricket as they've been in recent years, and in a glorious past, to struggle like they did and bowled out for hardly anything at Edgbaston the other weekend. This is guided to 3rd man by Rhodes for 1. It was at Trent Bridge, I beg your pardon, that the Warwickshire, or the Birmingham Bears as they were in the T20, bowled Notts out for 57, which on a big Sunday game in front of your own fans is a pretty low point. Ibrahim bowls, and off the back foot Smith guides it backward of point, and it's the end of another over. 3 singles picked up. Ibrahim is keeping it tight without really looking all that threatening at the moment, but nevertheless he's not leaking many runs. 3 overs for 6, and it's 120 for 5.
You took the words out of my mouth, Mike. That was exactly my feeling. Now, they are going to persevere here with Jack Carson. Kai Smith has taken rather a liking to Jack Carson, but maybe Sussex feeling it's an option for a wicket that he's going to hole out. Yeah, just looking at the competition, I mean, Glamorgan have won 2. Warwickshire have already won 2. It would be 3 if they win here. Notts would have won 2. So we shall see as this competition still in its early stages. Jack Carson is coming into bowl to Rhodes, who's forward and just pushes quietly to the offside. There is no run. To be fair, I mean, Will Rhodes he's battled through this innings, hasn't he? You know, he was determined. You know, he knows if he could stay there, someone will bat with him. Carson in again, bowls, and Rhodes is beaten outside the off stump. I don't know if that turned, but through to the gloves of Simpson.
Yeah, by his own very high standards, he's never really looked in,
no.
if you know what I mean. He's been cautious, and sometimes been right to be cautious. Some good bowling. Carson
bowls, and Rhodes doesn't time this at all, plays out to extra cover, and he just looks disappointed with himself. You know, I'm sort of inclined to say, looks like, you know, players have had trouble timing the ball, but that being said, Smith didn't have any problem, did he, when he belted that away for 6 in the previous over?
He's chuntering to himself a bit, Will Rhodes, at the moment.
Carson in again, bowls, and Rhodes just eases that one away through the covers. They've taken one, they won't think about a second run. Henry Crocombe's got a good arm and gets in the throw to John Simpson. Now this might be interesting with Kai Smith on strike. I would be quite surprised if Sussex don't put a long on in place, because 2 have gone pretty much gun barrel straight down towards that end of the ground. There is a long on, he's a wideish long on though.
It's about 10 metres in.
Carson in to Smith, there you go, pulls the ball away onto the leg side, and that's gone all the way for a boundary. I'm just a little surprised that, you know, if you've got I know they want him to play that, they want him to play the shot and risk getting out, but that's 10 runs that have come over in that side of the ground.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes the most likely route for getting runs is also the most likely route for getting a wicket.
Yes.
But now they are going to put a man back at mid-wicket, but of course you have to take him from somewhere else.
Yes.
So there's long on, mid-wicket and square leg all back on the boundary now. But it means that there's plenty of room to take one into the leg side should Kai Smith choose to do that.
Casting bowls, a reverse sweep, and that's good cricket. He's noticed the player who had gone, it's reverse swept, he's going to pick up another boundary. No, he's not. Good stop by young Henry Rogers, who gets round the boundary. With a couple of runs to Kai Smith, who goes to 25, and I think he's played a dab hand here. You know, he's I don't know if that was always the tactic when he walked in, but from the minute he walked to the crease, you just got the feeling that he was going to take the bowling on. And Will Rhodes has been very happy just to nudge the 1s and 2s. And this little combination, because when the wicket fell, Mike, Warwickshire was 76 for 5.
Yes. So it's a 50 partnership.
Yeah.
And if you've got the skills to be able to play a reverse sweep with as confidence as that, then having moved the fielders out on the leg side, you've then earned yourself the right to score runs to the offside. So that was very good batting. Kai Smith, who goes to 25, and well, the unexpected confidence of a young player, or the brazen fear-free confidence of youth, it depends.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm not sure I was ever fear-free at 19, but he seems to be.
I just wonder if there was a tactic there and they thought perhaps that was the instruction from the coach. Henry Crocombe is coming back into the attack, and I think that's a good move because Sussex need a wicket here.
At 127 for 5, 47 to win, Crocombe runs away from us and it bowls outside the line of off-stump. A ball that didn't have an awful lot of urge on it, and it fades before it gets the wicket-keeper. Gentle resumption for Henry Crocombe, who bowled 5 very accurate overs earlier on and took 2 for 15 and caused some problems to all the top order.
Yes, he did.
Removed Barnard, caught at the wicket by Simpson, and Shake. Oh, and he gets an awkward stroke here out of Will Rhodes, who off a thick edge with one hand coming off the bat. Bit of a jab, but he goes down to third man, and they take 1 run.
I just wonder if Sussex could get Rhodes, whether that might change the way that Kai Smith is playing.
Well, it would certainly change the feel around it.
Yes, it would.
Because there'd be roads and
I think he'll carry on in his positive mode here.
yes.
Smith.
I mean, were one of them to get out, Lintop, assuming it's him at number 8, will probably come in and give it a tonk. That tends to be the way that he tries to play. But Warwick should be quite happy if these two saw them all the way there. They'd be very happy for Kai Smith, for a young player to play in a big partnership. It'd be an important moment, but he's defending here with 46 to win, out into the offside. He's made 25, just 19 years of age. Already played quite a bit of overseas cricket, as I was mentioning, in various parts of the world. I think I'm right in saying he's had connections with Hong Kong and played some cricket there, played some cricket in India. Croken bowls hits him on the pad, looking to swing to the leg side. There's no run, but it's good for youngsters to have, varied experience around the world.
Yeah,
It's
definitely.
fantastic.
And I was just thinking as well, Mike, he's coming to bat here in a pressure situation. I mean, he's counter in trouble, 76 for 5.
Well, a bit like we were saying earlier on with young Rogers, this is when you find out which of your young players have got a bit of ticker.
Bit about him.
Yes, he's playing the UAE. That's what I was thinking. He's played for the UAE national cricket team, not Hong Kong. It's my mistake. UAE is one of the associate members he's played for at youth level. So he's forced off the back foot by Kai Smith, and
Good bit of fielding.
he gets 2. Yeah, it was well fielded out on the boundary.
I think that's Ibrahim out there, who that's where he hurt his shoulder a couple of years ago. Racing, you do see it a lot, don't you? Players racing around the boundary, diving. Poor old Danny Lamb's out for the season for Sussex. He diving here in the last game of the T20, damaged his shoulder.
And now Smith pulls, and he gets that in the air, and it's going away for 4. It was a little bit short, but Smith was onto it quickly and guided it down for 4 runs to long leg. So 7 more from that over, and suddenly not easy to stop the flow, particularly from Kai Smith's bat, who he's up to 31 now, which I think is his highest score in a senior game for any of the various teams he's played for. Certainly his best for Warwickshire. And 134 for 5 after 32 overs. And Warwickshire now are 40 runs away from winning.
Well, they've turned to Archie Lenham, the leg spinner. He's got to try something here, John Simpson, and he's turning to his leg spinner. Some applause around the ground. If Danny Lamb's listening, the best wishes from everybody here at the commentary box in BBC Radio Sussex. It looked a very painful injury. He'd taken a brilliant catch, and then in the same position, tumbled onto his shoulder whilst trying another, and went off the field. And it did look serious at the time, and I know he's had an operation on that shoulder, but won't be taking any further part this season. It's a big blow for Sussex.
It is.
He would have played in this competition.
It's a great pity.
And he was having a good season his first time here, but wish him well, and hopefully everything will be okay for next season. So in comes Archie Lenham, bowling his leg spin, bowls to Rhodes, who plays it into the offside. There is no run.
I do believe you said about 45 minutes ago you don't really want to be bringing your leg spinner in when they only need about 40 to win, and yet that is precisely the situation.
Yeah,
which
totally.
Now is.
Yeah.
But there, I think it was fair enough to bring the other bowlers back that he's done.
Lenham again, bowls swept away by Rhodes, down to fine leg fielded by Carvelos. 1 more to the total. I just wonder whether they might have been tempted to bowl Archie Lenham from this end. I mean, Dan Ibrahim was tidy enough.
Yes.
But Sussex did need wickets. On the other hand, do you want to bowl a leg spinner from this end with the short edge on one side? I know there's all sorts of permutations, and the bottom line is here that Sussex haven't got enough runs.
Yes, that's all these discussions end up at that route, don't they?
Yeah. So, how will Smith play here against Lenham? This would be interesting, because Sussex have got no one back as Lenham comes in, bowls and cut away by Smith. He's going to pick up just a single. Good bit of fielding by Henry Rogers out on the cover boundary, and a good piece of running by Kai Smith. Rogers gets good applause from those on the boundary edge, but good running by Smith, who was very quickly back for the second run. He goes to 33 off 34, and it was just the injection of pace that Warwickshire wanted. Let him in again. Bowls, hammered away, and this is going to be 4 runs. And all of a sudden, Smith is making this look a very comfortable run chase. Drills the ball over extra cover, used his feet. He goes to 37 off 35. Warwickshire 141 for 5, and all of a sudden, Warwickshire are very much in the box seat here.
Yeah, it was the movement of the feet that was the thing. He just took a couple of short steps to the leg side, gave him the room he needed.
Let him in again, Bowles, and Smith's got a liking for this, you know. He's down the wicket driving to mid-wicket, fielded by Clark, and there is no run. I can see Finn Hudson-Prentice warming up, perhaps going to bowl the next over, but it's going to need something pretty miraculous for Sussex now. But it's been a game of twists and turns, so you're never quite sure. Let him in, Bowles, hammered away again by Smith, straight to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Picks up the single, does Kai Smith. He goes to 39 at the end of Archie Lenham's over, an over which cost 8 runs. So the leg spin experiment, which had to come, hasn't worked. And Warwickshire, I think from this position, Mike, would kick themselves if they don't win from here.
36 from the last 5. They are suddenly speeding to the target.
Yeah.
Kai Smith was picked up, say, playing in the UAE, spotted by Dougie Brown, former Warwickshire all-rounder, hugely popular figure with the county, and was the head coach for a while. Has done a lot of work out in the Middle East. Crocombe starting a new over, and from the crease, the right-handed Smith defends. So he's, while been out in various parts of the world, coaching in recent years, Dougie Brown has been pointing out the odd player to Warwickshire, and he's pointed out Kai Smith to them, and they're very much benefiting from that. Crocombe bowls, and Smith is up on his toes defending into the offside, so I don't know if Dougie is just at the moment, whether he's, but I dare say if he's keeping an eye on this game, he'd be delighted to see that one of his proteges or recommendations is hurrying Warwickshire towards victory here.
Well, fortune favours the brave, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, it is at the moment. Still 100 balls to go, and they only need 30, and they go 32, and they're going to need less than that now because he's dragged that drive wide enough to get past the dive at mid-on. It looks as though he's hit it straight to mid-on to begin with, but he just used a fair bit of bottom hand there to drag it round wide of the dive of the fieldsman here, Tom Haynes, and away for 4.
Not so sure he shouldn't have stopped that. It wasn't that far away. Perhaps it was just the pace of the ball, because it wasn't far away from his body.
It was pretty hard hit. 146 for 5. Crocombe bowls, and Smith waits for that and guides it down to third man, and he's going to take 1. And he's now, having gone out there about half an hour ago, quite quietly, Kai Smith, he's now, you can see he's not a big man, but the way he's carrying himself around the crease, he looks as though he's in the zone.
Yes, he is.
He's fired up now. He's ticking, he's briskly moving at the end of his run. He's 43. Catching up Will Rhodes. Crocombe's lost his bearings at the start of his run-up. So he goes round as if he's burning off fuel before going into land. He goes around a couple of tight circles and then runs in to bowl a short delivery, which Rhodes plays, standing to his full height, guiding it off his hip, down to deep square leg and taking 1 run.
Yeah, for the first time, the Sussex lads' body language has just changed a little bit, and they're probably thinking here, this is, well, they're not going to throw the towel in, but all of a sudden, Warwickshire, as I say, they'll kick themselves all the way back to Edgbaston if they don't win from here.
As you were mentioning, there's not been many high scores around the country, and some games hurrying towards conclusions. This is pulled by Smith out to mid-wicket for 1 run, 7 from the over, 149 for 5 at the end of it, with 44 now to Smith and 60 to Will Rhodes. Quickly in the other games, at Southampton, Hampshire 108 for 4 in 24 overs, chasing 243 against Somerset. At Blackpool, Lancashire 71 for 4 in the 23rd over, needing 210 against Kent. That's looking a tall task. Durham similarly 86 for 4 in 20 overs against Worcestershire, needing 261. Essex made the highest score of the day, 262 for 8, and they're going to beat Gloucestershire, who were 76 for 7 in 20 overs. Yorkshire needing 210 at Welbeck Collier to beat Notts, 72 for 8 in the 19th over. Glamorgan beat Surrey by 7 wickets in about 50 minutes flat, and here Warwickshire needing now just 26 runs to win, 25 runs to win from the final 16 overs.
The first of which is going to be bowled by Archie Lenham. A long debate, a long discussion between Archie Lenham and John Simpson. But, well, a hat-trick would be handy now, Archie. He's coming to bowl to Kai Smith, who's 44 not out. He's in and bowls, and Smith, what's happened there? I can't see through John Simpson. He came down the wicket as if to hammer the ball straight down the ground. I thought the ball for a moment had dribbled onto his stumps. It dribbled just in front of him, I think. Lenham again, this very straight approach to the wicket, quite an aggressive approach to the stumps bowl. Short, pulled away, he's going to be caught at mid-off. Well, he has been caught. Lenham gets the wicket, well, not how he intended it at all, and Kai Smith can't believe that. He's really given that away as Kai Smith. It was caught by Henry Crocombe at mid-off. He was looking to hammer the ball away, made up his mind the way he was going to play, and he top-edged it. A cross-back shot, and it's just ballooned to mid-off where the catch is taken by Crocombe. So Archie Lenham gets a wicket. Well, I did say a hat-trick could be a good thing for Archie. But Kai Smith, 44 of 44 balls in 59 minutes, 6 fours and a 6. And I suspect when we look back through the records of this match, that could well be the innings that secured Warwickshire the win here today. He gets a generous round of applause, but he'll just be disappointed he didn't see his side over the line.
Yes, it's taken them a long way towards the time, but not all the way. The one before, I think, was a mis-stumping.
Do you? Okay.
But whether it was, it certainly only just missed the stumps. And as you say, Smith was well forward, might have been out of his going to, might have been a mis-stumping, but in the end, a rather tame dismissal to the very next ball. But a good hand from Kai Smith with 44, which was not only made with the confidence, but with the speed to turn all the heat back on the home team.
Yeah.
But it's not quite over. They still need 24, 25. I keep getting that number mixed up. 25 they need. 174 is the target, 149 for 6. And the new player, I expect, looks like the frame of Jake Lintott, who takes guard now, batting right-handed, the left-arm spinner.
Well, the point you made some time ago, Mike, was if Will Rhodes bats through, then almost certainly Warwickshire will win or get very close to winning, and that's the situation. He's battled his way through. He faced 101 balls for his 60, but in the context of the game, it's been a fine innings. I mean, he hasn't had it all the way. He's had to battle away.
Yeah.
Here comes Archie Lenham to bowl to Lintott. Bowls, and Lintott works that into the covers. Fielded there by Carter. There is no run. I said I thought the Sussex boys' energy had just dropped a little, but suddenly they've got renewed hope. It's still a long shot, but a couple of wickets now from Lenham would be useful. Slip in place. Lenham is in. Bowls, and forward comes Lintott, playing very carefully into the offside, and there is no run.
I was wondering if this is the point where you now say to Will Rhodes, now it's up to you to take the lead again. Well, I think Lintott is not usually too shy of going for his shots, not that there's any time pressure to do it.
In comes Lenham, bowls, Lintott drives back down the ground. Lenham fields off his own bowling, there is no run.
Made a rapid 90 near the tail of at the end of a championship game where Warwickshire on the verge of defeat last season at Chelmsford. He rattled up 90 in no time at all.
Lenham in again, bowls. Lintott uses his feet and clips to mid-wicket. There is no run.
78, I was slightly oversold it, but that was a good over from Lenham.
Yep, Archie Lenham picks up a wicket. 149 for 6. Was that a wicket maiden? Yes, it was. 149 for 6. We've had 35 overs. 15 remaining. The run rate, everything else is irrelevant. To be honest, it's all about whether Sussex can take these 4 wickets, or whether Warwickshire can score the 25 runs they need to win. Finn Hudson-Prentice is coming back into the attack. Bowled a very tidy spell earlier on. Picked up a wicket as well. His figures I will give you in a moment when I get to the right page.
1 for 28.
Thank you, Mike. Saving my bacon.
In 7. And yes, he's got to go full on with the best bowlers available now.
Yep.
Because the game is most likely going to end well inside the distance.
Oh, that's tight.
And the first ball in his LBW. Rhodes finally prized out, and Hudson-Prentice's return has made just the difference that his captain wanted. Will Rhodes, after fighting hard for 60, his LBW, he will leave as the only player in this match to have made a half century, but will it turn out to be a decisive contribution? Not necessarily, as he leaves at 149 for 7, and Warwickshire still 25 runs short.
He wasn't happy with that decision, was he? He was given out, and the umpire's having a little natter there because he stood his ground and just sort of looked at the umpire as if to say, well, I'm out here. But it looked a good shout from Hudson-Prentice, but he was just disappointed, and the umpire's having a natter there. Maybe we'll have a word to say at the end of the game. Nonetheless, fine innings. Well, I said Sussex needed a hat-trick. Well, they picked up 2 in 2 overs. So just it's been a funny game, this, Mike, isn't it?
It has been a really odd game, and I'm interested to hear the reflections that will really tell us something of the guys who've been out and playing out there. But could you attribute any of the 17 wickets to anything misbehaving in the pitch? It's hard to think of one.
Well, it is. I mean, unless the pitch has been difficult to time on it, but you just come back to the opening 10 overs of the match, when it looked like a breeze for Clark and Haynes, and we thought, well, this is going to be a high-scoring game. This is a 300 plus. And since we uttered those words, so what do you know about Michael Booth? The scoreboard shows him as an all-rounder.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen more of him as a batter than a bowler, I think it would be fair to say. So, evidence is limited on that, but he came out of Durham University to Warwickshire. He's a sturdily built, quite quick bowler, but I haven't seen a lot of him batting as yet. Oh, he nibbles the first ball from Hudson-Prentice and doesn't touch it.
Well, the crowd are alive now, aren't they? Yeah. Having gone very quiet, and the Sussex lads, I thought their body language had dipped a little bit.
Well, whatever happens, we're now going to see a close finish, aren't we? So, whether Sussex win or lose, we will have at least seen them push Warwickshire all the way.
Yeah, it will.
And a stress test on the Warwickshire lower order, which they haven't been exposed to for a while. Certainly not in white ball cricket. And he beats. He's out. He's LBW. He's LBW. 2 in 3 balls for Hudson-Prentice, and Warwickshire have lost 3 for none, and they still need 25 to win. As Booth leaves LBW to Hudson-Prentice for naught, the second decision he's won from umpire Wasim in this over, and 149 for 8.
Well, that did look out. I thought it had bowled him, Mike. Actually, I couldn't quite see through the non-striker, but it was certainly straight from Hudson-Prentice, who was coming over the wicket to the right-hander. Well, me and my big mouth, when Kai Smith was going, I was saying, well, they're just comfortably going towards victory now, and they'd kick themselves Warwickshire if they didn't win. All of a sudden.
Well, they still might, but
yes, they might still.
They might still kick themselves if, or have cause to.
Yeah,
but,
it's been a strange game.
Yeah, it's confounded expectations.
It has, no, totally. So it brings young Tazim in now.
Yes. Anybody looking at the score sheets in this game is going to ask what happened at 20 to 12. Because up until that point, the ball was flying around the park at 7 and over, and since then, the score since then is 251 for 18.
That's ridiculous. I mean, credit to John Simpson, who's brought Hudson-Prentice back in. He's picked up a couple of wickets. So credit to as well as we skippered Ed Barnard skippered. John Simpson has done a good job here. I'm pleased for the crowd actually, because you pays your money, you come in and you know, a lovely sunny day, you expect to see a good game. Well, whatever happens now, you know, it's been a good game, and I have to say, I'm eating humble pie. I thought this was a very achievable total. Listen to the crowd now.
Yeah. And they're getting behind Hudson Prentice with 2 slips to bowl to the new batter, Tazim Ali. He bowls him a short ball, and Ali ducks underneath that. And here's a little test for the youngster. He's been waiting to bowl in the last. He's bowled, this ball now played in the last 2 games. He's bowled a total of 3 overs because the seamers have been knocking everybody over, and probably thought, well, that's me done for the day. 18 last month. As I say, there is very little evidence to go on of him batting at a senior level, but we're going to find out, or he's going to find out. And he nibbles at that outside the off stump. I'm not sure if he was very close to it, and he misses. 149 for 8.
Right, notice we've got a couple of slips in now, so you know, Simpson on the attack as you would be. Well, now they want to change the field. Finance. People pointing in all directions, the changes in field.
We know how well prepared teams are these days, and they have plans for all batters and everything. But
yes.
I wonder whether they do have any plans for Tazim Ali, because unless you watched a lot of under-19 cricket, which they may have done, you wouldn't necessarily know a lot of what to expect. Anyway, he defends out into the offside. It's the end of the over.
Double wicket maiden.
Well, now the tone of the game has changed again in the last 10 minutes, as you can hear. And it's 149 for 8. There are 14 overs available to Warwickshire. If they take all of those, then we really are going to be down to chewing our fingernails down to our elbows. But 25 to win.
Well, a competition where, you know, I say not much maligned, but when I do, it's just, you know, say like the League Cup of cricket. Well, this is interesting. Archie Lenham's going to carry on.
Well, look, a good game's a good game.
Yeah, it is a good game.
Whether it's a
Yep.
league game on a Saturday, or a friendly game, or a last over, or a test match. You know, a one-day cup game or a test match.
Yes.
A tight game. Everybody who cares about cricket loves a tight.
Yeah, of course.
So
What does Jake Lintott do here, Mike? Does he swing and think, right, you know, a couple of boundaries gets us back on top, or is he thinking, oh crumbs, if I do that and I get myself out? We'll see. Anyway, Archie Lenham comes in, bowls to Lintott, who reverse sweeps. That's brave. That's really brave. Doesn't get a run. It goes as far as Carvalhos.
That might be part of your answer, though.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. He's still not going to push and prod, I don't think.
I mean, I think he perhaps will know more about Tazim Ali's batting than anybody else watching.
Right.
Because he'll have seen him just lately. So.
Lenham in, bowls, swept away by Lintott. He's picked up one. They'll come back for the second. Throw comes in. A very good throw as well, right over the top of the stumps from Jack Carson, but 2 more to the total. Lintott is on his way. Yeah, I think those 2 shots tell us that he's going to be positive in this situation. And as you rightly say, Mike, probably makes you think a little bit about his confidence in Ali's ability at the other end. Sussex need to be careful here. They won't want to concede, you know, a couple of boundaries. 20, what's that, 151 for 8?
Yeah,
yes.
23 to win.
In comes Lenham, bowls, and Lintott is on the back ball. He clubs that down the ground, so he's got confidence in his number 10. I think at this stage you've probably got to take the runs, haven't you?
Yes. I think that was just dragged that down a little bit, Lenham.
He did.
He was in position to play with a straight bat, Jake Lintott. So
just my perception of watching Archie Lenham bowl. I think, you know, leg spinners are rare, but he just pushes it through a bit too much for me. I'd just like to see him bowl a little bit more of a loop. That having been said, he's in a situation where he doesn't want to get clouted down the ground for 6. No. Sussex have got 7 men inside the circle. Lenham in bowls, and forward comes Ali. Plays into the offside. There is no run. So there's a slip, and 3 men saving 1 on the offside, 3 on the leg. The only 2 out are a deep cover point and a deep mid wicket. So they're encouraging Ali, if he wants to hit the ball straight down the ground. Lenham in bowls. Oh, and Ali jags down on that at the last moment, plays it into the offside. There is no run.
that nearly wriggled through.
It did.
It edged it into the front pad, I think.
Yeah, good stuff this is. In fact, now John Simpson decides the time is right. I just wonder whether they're offering Ali the single here and get him on strike against Hudson Prentice. We'll have to see. Here comes Lenham. Bowls, and Ali lets that go outside of the off stump, taken by John Simpson. Another over drifts by, 152 for 8 at the end of the 37th. As we've been saying all the way through, the overs are pretty irrelevant really. This is all about, can Sussex bowl out Warwickshire, or can Warwickshire score the 174 they needed to win? If you just joined us, you've missed a terrific game. Live cricket here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio WM, BBC CWR, Adrian Harms, Mike Taylor. And at this stage, I'm not sure I want to call this, Mike.
No, it's really tight now. I was just looking at Ollie Hannon-Dolby, who will be in the dressing room trying to reassure everybody that it's fine. I'm here.
Is that said with an air of...
He'll absolutely love it.
Really?
Oh, do you think? Just a bit. Anyway, Hudson Prentice is going to bowl. He'd be quite happy not to bat, of course, at the same time. Lintott defends out on the offside. He'd be quite happy not to bat, but if duty calls, he'll be out there blocking and bashing with the best of them. But in the meantime, with 22 to win, Lintott is the man with responsibility on a lovely calm day, but not in a not a very calm cricket ground at the moment.
No.
The crowd here have been through moods, I think it's fair to say. Been
Yes.
happy and chatty at the start, then a little bit silent. Now they are in rapt attention watching Hudson Prentice, who's got 3 for 28, bowling to Lintott, who defends. He's on the offside.
Well, I spoke to a gentleman at lunchtime who was going home because he wasn't at all impressed by Sussex's batting performance. That's probably a little bit like leaving a game of football with your team sort of 4 down at half time, and then getting home and seeing it's 4 all.
Unless he lives in those flats over there.
He was going home. So, well, but it's been an extraordinary game, really.
There are lots of dwellings here with decent view of the cricket ground, as it happens. And Hudson Prentice is bowling to Lintott, who is defending on the offside.
Yeah, they are expensive as well.
I bet they are.
Views of the cricket ground and a view of the sea. I don't know if you can see the sea from those. You've got this sort of rather ugly block of flats behind us here, but yeah, it's very pleasant.
Agreeable place to live.
Yeah, yeah.
152 for 8. The flag absolutely limp above the scoreboard. Hudson Prentice bowls. That's off a thick outside edge. Lintott was playing it with soft hands, and it runs all along the ground to third man, and they are able to take 1 run.
I just think Sussex may well have been happy to concede a run there so that Hudson Prentice can have a couple of deliveries at Ali. And interesting that Lintott has come down and just had a word with the young man. I would imagine, I've got no idea, but I think something like, get into line, get forward, get your bat on it. Don't get out.
Yes. Block the straight ones and miss the wide ones.
Yeah, totally.
It's an easy game.
It is. Hudson Prentice is on his way. 2 slips go down. Bowls to Ali, who's forward defensively, and he did get everything behind that. Got himself forward as well. Played into the offside, and there is no run. But credit, I say credit to Sussex here, because certainly I was pretty critical of their batting performance, which I don't think was good. I don't think it was wrong, but I credit their spirit, because they've come out and battled away. And these later 3 wickets, and we got a good finish. It's been a good game. A low-scoring game. You can get good low-scoring games in limited overs cricket. Hudson Prentice in bowls, and forward comes Ali, plays into the offside. Defended, and he did his job. And I'm sure Jake Lintott is now going to have a little word with him and say, well done, that's just what was required. Leave the scoring to me. He's 4 not out, 153 for 8 at the end of the 38th over. But that is Finn Hudson Prentice. He's got 1 more to bowl.
Yeah. Crocom's got 3 he can bowl. Carvelis has finished.
I wonder if they're going to keep Lenham on here or take him off. They're going to take him off, and they're going to bring Crocom. I think that probably makes sense.
Well, if you have Crocom now and then Hudson Prentice again for the next 2 overs,
yeah,
you might be quite a long way towards the conclusion of this match, one way or the other, after those 2 overs.
Yeah, I just wonder as well whether John Simpson is thinking, do you know what, Lintott might just fancy his chances against the leg spinner. I'm not saying anything about his bowling, but he might think, do you know what, I'm going to go for it here.
Well, anybody can, have a swing and get a couple away, can't
Yeah,
they?
yeah. Yeah, and he might think against Crocombe it's just a little more difficult. And you can see they've spread the field here as well there.
So if we have 3 successive overs of seam, this one from Crocombe, Hudson Prentice is last at our end, Crocombe again at the far end, within 3 overs. I mean, it's 21 to win now, so there's not going to be a lot left after that, so that seems a fair bit.
Crocombe in, bowls to Jake Lintott, who's forward. The ball dribbles behind to John Simpson, who whipped off his glove to get the throw in. In the end, there is no run. So just the field, there is a slip. There's a third man, a sweeper on the cover point boundary. Backward point, cover mid-off. Then the onside, there's a mid-on and 2 men set back on the leg side. So there are singles available on the leg side. I think Sussex, I've no disrespect to Ali's batting at all, but I think Sussex would like to bowl at the number 10 if they can, as Crocombe is in bowls, Lintott's forward and he takes a single. So I'm not surprised, but he's come wandering down and immediately he's got to the far end, he's come back down and he's going to have a little word to Zim Ali. He's going to have to face Henry Crocombe. I just wonder whether Sussex here might just put in another slip. There's a bit of discussion going on about who might go where here. I just wonder whether they might just attack.
There's a lot of room on the leg side to squirt a single.
There is. 154 for 8. Crocombe in bowls. Oh, he beats Zim outside. I think I'd have someone in close here, and I think you're right as well. I think I might have him a deep backward square up, saving one.
Yeah, he didn't play that with the air of a man who's likely to hit it to one of these 2 boundary fields. Yeah, deep square leg thinks he should be coming in.
Yeah, and he is.
And he is, yeah.
Yeah, we thought that, didn't we?
Yeah, I think he did too. He was kind of waving as would say, "Are you sure? Is he really gonna hook?
Yeah.
I don't know whether he is to the long boundary as well.
Yeah,
I'm not sure that shot was on.
What that does is to prevent a single being taken.
He's come round in front of square quite a bit.
Yes, he has.
Or he's going round even further.
Oh no! No, they're going to put another slip in place. Oh, this is so they're going to have 2 slips, and they've still just got that 1 man on the leg side.
Yeah.
I think they should have 2 men on the leg. Well,
yeah, that ended up with even more room on the leg.
Right. So this makes sense. So they've got 2 slips in place now. I think that's good. The sweeper on the boundary has come up. So, and there's also a mid wicket in place. So they've got Zim here at the striker's end, and they want to make the most of it. Crocombe running in, bowl to Zim short. Sounds a bit. Well, he played that well to Zim, to be fair.
They ended after a lot of toing and froing and faffing about. They ended up with what would be more or less an orthodox field in the first over of a championship game. At the end of all that,
yes, 2 slips,
with
third
2
man,
slips, a ring on the off, a third man and fine leg, and the rest in a ring. That's actually where we've ended up.
Crocombe, 2 balls left of this over. Wants to make it count. In and bowls to Zim, who drives comfortably enough to mid-off. Saved there by a sprawling, who's that at mid-off? Archie Lennon Fields. Well, nothing wrong with that shot. He got his self forward onto the front foot. And now the field spreads again because Sussex have decided they're going to try and give Zim Ali the strike. Well, he's got a few runs to play with, John Simpson, but not very many. 20 needed to win. Crocombe down the hill, bowls to Zim Ali, who's going to get a single here. They're looking for 2. Henry Rogers is very quickly to the ball, gets in the throw, but it's a single. 155 for 8. Ali is on his way, and there are 19 needed to win. Is that right?
That's
yes.
right. Yeah, I'm not sure who's calling whose bluff there, because having gone to really quite great length to say we want to give you a single here because we'd like to bowl at you, Zim Ali then confidently, well, I'll have it then,
yes.
and set off. There would any evidence of a, well, shall we take one, or what do we think, or they have a chat first. Just, I'll have the one then. So I'm not sure who's kidding who on here, but anyway, they're a run closer. 19 to win.
You feel this is important now from Hudson Prentice.
Yeah.
They could get a wicket here if Warwickshire can see the back of Hudson Prentice.
big fan of low-scoring one-day games. I do think they're generally the most exciting. This is guided for four. Well, not for 4 runs. Wide of the second slip. It was quite well played by Ali. It wasn't really an edge. He sort of steered it down to third run for 1. So I ask again, who's kidding who at the moment? Because that was not a stroke play of an unconfident novice.
No, it wasn't.
He played that, I would suggest, quite purposefully. So I don't think that was quite what Hudson Prentice had in mind. And he's got, for better or worse, he's got Lintott back to bowl at. There are 18 runs to win. The helicopter's back to have a look. And why wouldn't you? Off goes Hudson Prentice, runs away from us. All bowls an awkward short delivery, and Lintott didn't get into a great position to play it, but fends it off in the end.
I think
in the end, quite safely to square leg for 1 run.
I just wondered for a minute if it hit him in the helmet. I think Finn Hudson Prentice was just inquiring if he was okay. Well, what it looked like from here anyway.
Yeah, he got into as if he was not quite sure whether he was going to swerve away from it or try and play it, and he ended up fending it off his shoulder somewhere, but I think he did get it off the bat, and they take 1, and Hudson Prentice bowls, and Tassie Malik defends without any fuss at all back to the bowler, and then practices the defensive stroke afterwards as if to show everybody that it's exactly what he meant anyway, and I don't know what you're all getting so flustered about. Going to a lot of trouble to give me the strike, and look at me. So there we are, good for him. 17 to win. This is where you sort of toughen up young players, isn't it? This is where it's for real, this. Hudson Prentice bowls, it's short outside the off stump, and Tassie Mali plays a good shot, pushing it away through extra cover. He's going to have at least 2. There's 3 fielders chasing after it, and Lintott's almost lapped Tassie Mali, but he's got 3, and that was a good shot.
I think it was the slower ball from Hudson Prentice, wasn't it? And it was just wider of the off stump, and it gave Ali just the chance to push the ball through the covers.
That was well played.
Important runs.
Jake Lintott is a lot quicker over the ground than he used to be. He was catching Tassie Mali up there, and he's giving Tassie a decade start. 14 to win. Off goes Hudson Prentice, and this is full and straight, and Lintott is easing forward and playing it into the leg side, and there's no run.
I think Hudson Prentice is getting the field in here. I think that they're determined to prevent the single off the last ball of the over. But that being said, Tazim has looked, apart from that ball from Henry Crocombe, he had a bit of a waft at. Yeah. He's looked pretty comfortable. He looks very relaxed. He's just leaning on his bat.
That's the thing. However, whatever technique he has, it hasn't got. He doesn't look flummoxed by it.
No.
And now Lintott is playing correctly from the crease and pushing away into the offside, and it's the end of the over, the 40th over. And Warwickshire, having picked up 5 in the course of that over, are 160 for 8. I don't know how many Warwickshire supporters are here. I suspect not very many, with the test match being on as well at Edgbaston today. But those that are here will be enjoying the tension of it. The home supporters seem as though they are enjoying it.
Yeah.
And why wouldn't you enjoy it? Because it's an exciting finish to what's been an unusually, when I say an unusually competitive game, I mean it's been unusual in the way it's developed.
It has. A round of applause is for Finn Hudson Prentice, who's got a very good spell here. 10 overs, he's taken 3 for 31. 3 for yes.
3 for 34 I've got.
Oh, sorry.
Not to argue, but...
Sorry, you're right. Yep, 10 overs just updated. 3 for 34. My apologies. But he's bowled very nicely. Now, Henry Crocombe. I said before Sussex need a wicket when I said an Archie Lenham hat-trick would be useful. Well, a wicket now from Henry Crocombe would be very useful as a seagull swoops in front of the commentary box. And Crocombe is in. Bowls to Ali, who just jags down on that play to mid-wicket. There is no run. So Sussex with 2 slips in place. A backward point, cover mid-off. There's a mid-on, mid-wicket. The only 2 fielders outside of the circle are third man and a fine leg. Who's that warming up? It's like Daniel Ibrahim warming up down here.
Yeah, well, he might need to have a plan for the next over now. We said he'd got these 3 overs of seam bowling, by which time we'll be quite close to the end. And
in comes Crocombe. Bowls. Oh, he has a little fiddle at that one outside of the off stump. Ari Carvelos down below has got his hands on his head.
But unless the 2 wickets fall in this over, we are probably still going on after these because there's still 14 to win. So he's got to have a plan now. Hudson Prentice has finished.
Yeah.
Carvelis has finished. And after this over, Crocombe will only have 1 more. So it's going to have to be Ibrahim and the Spinners.
Yeah.
Which sounds like a band.
Crocombe in bowls to Ali, who plays confidently enough to the covers, no run. He could turn to a Tom Clark, who bowled at Welbeck Colliery the other day. He bowls a bit of medium pace as Tom Clark, but I'm pleased for the crowd as well because they've been kept entertained, and it did look at lunchtime as if maybe this was almost going to be a no contest. So the crowd will feel they've had their money's worth anyway. In comes Crocombe, bowls short and tucks underneath it to Ali. He's played the short ball very well, to be fair.
And not only
Mike,
will they have seen a close game, but they'll have an extra hour on the beach afterwards.
They
if
will.
So minded.
Yeah, they will.
Because there's still plenty of the day left.
Yeah.
So if you haven't got to get back up the road, to Birmingham or whatever, if you've got time to spare, you can have an extra hour with a bag of chips on the beach. In fact, it doesn't sound like such a terrible idea, does it really?
In comes Crocombe. Bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery. It's well played by Tazim. He's going to pick up runs down the ground. They're chasing hard towards that right run away for 4 runs. And indeed it has gone for 4 runs. Well, you can never quite tell from here. It's running up the hill, but a combination of Carson and Lennon couldn't stop the ball. And that's a good shot by Tazim Ali. He goes to 9, and the total to 1, 64 for 8. So just 10 needed to win.
Tell you what, he timed that well, didn't he? Because you say up the hill. And on drive, and it only looked like a push for 1.
It did.
But the outfield is in very, very good order here.
Yes, it is. I think the outground here is as good as pretty much anywhere, really.
Very, very good. But all the same, going up the hill, that was pretty well timed.
Crocombe in and bowls, and Tazim plays firmly into the covers. He's going to pick up a single, and Jake Lindott has no problem at all about taking this single. And Tazim Ali's playing a good hand here. He goes to 10, end of the over, 165 for 8. All of a sudden, Warwickshire just need 9 to win. And what's going to happen bowling-wise here? I think I saw a signal towards Tom Clark. It's not going to be Daniel Ibrahim. Oh, they're going to bring the spinner on.
Well, again, sometimes the route that is... The route to the quickest run scoring is also the route to the quickest wicket taking, because Tazim Ali presumably is feeling quite good now.
Yeah.
He's been out there for 25 minutes now, nearly. He's timed a couple of strokes very nicely. He's got some runs, though. They only now need 9 runs to win, and you'd have to be a 19-year-old made of unusually tough stuff not to think this is my moment. Oh, here we go.
Well, this is a risk for Sussex, isn't it? Because he's hitting towards the shorter side. He's Tazim Ali. Archie Lennon back into the attack. Archie, who was 20 on the 23rd of this month. So,
isn't this what this competition is all about?
It is.
As well as, I mean, you couldn't say that the game hasn't been played fiercely competitively. It certainly has. But now we've got 2 young cricketers who, in a few years' time, might be coming into this head-to-head in a championship game or a big game in the 2020 or something like that. Who's to say the world turns and they end up playing international cricket together? But the point being, there's a 20-year-old against a 19-year-old with the whole game on the line.
Yes. I'm a bit surprised Sussex haven't got a long on here.
Here he is, Archie Lennon, coming to the C end. 9 to win, bowls to Tazim Ali. Ooh, and that ball squatted outside the off stump. It seemed as though it was a little bit short of a length, but it didn't bounce all. He does skid it through a bit.
He does.
Tazim fished and missed it.
He does. He bowls. They're not looping leg breaks, are they?
It sort of flopped out of the pitch, and this one he's pitched up wide of off stump, and Ali drives square of the wicket. He gets 1. He wants 2, and Lintott, like a traffic policeman, has got his glove in the air and tells him no.
Do you think Lintott fancies this short leg side boundary?
Well, I would have thought so 20 minutes ago, but he might. He's a fairly phlegmatic sort, Jay Lintott. He might have had a look and said, well, this boy's playing rather nicely. I don't need to... I just need to jab it into a gap here. We'll soon know. He goes on the back foot and defends with a straight bat. Out into the offside. 8 runs to win. There are 8 overs still available to Warwickshire after this one. And it really would be the drama of a soap opera scriptwriter to take it all the way through those. Lenham scuttles up to bowl, and Lintop plays that late. Goes back in the crease and pushes away on the offside. 166 for 8. A game which has taken a number of unpredictable turns. Seemed to be almost bought and paid for by Warwickshire at 1 o'clock. Now Lintop
out.
Sweeps, and he's hit on the full, and Lenham's asking for it and pleading with umpire Wasim, who is not having it.
Well, well, it would have been no surprise if the umpires figured. I mean, it did look out from here, but you know, umpire. I see they've given a number of LBWs, and this time he declined.
Yeah,
it was tight though, Mike.
It was tight. Everybody held the pose for a moment. Lenham went down on one knee and stayed there. Lintop was also down on one knee and stayed there, and he was just waiting for somebody to come and could have faded into a watercolour. It would have been quite a scene. 8 to win. Lenham bowls. Lintop sweep, he doesn't get anywhere near that one. It was outside off stump, and he went to sweep, missed it by, I'm going to say quite a bit, but kept his back foot down, and it's the end of the over. Applause for Lenham. Just 1 run squeezed out in that over, and it's 166 for 8. 8 runs are needed by Warwickshire, and Lintott is 6, and Tazim Ali is 11, and Ollie Hannon-Dolby is pacing up and down like an expectant father, I dare say.
Just noticed there that Archie Lenham spoke to the square leg umpire, and then the umpire, who's Ben Peverell at the other end, had a word with Archie Lenham, so I don't know whether something was said with that LBW appeal or whether he felt it was a. But I think in the moment you're allowed to appeal like that. Yeah, it's a very tight game.
And I think I don't mind umpires talking to players as long as it's, you know.
Yeah, I mean, he's a young player. It's been a good game.
Of course, he's disappointed. It doesn't give an LBW. Yeah. Obviously, he is, but that's within reason. That's okay.
So Henry Crocombe running in from the Cromwell Road end. Bowls to Ali, who gets an edge past third slip. Good bit of fielding down in front of us by Eric Avelos. Prevents anything more than a single. Total goes to 167 for 8. So 7 runs needed to win for Warwickshire. You just get the feeling it's the sort of game where there just might be another twist, Mike.
Well, it's all surprising. I mean, look, the very least that Sussex supporters are going to go home, given that they were understandably a bit grumpy at lunchtime, is to say that their side came out in the second half of this game and gave it a crack.
Yes.
Which, you know, they might well end up winning the whole lot, but they will at the very least be able to go home and say, well, our lads, and a lot of them were lads, have come out and given it a good go.
2 slips go down. Crocombe in bowls. Forward comes Lintop, plays into the covers, and there is no run. This is Crocombe's final over. So there are various options around. With just 7 needed to win.
This is the last over of pace.
Yes, it is.
It's going to be Ibrahim and the spinners, and as you say, possibly Clark for the rest.
Crocombe in and bowls, and then defends down to third man. There's a good shot. Picks him up a single. Just 6 needed to win now. Would you like to take over commentary, Mike? Because a 6 will win it here for Warwickshire.
Okay. Do you think?
I doubt it.
Malley will have it, will he, boy?
He might.
Who's to say?
Yeah.
We all did strange things when we were 19.
Yeah.
Well, some of us did. But he's looked very well organised so far, on the whole, for a teenager at number 10. And he's going to be kept waiting for a bit here.
They could bring a third slip in. I think they are.
I think you've got to go full on attack now, haven't you? He's shuffled things around in the field pretty well, hasn't he, Simpson?
Yes, he has. Yeah.
Astute captain. He's getting the best view of everybody from behind the stumps, of course. The third slip's gone quite wide. There's a teasing gap there, and Tazim Ali hits it straight on the bounce to Carson, who's arrived at, if you like, 4th slip with no 3rd slip.
He was only in there for 1 ball. Now he's moving again.
Yes.
How odd. Oh no,
he's just come to dry his hands. It's quite cool in this box. Well, not cool, but it's pleasant in this box. Ambient. But outside, I think it probably is rather hot. Carson, even under his enormous sun hat, feels the old sweaty palms. Oh, and he's caught by Carson. What a fine catch. And Tazim Ali has gone with 6 still needed. He was trying to guide it to third man, and Carson was perfectly placed to grab that to his left. Tazim Ali goes. Warwickshire still need 6 at 168 for 9. Ali caught by Carson, and well caught. Bowled Crocombe for 12.
We did say, Mike, just a moment ago, that we thought there might be a sting in the tail in this match, and there might be another twist, and there has been another twist. That was a great catch. I mean, credit to John Simpson. He got his 3rd slip in. It seemed the logical thing to do to get another player in the slip cordon. Good catch by Carson, though, wasn't it? It was low down to his left-hand side.
Had he put him as an orthodox 3rd slip into that gap, that would have been, I think, quite a tricky catch to his right. So actually to leave the gap,
yes,
turned out to, because when you leave the gap like that, it's just begging for the ball to be nicked straight through it. We've all seen it 1,000 times. But as it turned out, it was probably an easier catch standing where he was. But no, not that he was going quite quickly. I don't think it was really an edge. It looks as though Tazim was playing the stroke, taking the chance. And perishing. So here he is, the beneficiary of Warwickshire. This will put a few quid on the total, Ollie, if he knocks these off. 168 for 9, walking out with Lintott. Truly the long and the short of it. And
6 to win, a wicket to win. What price of time, Mike?
Now, look. He's a Yorkshireman at heart, Ollie Hannon-Dolby. So the idea of 6 to win is not going to be tempting someone like him.
Okay, so he's not going to swing for that leg side boundary.
Well, who's to say? I mean, he has developed a bit of a line in slog sweeping over recent years. He's played some remarkable battling last stand efforts in the championship. Nobly for an hour with a broken arm at once. Here we go, 3 slips in, 1 to come in this over. Crocombe bowls and Hannon-Dolby's guiding this to third man. Do they want a single? They could have had one, they choose not to.
I think that answers our question about, is he going to go for a 6?
So that's the end of the over. 43 overs are complete. Hannon-Dolby has arrived to join Lintott. They've refused a single, so Lintott is going to be on strike for the 44th over. Crocombe is he's done his bit, 3 for 38.
Yeah.
And it is over to the spinners and all medium pacers to take the last wicket, and Warwickshire need 6. And now it will be Jake Lintott to decide whether he's going to be led into temptation or not, with the short boundary to his leg side against the leg spinner.
This is pretty brave, actually. If they are going to bowl Archie Lenham in this last over, which they're going to, I still think you'd have a long on. There's no one straight, is there? But I'd say, who are we to say? Because John Simpson and Ed Barnard have both skippered very well in this match.
It's made for a great finish.
Well, it's been a terrific game, isn't it? Six to win. Sorry, yeah, 6 to win, 1 wicket to win. It's anybody's game. Well, I'm not sure I should be doing it, really, Mike. Lintott looks at that leg side boundary. Archie Lenham wants a change in the field. He's saying to his skipper, I don't know, he seems happy. Well, let's see what happens. Archie Lenham to Jake Lintott. No, they do, oh crumbs, they do want to change that. Well, that to me makes sense. I think a long on does make sense. Crocombe is coming down to long on.
Because he's slightly taller.
Yeah.
The man he's replaced.
And interestingly, that change in the field has prompted the 2 batters to have a little natter. I wonder if that might be, wonder if that's a little, do you want to take the single or not? Don't know. Anyway, in comes Archie Lenham, bowls to Jake Lintott, who drives firmly through the covers. There's runs here. There could well be 4 runs. The ball is racing towards the boundary. Ibrahim is charging around and it's gone for 4 runs. That's a terrific shot by Jake Lintott. He didn't hammer the ball. He just timed it nicely through extra cover. And the very quick outfield here, the 2 fielders were chasing after it for all they were worth. But it brings a boundary, nice looking shot, and all of a sudden Warwickshire need 2 to win.
And now there's going to be a bit of a... Both teams are going to have a bit of a rethink, I think. Do you really want all these boundary catches out when it's only 2 to win? The batters have talked tactics as well. The slippers come out and gone to mid-wicket.
Lenham in. Bowls to Lintott, who just nudges that onto the onside, fielded by a very eager Tom Haynes.
Yeah, well, there was a single there until a moment ago.
There was, yeah. So Sussex have got... there's no slip in place now. 6 men inside the circle, 3 men out, a deep mid-wicket. I'll give you the rest in a minute, as in comes Lenham. Bowls to Lintott, who reverse sweeps. They're going to pick up a single. Oh, it's a misfield! No, they decided not to go after all that. I thought there was a comfortable single. There was a misfield at point. And in the end, they decided not to take a single at all. And actually, it wasn't a great delivery. It was a full toss. So, 2 to win.
By the time they changed their mind, probably run half at one and run back again.
Lintott survives the leg side field. In comes Lenham, bowls, and Lintott plays the ball straight back down the field. There is no run. So 4 balls gone in the over. 172 for 9. Who's that warming up down on the leg side? Oh, it's Jack Carson who's warming up. Well, I don't know if you're going to get to bowl, Jack. In comes Lenham. Bowls. Oh, it was right up in the block. Oh, well played by Lintott. Now, what happens here? Because there's 1 ball to go in the over. I wonder whether Lintott goes for broke here. There is no one back. I mean, a shot down the ground is a low-risk shot in terms of both the mid-on and the mid-off are up. I just wonder whether they might move someone back. Well, they're not going to. In comes Lenham. Bowls. And Lintott drives firmly into the covers. Fielded on the bounce. So well done, Archie Lenham. 5 dot balls to follow the 4 that went off the first ball of the over. And I didn't think Jack Carson would get to bowl, but I think... Now, is it going to be Jack Carson who's going to bowl? I think it is. He's taking off that wide-brimmed sun hat. 170. You'll have to come more often, Mike. I like games like this.
Well, this has been splendid.
There we are. It is going to be Carson. So Sussex bravely bowling both spinners. 6 overs, 1 made, 0 for 29 for Jack Carson. And the crowd have been kept royally entertained. So have the Seagulls.
Seagulls are enjoying it. Well, they know when they're onto a good thing, don't they? It's going to be a lot of celebratory chips in a minute.
Yeah.
Well, Alan Dolby is taking guard now. What do you reckon? He quite likes the spotlight, Ollie.
Does he?
Block out a maiden.
Well, I guess
he might do that.
Well, I guess as a left-hander, he's slightly hitting towards the shorter side.
Yeah, and as I say, he has. I mean, his batting career is largely, in my experience of watching him, been built on being an obstinate number 11. He's not often called upon that much in one day in white ball cricket, obviously. But he has developed a line in slog sweeping.
Right.
Because however skilled he might or might not be as a batter, and he's not the worst by any means, but he's 6'7". So he's got fairly long levers. So if he does clout it, then it tends to stay hit. But they're giving him the boundary on that side. All the fielders on the leg side are within the circle. So if he gets it airborne,
yeah, it's going to go, isn't it?
The odds are in his favour.
There's a short leg in place, Mike.
Well, here we go. Lenham bowls from the Cromwell Road end, and Hannon Dolby he plays an awkward defensive stroke, and it's run off the face for 1 run. Oh, and a misfield. Oh dear. The fielder's tumbled over, and they're back for 2 runs, and it's all over. Warwickshire have won in a peculiar way. Hannon Dolby moved forward, the ball ran off the thick edge, and it was chased by Ibrahim. It was always going to be 1, but in his eagerness to throw the ball back, Ibrahim lost his balance completely, tumbled over and fumbled the ball. And they, in the end, jogged back for a 2nd run, and Warwickshire have won by 1 wicket at 174 for 9 in one of the oddest but strangely compelling games of one-day cup cricket I've seen for quite a long time.
Well, it was a terrific game, Mike, wasn't it? And it was a